Six.
Yeah, six. Six, yeah. Your name's Ms. Bowen. That would be impolite if I could get a little right at her. It's for the shaker.
That's what her work and my meeting's built on.
We'll go that ahead and then go.
Can't really help that.
Makes sense.
All right, friends. As our vice chair saunters in. Good evening and welcome to the September 29th, 2025 meeting of the City of Summit Planning Board. My name is Stephen Spur and I have the privilege of serving as the chair of this august body. If you'll please rise, we will begin first with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. In accordance with New Jersey Statute 10:4-10, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the newspapers of record and been posted here in City Hall. For the benefit of the interested public, this meeting is being live streamed to the city's YouTube page and also broadcast on Summit's government channel, which is Comcast Channel 34 and Verizon Channel 30. Any hearings on applications for development, or we will hear a little bit further, capital review projects, are quasi-judicial proceedings. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. Please note that fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room where you entered. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the necessary equipment here at the dais and return it immediately after our meeting. Ms. Sands, will you please call the roll of the members?
Chairman Spur,
Here.
Vice Chair Balson Alvarez,
Here.
Mayor Fagan,
Here.
Councilmember Hamlet,
Here.
Ms. Bowen,
Yes.
Mr. Dalmasso,
Here.
Mr. Fellman is excused, Mr. LaJoy,
Here.
Mr. Sala is excused, Mr. Stern,
Here.
you have a quorum, you may proceed.
Excellent. On the dais as well is first Steve Warner. He's our planning board attorney. Mr. Warner will advise board members on matters of law and serves as the key interface with each presenter's attorney. Mr. Warner will not vote on any applications or presentations or other matters formally considered by this board. Jessica Sands, who you just heard from, is a city employee and the planning board secretary. Ms. Sands assists applicants in preparing their applications, planning our agendas, and keeping our meeting minutes. Ms. Sands also does not vote on the applications or other matters formally considered by this board. Also present are actually two of our board professionals, in addition to our attorney, who are contracted annually by the board to provide input to the board. Tonight we have board planner, Mr. Tom Behrens from Burgess Associates, and board engineer Marie Raffay from Collier's Engineering and Design. It's been some time. We're happy to have you back. Mr. Behrens and Ms. Raffay are seated at the table to the right of the board, the public's left. They do not vote on the applications or other matters formally considered by the board. Our board consists of 11 members. All members can participate in the hearings or other matters presented this evening, but only a maximum of 9 can vote. Any matters considered by the board require typically a simple majority to be approved. If it doesn't, Mr. Warner will make sure we know that. The only slight shift in the agenda is we're going to push the vote on resolution of the general development plan extension for BMS just ahead of the star of the show this evening, which will be the Tatlock Field Lights Capital Project Review. So we're going to work through the other agenda items and then reserve the bulk of the evening for Tatlock Lights. So the first item on the agenda, under the appointment section, we're happy to welcome John Staunton, a Class 4 Alternate 2, all the way at the end of the dais over there. John, I'm sure many of you know from the community, active in any number of different pursuits here, including the First Aid Squad, which he is kindly going to head over for a shift this evening after our planning board. So if you ever want to look at someone really truly dedicated to the city of Summit, he's putting in the hours. So welcome, John. We're happy to have you here. Thanks for everything. Next will be a quick vote. Our planning board sends a liaison to the Environmental Commission to ensure the easy flow of information to them and then back to us. This was previously a position held by Mr. Formicelli, who stepped off the board recently. And after canvassing the board, I was fortunate to have a hand raised, at least for the remainder of this year's term, and that would be one of our absent members, Mr. Ryan Felmet, has generously offered to step in. So I would just ask for a motion and a second for appointment of Mr. Ryan Felmet to serve as the planning board liaison for the Environmental Commission for the remainder of this calendar year.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just wanted to let the record reflect that our newest board member, Staunton, has taken the oath of allegiance and the oath of office, has signed same, notarized same. So he is an official qualified member of the board for this evening's proceedings.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we've dispensed with 2 items so far, doing great. Now we're going to move on to first Morris Broad Crossroads rezoning. For folks that are paying particularly close attention, you may have recalled we had an earlier dress rehearsal this month, and we're back again, just out in an abundance of caution to ensure that gets the appropriate treatment here at the planning board, where it will be sent next back to the governing body. So I'm going to ask our planner, Tom Behrens, to speak to this item. Final thing before I do ask Tom to speak, is both Morris Broad's Crossroads rezoning and historic preservation ordinance. They are consistency reviews. There's no procedural opportunity for the public to comment here. However, there is an intention at the governing body, which will be the second reading of these particular ordinances, where public comment will be welcome. So don't feel like I'm slighting you or foregoing you that opportunity for you. If you have questions, comments, go see Delia and Mayor Fagan at the next council meeting when it's heard. So Tom, you want to set the stage for us here? Or Steve, I don't know, so you guys.
I'll give you a 1-minute overview.
Go ahead, and I'll
can
concur,
supplement
I'll
as
concur on the
necessary. I'll
accuracy
concur.
of your legal opinions if you give any.
I'll do my
Or
best.
if I disagree with them, I'll let everyone know.
See what happens. Okay, very good. So in accordance with the municipal land use law, for all new development ordinances, the governing body is required to refer to the planning board such ordinances to conduct what we refer to as a master plan consistency review, whereby the board is tasked with identifying any portions of the ordinance that might be inconsistent with, in this case, the city's master plan documents, and can forward any recommendations for consideration back to the governing body prior to the hearing and adoption on the ordinance. Did I get that right, Steve?
Yes,
All right, so-
absolutely.
Without further ado, just to dive into the ordinance itself, by way of background, in June 2024, the city created the existing Morris Broad Crossroads, or MBC overlay zone, to replace what had been the Broad Street West redevelopment plan, specifically for Block 2706, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. These parcels include the old firehouse site, Chestnut parking lot, an office building, and privately owned finger lot, which is Lot 2. The site comprises an area of about 1.5 acres and has frontages on Broad Street, Morris Avenue, and Cedar Street. The overlay zone created a new mixed-use zoning framework for the site, which established the permitted uses and development requirements, which have been based on years of community input analyzing the site. The overlay zone was designed to achieve several community goals, including 1, repurpose the site given the relocation of the fire department down Broad Street. 2, to generate revenue from the sale of the property and for annual tax revenue. 3, to satisfy a portion of the city's affordable housing obligation. 4, to maintain existing public parking and for St. Teresa's Memorial Hall, located immediately adjacent to the Chestnut parking lot. And finally, to develop the site in a unified manner that's consistent with the character of the city. So on September 3rd, the Common Council introduced ordinance number 12144 to repeal and replace the existing MBC overlay zone with a new MBC zone designation for the same 4 parcels. The new zone is being implemented for 2 primary reasons. 1 is to adjust the bulk criteria to account for the land swap with the owners of Lot 2, which is currently privately owned. This is so the city can control the entirety of the tract. So when it sells the property at auction, the prospective developer will have the rights to the entire property. And the second purpose is to modify the zoning from an overlay zone to a new zone that would maximize the city's affordable housing credits for the site. This new MBC zone is intended to keep the original vision and zoning framework of the overlay zone, I'll note the several modifications, which I would offer are relatively minor, include slight tweaks to the density and FAR requirements to achieve the original development yield. Again, due to the land swap, the tract is losing about 2,900 square feet, so we had to account and adjust for that loss of land area, which density and FAR use as a factor. It's to provide clarification in a few areas of the ordinance with respect to parking and other areas. And finally, to adjust the three-story height requirement to allow for an office building. So for instance, in a three-story office building format, to account for 14-foot floor heights, we've adjusted the height for such buildings to 42 feet, where previously the ordinance allowed for 3 stories and 36 feet. I mentioned the MLUL requirement to, again, the board's task is to identify to the extent to which the ordinance might be inconsistent with the master plan and offer any recommendations to the council for consideration. I'll note that the site is included in the city's adopted 2025 Housing Element Fair Share Plan, which is a component of the master plan. Again, the zoning is very similar to the existing overlay zone, which the board previously deemed to be consistent with the master plan. And in addition to the housing element, we also reviewed the 2000 master plan, 2015 downtown improvement plan, and 2016 reexamination report, which include such relevant themes as placing the site in a gateway to the downtown and a transitional area between surrounding neighborhoods and the CRBD, to encourage a balanced development pattern, to encourage residential densities and development at appropriate scales, to promote mixed-use development of this particular area of the city, and then finally to promote aesthetic enhancements in the city. So without that,
Mr.
without
Warner, do you have
further
anything to
ado,
add?
Just very quickly, as the chair mentioned, this is not, this is a master plan consistency review. It is not a public hearing. The public hearing takes place on second reading of the ordinance before the governing body at a later date. But nevertheless, I would like to swear Mr. Behrens in a little bit belatedly. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you already gave, as well as that which you will be giving, no doubt is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And the opinions you were referencing with respect to master plan consistency, would it be fair to say that those are encapsulated in your September 6, 2025 memorandum to the board?
I would agree with that.
Okay, and it remains your opinion as a professional planner in the state of New Jersey and our planner that this particular ordinance is not inconsistent with the master plan?
I would agree with that also.
Okay, and for the reasons stated and set forth in your September 6 memorandum?
Yes.
And, Mr. Chairman, I did draft for this one as well as the one to come, master plan consistency review to come. I did draft a resolution, so should the board find that indeed this ordinance is not inconsistent with the master plan, we do have that draft resolution that was circulated amongst the board members, so you can go right to motion, second, and roll call vote on that resolution, which would memorialize the not inconsistent opinion that you were just given by your planner, but the board is free to make any determination it wishes, as well as make additional recommendations should it so desire.
Okay. With that, I'll offer board members the opportunity, if you have questions or brief comments in alignment with or potentially opposed to what had been presented there. Any quick comments? The left side, try the right side. John, don't worry, no expectation to step up. Maybe I'll just help to bring it together, as I know we did address this in the earlier September meeting, but as referenced in Mr. Barron's memorandum, a couple of items certainly stood out to me with regard to the not inconsistency here for the ordinance. With regard, drawn particularly first from the 2000 master plan, the desire to balance growth and development opportunities with an established pattern of development and existing infrastructure, given the location of those particular parcels and the lengthy conversation, I'll say, the city has had and residents have contributed to around for what they see the future of that potential development is certainly something worth drawing attention to. Within the 2015 downtown improvement plan, there's reference to parking policies to promote district economic vitality. Both elements of that particular call out are thoughtfully contemplated within This particular rezoning sensitivity to parking, which is a perennial challenge here in Summit, but one we're really putting some extra elbow grease into. But then even beyond just development, the holistic economic impact that we think a developed site can have for those particular parcels. And then finally, I would draw attention in the 2016 master plan revision and reexamination. Point 12, build economic resiliency by supporting reinvestment. We as a community have had a number of conversations about what reinvestment can look like in terms of the role of the municipality versus private entities, and think that the path that this rezoning really outlays for us puts us on a real positive trajectory that respects the number of competing interests and will really ultimately align with the intent of the master plan in its many iterations. So with that, and given the fact that Steve's already prepared a resolution for us, thank you, Steve, I would invite a motion, a second, before we entertain a roll call vote with regard to the not inconsistency of this ordinance.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second, okay. And Jessica, when you're ready, we'll do a roll call vote.
Vice Chair Bolson Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Fagan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamlet,
Yes.
Ms. Bowen,
Yes.
Mr. Dalmasso,
Yes.
Mr. Stern,
Yes.
Mr. Staunton,
Yes.
Mr. LaJoy,
Yes.
Chairman Spur.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Next item, Historic Preservation Ordinance Master Plan Consistency Review. So I will similarly pass this over. Do you want it first, Steve, or should we give it to Mr.
Well, you know what,
Burns?
we'll swear you in again,
Swear?
so I'm not belated this time.
Do it right
Please
this
raise
time.
your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And same as before, I guess, would be appropriate. It's a referral, not a public hearing. It's a consistency review pursuant to Section 26, and the hearing takes place with respect to this ordinance, as it did with the other, before the governing body, the Common Council, at a later date. I don't have that date in front of me.
Okay, Mr. Burns?
I have that date in front of me.
Mr. Barron's is going to share that date along with his opinion.
So, and this is with regard to the Historic Preservation Ordinance that was introduced by the Common Council on September 3rd. So that's specifically ordinance number 12049, which is intended to repeal the city's existing Historic Preservation Commission section of the ordinance with a new Historic Preservation Ordinance located in Chapter 35, Development Regulations. I note that during the preparation of the most recent DRO, it was always intended that the city would relocate its historic preservation requirements to the DRO, and that's what this ordinance intends to do. The ordinance maintains the Historic Preservation Commission's advisory status, where it will continue to review relevant planning board and zoning board of adjustment applications. The HPC will also be tasked with reviewing certain types of building permit applications, including demolition permit applications. I'll note the HPC review is generally limited to the exterior of buildings and structures where they can be observed primarily from the street or the front of the property. The HPC will have the opportunity to provide information and recommendations where it feels warranted. The HPC will also provide education and primarily discourage the demolition of historic buildings and removal of the historic fabric of existing structures. The ordinance also features new administrative procedures and requirements for HPC review, and it also formally designates historic sites and districts that are identified in the city's 2000 historic preservation element of the master plan. And I'll note for the record that the ordinance does not reduce the ability of anyone to improve their property or strip anyone of their development rights, again, as the HPC will remain an advisory body. So with respect to the master plan review of the ordinance, I'll note that our office did submit a memorandum dated September 6th to the board for its consideration, which gives a lengthy overview of all the relevant master plan considerations. I don't need to read all of those, but I'll note that the review includes recognition of Purpose J of the Municipal Land Use Law, which is to promote the conservation of historic sites and districts, open space, energy resources, et cetera, et cetera. We'll leave it at that. It also specifically calls for the adoption of an ordinance very similar to this and granting the HPC the advisory powers that are incorporated into the ordinance. And it also calls for the formal designation of the historic sites and districts that are identified in the 2000 historic preservation element of the master plan, and ultimately is intended to preserve the character of the city, which is a way of summarizing all of the several master plan goals and objectives that are listed in our memorandum.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, as with the prior ordinance, Mr. Behrens, let us know if it's your opinion as a professional planner licensed and in good standing in the state of New Jersey and our city planner, if it's your opinion that this ordinance is not inconsistent with the master plan for the reasons you stated, as well as those set forth in your September 6, 2025 memorandum.
That's correct.
And again, we do have a resolution. We actually were able to keep both of them to one page. I think that may be a first for me personally. But and it does find that the ordinance, if the board so finds, is not inconsistent with the master plan. So you can proceed to motion second and roll call vote on the resolution itself. But of course, as before, should you have any inconsistency opinions or any additional matters that you wish to address vis-a-vis your role as the planning board, looking at the consistency of the ordinance, please do so. You have that authority under the municipal land use law.
I'll let our vice chair have the last word on it, so that means I have to get just ahead of her here for a couple lines.
Appropriate.
As I know, she is a passionate defender of all things historic preservation, so we're
Happens
grateful
to
to
be
have
my
her.
biz.
That's right. But I think Tom's memo and his testimony here has done a good job highlighting any number of ways with which this new set of mechanisms help us as the City of Summit honor a commitment to historic preservation, which is an ongoing conversation, but one that I think is taking a positive incremental step forward here. It strikes a really, for me, an important balance. It maintains the HPC's advisory status, respects the fact that the review contemplated here is limited, but does the noble job of aiming to raise awareness and educating the diversity of stakeholders that can be positively contributing to historic preservation here in the community. So we had heard back at the September 3rd meeting, the ordinance was introduced by Councilman Pulowski. He did a nice job summarizing that this is the output of many months, maybe years, dare I say,
Many
of effort and a lot of input from a lot of different individuals. It's still a pilot program of sorts, so there's still further lessons to learn, but one I think that does an admirable job really demonstrating the commitment to historic preservation that we have, and is certainly in alignment with the master plan. So please don't refute anything I said, but maybe you have a little something you'd like to add. I want to make sure you have the last word on historic preservation.
As you all know, I am a historic preservation specialist, and I work for the National Park Service. And it's nice to see that there's a nod to a little more emphasis on keeping our character in Summit, which was goal number 1 in our reexamination. And this is something that can do that. It can also maintain a variety of housing stock, building stock, that if we don't maintain it, then everything will become somewhat monolithic and similar and presumably the same size, et cetera. Don't get me going. I think this is a nice, small step forward, and it's certainly consistent with the master plan.
Wonderful. Mr. LaJoy, you have something that your esteemed chair and vice chair didn't cover?
Yes.
Okay, please.
No, I just like to note for the public that this is a very important ordinance in that there was no constraint on demolition permits being issued before this ordinance. And so at least before a home or a structure is completely demolished, it will get a look. And I think that's very important in a city like Summit. And I compliment both the council and the Historic Preservation Commission for pursuing this and getting it done.
Excellent. Any further comments, questions? Okay. With that, I would invite a motion to find the ordinance not inconsistent with Summit's master plan and
So
adopt
moved.
the resolution. So moved. I heard a so moved from our vice chair.
Second.
Second. Okay, and roll call vote, if you would. Jessica.
Vice Chair Bolson-Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Fagan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamlet,
Yes.
Ms. Bowen,
Yes.
Mr. Dalmasso,
Yes.
Mr. Stern,
Yes.
Mr. Staunton,
Yes.
Mr. LaJoy,
Yes.
Chairman Spur.
Yes. All right, wonderful. We're going to jump ahead just a little bit in the agenda. We have one item under resolutions for memorialization. I can't remember when these folks actually came through. It was a
July
couple-
28th,
July
actually.
20
We may have had a meeting that was canceled in the midst.
We take August off, so, yeah, got to recoup here. This is simply just us, the planning board, memorializing the resolution that had already been adopted. Did anyone have any questions? This typically is not something we spend any time on, but.
It was an extension, just for the benefit of the public, and a reminder for everybody, since it's been a couple of months. It was an extension, a 2-year extension of the second general development plan approval applicable to the property of Bristol Myers Squibb Company, BMS, which is lots 1, 92, 93, and 94, block 701, 556 Morris Avenue. I suspect everyone knows where it is.
Okay. So barring any kind of procedural questions, the resolution had already been adopted. We're simply memorializing it as is the case.
Correct. This resolution will memorialize the decision of the board granting that extension on July 28th. I'm going to assume Jessica has the board members who are eligible to vote. I think it was 7-0, so those 7, if they're here, or those of which are here, they can vote.
Okay, with that, we'll take a motion and a second, and then proceed to a roll call vote.
Do you want to, Jessica, do you have handy who the 7 are? Or who's here tonight who can vote on that?
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't here on that day, so should I vote? That's when I had.
No,
been voting.
This would only be the 7,
Eligible
from the
voting
7 members, those of us who are here this evening, who are the 7 members who voted to approve this extension on July 28th.
You were on vacation.
I wasn't here. Maybe we wait until we get a list of who's here. I wasn't here. Because it sounds like we don't have. I can go.
You don't have the list? You want to get the list? If we could double check quickly?
We're going to double check
Come back.
quickly then. I'll talk on another matter for a moment to give Ms. Sands a moment to check that. If we look further down the agenda this evening, there was anticipated closed session discussion on the housing element and fair share mediation process. I forgot to mention that at the outset. As the public knows, Summit duly adopted and had endorsed by our governing body a housing element and fair share plan with respect to the 4th round affordable housing obligation. We adopted that at the appropriate time frame. The challenge period had closed. Summit found itself with 3 challengers. All this is publicly available information. And we are now currently in the mediation process. The news I have to share with you is the first mediation session was today. I haven't heard an update yet from the mediation team, so there really isn't any news to share at this moment. But I would expect, not to put any pressure on the mayor and council president McTiernan, the next governing body meeting is an appropriate time to engage there. For what we can share publicly, the mediation process is confidential between the city and the challenging parties, guided by the program judge, the planner he's working with. So no news, unfortunately, to share at this process, but naturally, as we can, we'll solicit public input and continue to move that process to a satisfactory conclusion, hopefully sooner than later. Any progress, Jessica, or shall I filibuster a little more?
Don't let me start tap dancing, Mr. Chairman. We know that.
No, I want to see
I
that.
wasn't here, so, I know I wasn't here.
I think I would.
The eligible members to vote are Mr. Stern, Mr. Dalmaso, Chairman Spur, Vice Chair Balson Alvarez, Mayor Fagan, and Mr. LaJoy.
Okay, more than enough.
All right, so with that, we want a motion and a second, and then the eligible voting members will vote accordingly.
Yeah.
So, moved.
Sorry, thank you.
Second.
Go ahead.
Okay.
And then just the eligible voting members.
Okay. Mr. Stern,
Yes.
Mr. Dalmaso,
Yes.
Chairman Spur,
Yes.
Vice Chair Balson Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Fagan,
Yes.
Mr. LaJoy.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we've been snuck in a housing element update for you there, so we're really knocking them out then. Next on our agenda, what you've all been waiting for, the Tatlock Field Lights Capital Project Review. Mr. Simon, if you'd like to take a front row seat, you're welcome certainly as well, or whatever's most convenient for you to access the podium. I'll offer just a quick discussion of the procedural, how we'll structure the process for this particular agenda item, and then Steve's got all kinds of fun legalists to share with you. I promise you, John, a slight legal education this evening, so we've got enough attorneys, I think, among us to accomplish that task.
There's probably a punchline there somewhere, but we're not
Leave it
going to touch
alone.
it.
Save your
we're
ammo
not
for
gonna
later.
touch it.
That's right. So this is characterized after quite a bit of research and deliberation, and as Steve will expand upon it, as a capital project review. This procedurally will feel like a standard land use application, will feel like it, in the sense that we will invite, and these are small a, we're applicant, the city in this case, to offer their presentation of the capital project for us to conduct our review. That'll comprise any expert witness testimony they wish to present. Those experts will be sworn in. Members of the interested public following our board professionals, the board members will have the opportunity to ask questions of any expert witnesses, but you will not be offered the opportunity to offer any commentary at that point. We're going to withhold comments until the end of the proceedings. After the applicant has offered their presentation, we'll offer likely we have an objecting party the opportunity to present their case in a sense. And at that point as well, we'll similarly offer board members, board professionals the opportunity to ask questions. The public then, after that point, will be able to offer similarly questions of any objecting witnesses. And when we all wrap it up with a nice tight bow, we will offer a public comment section. Give you a chance to come up. You'll be sworn in. You'll speak your piece I'd ask for under 3 minutes if you can, just out of respect for time. And that's how we will conduct it. For those that are accustomed to land use, that's a pretty standard process to hear applications. But again, some of the terminology I'm using here isn't exactly fit for what we're going to undertake this evening. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Warner, who will give you a little bit more context as to, importantly, what the board is considering this evening and how we can be successful in achieving that before he turns into a pumpkin at 11 p.m. on
Oh, I don't, never, not even at 2 in the morning. No.
Mr. Warner.
The body shape aside. Yes, this is a capital project review under Section 31A. Whenever the planning board shall have adopted any portion of the master plan, as we have, the governing body in this case, having jurisdiction over the subject matter before taking any action necessitating the expenditure of public funds incidental to the location, character, or extent of a project, shall refer the action, as the city has done, the Common Council has done, shall refer the action involving such specific project to the planning board for review and recommendation in conjunction with its master plan, and such body shall not act, that being the Common Council, until 45 days have elapsed after such reference without receiving the planning board's recommendation. It is a capital project review. It is not a master plan consistency review. It is not a courtesy review. Under Section 10A, capital project reviews specifically require a public hearing. However, while it requires a public hearing, it is not an application for development, as are many of the public hearings we hear when private applicants come for development applications. Therefore, the applicant, the city, was not required to give MLUL notice, but of course this is an Open Public Meeting Act, an open public meeting under the Open Public Meetings Act, and it's our regular meeting duly noticed at the beginning of the year with our calendar published in 2 newspapers. So the board's role is recommendatory. The review and the recommendations, we cannot approve or deny. We don't have that authority on a capital project review. We only have the authority to review it and to make recommendations. We cannot impose conditions. We've done this before, frankly, so you're familiar with the process, but I want to remind everybody of the process. The board can recommend conditions, but the assumption is that the city is generally exempt from zoning requirements, and hence that's why it's a referral under 31A, not something different. And we can make those recommendations to make the project even more consistent with, if that's your determination, the master plan to whatever extent possible. And I'm taking that from applicable case law. Bear with me. And I did mention Section 10A, it is a public hearing, so the procedure will take place similar, very similar to a land development application public hearing, as the chair stated. It's somewhat unique in my experience because, as is public knowledge, there is litigation pending related to this matter. And that litigation, as I understand it, was initially commenced against the city and has since been amended to include both the zoning board and this planning board. So the planning board is currently a defendant in litigation by the objectors organization with respect to this matter. To be specific, Tatlock Community Preservation Association, a New Jersey nonprofit corporation, is the plaintiff, and now the City of Summit Board of Adjustment, and the Planning Board of the City of Summit, this board, are defendants. That said, does not change, in my opinion, the fact that we have a statutory obligation, and that statute, being the municipal land use law, that statutory obligation is to hear that capital project review public hearing, as we would any other capital project review by way of a public hearing. It's also my understanding that it's at least alleged that the matter involves in some way, shape, or form not only the city, but also private entities, that allegation being made by the objectors group. The reason I raise that is, in addition to the capital project review and recommendations I discussed pursuant to Section 31A, there is a case, Hills of Troy v. Parsippany, and its progeny, Hills of Troy versus Parsippany, 392 NJ Super 593. It's a law division case, 2005, wherein this board may be asked to, in addition to the capital project review findings, make a determination the extent to which the city's exercise of its exemption from zoning remains reasonable, notwithstanding the at least allegation, if not evidence, of there being some private involvement in addition to the public involvement. So that, I think, covers it. Once you're citing cases, that's probably, we want to start wrapping up soon thereafter, because that's when people tend to lose patience with the attorneys. So that hopefully gives you an idea of what is forthcoming. Again, public hearing, we have representatives from the city, city solicitor, and witnesses. We have the organization I mentioned, who I understand has counsel and at least one, if not more, witnesses. We'll find out, and certainly our members of the public. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back to you.
Excellent.
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Balsamo, right?
So, we can't approve or deny. We cannot do conditions. We can only do recommendations. And if we do recommendations of some kind, rather than conditions, we send them over to the governing body.
Well,
They can just use those recommendations or not at their discretion, correct?
recommendations.
That's the extent of our power.
That's the extent of the authority of a planning board in a capital project review. Also, just perhaps to state the obvious, we are a quasi-judicial body and we're a hybrid legislative and judicial quasi-judicial body as well. But we don't bring cases. Cases come to us, so to speak. So this is not an application for development that came to us. This is a capital project review that came to us, that was brought to us. So we hear it, and within that authority, when I say we can't approve or deny, what I mean is we don't have that authority. It will be reviewed, and the recommendations, if any, will be made. They'll be memorialized in a resolution, and a recommendation is a recommendation. It may or may not be adhered to. One will wait and find out.
Thank you.
Another
Chairman.
question.
Please.
Can you please provide guidance on the objective attorney and whether or not their scope has to be limited to whether or not our finding is whether it's consistent or not inconsistent with the master plan, so that we have guidance on those questions?
Well, it's a little more than just consistency on the master plan, but again, the capital project review is for review and recommendation in conjunction with the master plan. So you may make other recommendations beyond, I find it consistent with the master plan or what have you. But certainly, Objectors Council is experienced and certainly should understand, and if need be, if there's a difference of opinion, we'll address it, that the scope of a capital project review. It's not an application for development. Allegations appear to have been made in the complaint. I'm not going to discuss the litigation, that it might be something different or more, what have you, but the fact of the matter is, what is before us is a capital project review, so the public hearing should be limited to that capital project review.
Mr. LaJoy.
Just for clarification, Mr. Warner, I'm assuming, so please tell me if I'm wrong, that like the city, like any other board, when a lawsuit's filed, it's the board, the entity that's being sued, not the members, correct?
That is correct.
All right. I'm really excited to hear from the city. Now that we've said our piece,
Yes.
maybe you just Heather introduce yourself, and
Hi.
I'll let you go.
Yes. Good evening, board members. I'm Heather Goldstein from Cleary Geocove, representing the city of Summit. As you know, the city is here for a capital project review under New Jersey NJSA 4055D-31A. In connection with the lighting, the proposed lighting on Tatlock Field. The city is addressing the demands of the community since there is a need for more field space. There are longer sports seasons, there's more travel teams, more participation in youth sports. Most of the city of Summit fields are being used at maximum capacity, and other alternatives, in fact 27, have been reviewed to determine the possible shortage. There is no other viable alternative. Specifically, this project consists of lighting for 2 fields at Tatlock Field, the upper field and the lower field. For the upper field, the light poles at each corner will be replaced, and for the lower field, there will be new poles and lighting since there's none currently. The lights will all be LED downward-facing poles between 70 feet and 80 feet. Tonight you will hear from 3 witnesses. Ryan Marsh, who is the lighting expert from Musco Engineering, Mark Ozorowski, Director of Department of Community Programs, and Aaron Schrager, who is the Borough Engineer. At this time, I would like to call Ryan Marsh, the lighting expert from Musco Engineering.
And, Mr. Chairman, if you have, if I may, I can swear in all 3 witnesses together with our board professionals right now, and then if there's any further swearing in to be done by other witnesses, I'll swear them in later. So if our engineer and planner, as well as the 3 individual witnesses on behalf of the city just mentioned, if you'll all raise your right hand, do all of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, all 5 of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right answer. All right. I think we're going to hear from Mr. Marsh now from Musco Lighting. Sorry we don't have a seat for you, but hope you'll indulge us there.
And if you could start with your full name and address, business address is fine for the record.
Okay, Ryan Marsh, Musco Lighting, and the business address, I believe, is 211 West 2nd Avenue, Oskaloosa, Iowa.
Thank you. Mr. Marsh, can you describe your educational background?
I am a degreed mechanical engineer from Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Worcester, Massachusetts. And I have worked at Musco Lighting for over 27 years. the first 25, 26 in the engineering department doing the lighting designs for fields like Tatlock Field, and just recently moved into a sales role, sales manager role.
Thank you. What certifications do you hold?
I am lighting certified by the Illuminating Engineering Society. So,
And that's a national certification?
yes, it is.
And have you ever testified in New Jersey?
I have once before. I
At this
don't
ti-
know the date. It's been a while.
At this time, I would like to ask if the board accepts Mr. Marsh as an expert in lighting.
And just, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, you're being sought to be introduced and accepted as an expert engineer?
Engineer
in
in
lighting?
lighting.
Or why don't I leave it to the city solicitor to explain exactly what you're seeking to have him accepted?
Lighting expert?
Lighting expert, I would say, because he has a can you describe your certification in more detail, or?
Again, lighting certified is a qualification that is bestowed upon individuals by the Illuminating Engineering Society as to whether you're an expert. You take a rigorous test, pass, fail.
An expert in lighting?
In lighting.
Okay, just generally in lighting?
Generally in lighting. There are, if I remember correctly, when I took it, there were probably 2 sports lighting questions on a 4-hour test, so.
Okay, and you testified previously in the state of New Jersey, you said, was that in court or before a land use board?
Land use board.
Okay, and were you accepted in the field of lighting as an expert? Same
Yes.
as you're being sought to be accepted here?
Yes.
So you have that previous acceptance as an expert in
Correct.
that field, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Simon, on behalf of, well, you haven't entered an appearance yet, but if I understand correctly, you're appearing on behalf of, why don't you tell us who you're appearing, but on behalf of, and then you could tell us whether or not you have any objection to Mr. Marsh being accepted as an expert in the field of lighting by this board in connection with this public hearing on this capital project review. Tatlock Community Preservation Association. Got it.
Why'd I even have to stay?
There you go. Why-
Members of the board, good evening. Rob Simon from Herald Law here on behalf of Tatlock Community Preservation Association. Thank you for recognizing me, members of the board, Mr. Warner. I just have some questions I do for Mr. Marsh in terms of qualification.
So are you
I d-
objecting or you're seeking to
Steve.
voir dire him?
Well, I'm going to seek the voir dire and then I can take my position.
Okay. My recommendation to the board is this is a public hearing, so a brief voir dire. If he's not going to accept them, or if he's may object, that's his right on behalf of his client.
Right. Just in terms of qualifications.
Understood. That's all, that's all it should be.
Right.
Step forward, Mr. Marsh. You'll need to use the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Marsh, do you have a degree in electrical engineering?
No, I do not. It's mechanical.
And are you licensed in the state of New Jersey in the field of mechanical engineering or any other engineering?
I'm not licensed anywhere.
And with regard to your comment about testifying in New Jersey once before, where was that?
I don't recall which township it was for. It's been over 10 years. I would have to go back to my records to find out.
And did you prepare photometric exhibits at the time for that application?
I believe I was the one who prepared the photometric exhibits.
For that application?
For that
10 years ago?
application.
Okay, you don't remember what county it was in?
No, I do not.
And do you recall being qualified as an actual expert in the field of lighting, or do you not recall that one way or another?
I believe I was accepted, so I don't know how that 10 years ago what the terminology or what they said accepted me as.
So just based on, thank you, Mr. Marsh. Just based on those results, I do, or those responses, I do, at least at this point, take issue with Mr. Marsh being qualified as an expert. Certainly, he's permitted to testify. And in full disclosure, it may turn out that I may change my opinion. But I just want to reserve my right to continue to object to the extent that it's warranted with regard to his qualifications as an expert.
And my advice to the board is the objector can reserve their right to do so as a practical matter, to the extent that the board finds that he has knowledge above the general ken. We'll use the word ken. The general knowledge of we laypersons, I'm certainly a layperson with respect to lighting, but the board members can speak for themselves, that he can benefit and render opinions in order to help facilitate the resolution of this capital project review. The board can certainly accept him as an expert, and he can proceed accordingly, notwithstanding the potential objection on behalf of the objector by Mr. Simon. So that's my advice to the board. Mr. Chairman, you can check with the board and see if the board accepts him as an expert.
Do you need a motion?
We don't need a motion. The chair can
Right.
get the consensus of the board.
I'm inclined to accept him as an expert in lighting generally, given his educational background, certainly extensive professional experience, and hope he's degree, right? His certifications, relevant certifications as well, and hope that Mr. Simon is proven pleasantly surprised by the testimony that's provided. So unless there's an objection by the board, we would accept you as an expert on lighting and welcome your testimony led by Ms. Goldstein. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add to that there's nothing in the municipal land use law that requires a New Jersey state license in order to provide expert testimony.
Thank you.
And I take it when you say that, you're not specifically referring to engineering, but
Right,
the fact of the
correct.
matter that experts may or may not be licensed
As a lighting expert.
in order to provide expert testimony in court or for that matter before a board, correct?
Correct.
Just hold for 1 second, Ms. Goldstein. Yes.
Yes, I would imagine that he's representing the plans that were done by the appropriate engineers from Musco. I know we couldn't have that specific person.
I think
Ms.
we're going to
Goldstein's
hear
gonna
from
hear-
them.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
As a planning board, separate and independent, as we're operating separate and independent from the common council,
Got it.
we're hearing the application as an independent autonomous body.
Okay. Let's do it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Marsh, I'm going to turn everyone's attention to the Musco Lighting Solutions Tatlock Park presentation, which is on the screen.
And this has been previously submitted to the board, and I believe is marked, I don't know what it's marked actually, A1.
Well, it's going to be marked tonight, I guess. So we'll mark it A1?
Sure.
probably. A1.
And it's a PowerPoint presentation, is it? Looks that way to me
It's a
so far.
presentation, yes.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed.
If you can, okay, Mr. Marsh, can you explain the evolution of the glare control technology?
Yes, this is representative of Musco's evolution of glare control from 1977 to the current technology. While, 2026 is not
And I'm sorry to
25.
interrupt, but can we just go back to the heading so that we can have it identified, the first page? Okay, Musco Lighting Solutions, Tatlock Park, that's the title, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Please proceed with your testimony.
So from 1977 to 2013, pretty much everybody's been using metal halide technology. And as Musco evolved, our concern was about neighborhood light pollution, spill control. And as you can see, we developed the technology to harness that light and put more light on the field and less light off the field, whether it be in the night sky or in a neighbor's backyard. So in '89, we introduced some inserts in the bottom of the fixture that took that, where you can see in 1977, that light is reflecting off of the bottom of the fixture right towards your eye. Now that light is being redirected down to the field. Then we added visors, 2 different types, one for moderate spill control and one for more extreme spill
Can
control.
you just give us the years that you're
Yeah,
reading?
1989 was the visors for the spill control. I believe he's got Jefferson School was done non-Musco 2003. So in 2005, we came out with a new metal halide technology, new fixture technology, where we were able to reduce the number of fixtures because we were harnessing so much more of the light and putting it on the field. We reduced the number of fixtures by 40% needed to light a field to the same light level. And as referenced by the slide, Glenside Avenue at high school in 2007 used that technology. 2013, LED fixture is used at Tatlock Tennis. That's currently in use. The fixture came out in 2013. The tennis was lit in 2015.
And the technology has advanced since then, correct?
Correct.
And the technology that would be for these lights proposed would be the new technology, correct?
Correct.
Could you switch it to the next slide? Can you please describe this slide, Mr. Marsh?
So what we're showing here is the history of the evolution of the technology, and it is showing the number of fixtures required for each technology to put the same light level at the same distance in front of each pole on the field. So back in 1977, it would have taken 5 of those metal halide fixtures up to the LED system today, which the Musco LED system, there's 2 fixtures there. While you cannot see them, you can see that there's light on the pole, but the fixtures are shielded such that you can't even see them. So 2 LED fixtures replaces the 5 metal halide from 1977.
So you're saying 2 LED fixtures now would replace?
Correct.
And does this show the lack of spillage with the light?
Yes, it does.
And the lack of glare?
Correct.
Can you please, can you describe this slide, please, Mr. Marsh?
This is showing 2 different LED manufacturers, one Musco and another other LED manufacturer. And without proper glare control, you can see what happens with an uncontrolled fixture there compared to the Musco on the left.
I take it Musco's on the left? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
This-
Yes, please describe this.
So this is the 1500 watt fixture that is being proposed on the design. It shows the graphical representation, physical size, and then just a photo of the actual fixture with a visor. Extreme cutoff. At this angle, you can't see the diodes, the light source, where the light is being generated.
Can you explain it in layman's terms, like what a diode is?
The diode is the chip that the electrical current's going through that generates the light energy that then is produced. So I believe on this fixture there's 300 some odd diodes on there in order to generate the amount of light needed.
And this is also showing like the lack of spillage and the glare?
It's just showing the cutoff with the visor, yes.
If I may, Chair, is it fair to assume that this is what's proposed for
Yes, it is.
Tatlock Field?
That's the 1500 watt. I believe there's also a couple of different wattages that are also there, but they follow the same concept. It's just different sizes, number of diodes that are being used.
For all the poles, both the replacement and the new ones?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to skip this because we're talking about this in the contour map. That one too. Just go with it. Yes, that, okay. Can you describe what this slide is?
So this is just showing the light spill from above and how you can see the cutoff. It's, you know, high school in New Jersey. I can't see the city name, but Central Regional High School football, and how the light is contained within the field and the track area, and there's minimal light spillage to the surrounding areas.
And this is similar to what would be proposed at Tatlock Field.
Yes.
Is this another image similar?
Yes,
to what would
that's another image just showing the control of the light. I believe this one probably has more light on the track corners
Right.
than Tatlock's going to have.
And speaking of the track, is there a dimmer on these lights?
Yes, the system will be able to be dimmed, have various dimming settings.
So when the field is not being used for a game and the track is being used, the lights would be dimmed? Or
Well,
could
for
be
the,
dimmed?
yes, they could be dimmed. The setup is designed such that the track lighting is separate for after-hour usage for public walking on the track. So much less light than that.
And what is this?
This is just showing from the opposite side of the field, how when you're looking across and you can see the other poles, you can see that the lights are on, but you're experiencing no glare from those fixtures. So it's just demonstrating the cutoff of the fixture. And this is within the property. That's the bleachers, so we're not even off-site yet for that, so.
Thank you. And I believe this.
That's
may
an
be the last-
off-site
Yeah,
photo.
this is off-site. So would this be, approximately how far is that?
I don't know the distance that that photo was taken
Right,
at, so I
okay.
can't comment.
But it would be from, obviously not in the
Correct.
field.
I'm sorry, she didn't finish. Let her finish the
Oh,
question
sorry.
before you answer it.
Sure,
please.
I
Thank
just
you.
said it's not from inside the field.
Correct.
Thank you. Now if you could put up, no, the lighting plan.
So what's coming up next?
Yes,
We'll
if we-
have is applicants A2?
Yes, if we
Sorry.
could mark this as A2, and it's lighting summary and field maps from Musco. Go back to the date. It's dated August 6, 2025. If you could go to page 8. Yeah, no, have both of you. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and what page is this?
Page 8,
Page 8?
yes. Mr. Marsh, can you explain what this is a picture of?
So this is the calculated combined light levels from both the upper field and the lower field, the light spillage at the property line along the far side of the street.
Okay.
And it assumes no blockage, no trees, that is straight line of sight.
And if I can point out, for each field, there's 2 poles that are 70 feet and 2 poles that are 80 feet.
I believe that is correct.
Can you explain why there's
So
different-
the poles on the lower field, F1 and F2, are 80 feet because they are directed towards the neighbors. So we want the better ability to control the light and direct it down towards the field.
Just pause for a second, Mr. Marsh. Just have any other question, just navigating? Yeah.
Just, it's navigation.
Yeah,
pure.
please.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're marking the right exhibit. So, I see the exhibit, which is multi-pages, project summary, and then I'm seeing something very different on the screen, that's why I just wanted to.
Yeah, I have
What's on the screen, I don't have.
Yeah, bear with me one sec, because, counsel, I have something, I'm assuming I got with the board member Scott. The first page, it says bottom right project summary. The top left, it says Tatlock Park multipurpose fields. Is that the
Yes.
first page?
Yes.
Okay, and then we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, 5, 6, 7, 8. My page 8 says aluminum, after a few pages of project summary, we have illumination, actually after one page of project summary, we have illumination summary at the bottom right for a bunch of pages, is that correct? That's the exhibit you're putting up, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
There we go. Okay, so my page 8 does have what, thank you. If you can, it's moving around like crazy. Okay, in the top left there, it says equipment list for areas shown. And then the top right, it says Tatlock Park multipurpose fields, grid summary, illumination summary. Okay, that looks like my page 8.
Yes.
I'm oriented. Mr. Simon, do you have that document?
I'm not.
All right, we'll ask Mr. Gui to take it slow then for you if you're seeing this.
It looks right to me. It looks like page 8 to me.
So is this,
Check your dates on
We got a later version. Did he not get the later version? Remember there was something said, just, ask just. on the website. No, but does he?
okay,
We're
That
good?
might be the
so it
difference.
was updated. Hold on.
August,
Okay.
that's August 6th, 25?
Yes.
Yes, that's what we're looking at.
Right, so what you're referring to, just again, not trying to.
Please, yeah, for navigation.
August 6, 2025, version of Tatlock Park multipurpose fields.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you, appreciate that.
No, good. We want to make
Yes.
sure that all members of the public and counsel for the group can navigate and follow along. This is a public hearing. We make sure everybody's able to participate fully. So, thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Simon. I think we could continue.
Yes. And this is marked as A2. Just
Yep, A2.
Okay.
Please continue.
go back to okay. So we're talking about the different heights of 70 feet versus 80 feet and why.
For using the 80-foot poles that are directed, the lights are directed towards the neighbors. By using 80-foot, it gives us better ability to control the light and direct it down to the field and minimize the spill light, and glare to the neighboring properties. For the 70-foot poles, we're directing those lights away from, so we don't need to be as tall, plus with the visors, you get a little backlight off of the visors. So we're trying to direct light away from the neighbors.
Could you point out S1234 and F1234, which ones are the 70s and which ones are the 80s?
Yes, F1 and F2 are the 80-foot poles. S3 and 4 are the 80s, and I believe
Yes.
that is because there's a negative elevation on the, I guess it's the east side of that field. There's a retaining wall, and there is, the mounting height becomes more than 70. It's not a 10-foot negative. I believe it's a 7. Which page would that be, show more accurately? Page 7 shows just the upper field. And you see in the equipment listing up in the upper left, it shows a elevation of -7 feet for S3 and S4.
Bit up there.
Yes.
So
Thank
S
you.
is the upper and F is the lower, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Soccer and football.
Ah.
Ah,
We're very creative with our naming conventions here.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Can you describe it says 0.0?
So that is 0 horizontal foot candles. Again, the combined light spillage from both fields, assuming no blockage. We don't have the way to replicate the trees, the blockage in there, so assuming worst case scenario, you have a bad storm come through, all the trees are gone. You get a infestation, emerald ash borer, whatever. You got to take them all down. So no trees.
So there would be 0 spillage on the other side to the left of 0.0, correct?
Correct.
And when you say foot candles, can you describe in simple terms what?
It's the amount of light that one candle would put out in a square foot. So, that's it.
Thank you. Go to the contour map. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You know what, a second. I'm sorry, go back, yeah, I think I can, go to the last page. Yes, this.
We're back on page 8?
9.
Now we're on
No.
page 9 of
Okay,
A2.
Thank you.
This is just the layout, and it shows the aiming lines of each fixture and how they're aimed so that they are directed.
The aiming
Just-
lines represent the direction that the light is cast on the field.
Each individual fixture, in which direction it's aimed.
Has no real
and-
bearing on any kind of glare or any height.
It's not a calculation thing, it's just a graphical representation of how we would intend to aim the lights.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could go to the contour map.
We're gonna let them go first. Us.
And now we're, if I can mark the contour map of Musco Lighting as A3. Mr. Marsh, can you describe this page, please?
So what we did here is to put a grid covering the entire field to take the light out to 0.
And this
We-
is page 1?
Page
This is
one.
page 1, would be the
Yes.
lower field.
Bear with me.
Okay, oh, sorry.
We have a multi-page exhibit that's also a PowerPoint, and illumination summary on the bottom right, I guess, of all the pages. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 pages, yep.
Yes.
Okay, and we're on page 1 of A3. Okay, and A3, we are calling
September 15th.
September 15th.
September 15th. date.
2025.
Okay.
Wait, bear with me, one at a time. The September 15th is the date of this exhibit, this 5-page exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And it's, we're calling it what now? A3?
Musco contour map.
Contour map,
A3.
okay.
Mr. Simon, yes. Just could come to the microphone real quick.
The one that I got,
Yeah.
I think from the website,
Okay.
actually, the one I have is dated November 22nd, 2024.
Okay.
So I'm just asking if they have an extra copy.
I don't know if,
They don't? That's okay.
Wait, I'm sorry. Jessica, do you know what date it was put on the website?
They were put on this morning.
The newest ones?
I just opened it. It's September 15th, 25.
Yeah.
It's on the website.
Wait, they were put on this morning? Well,
There,
Do we have any copies for Mr. Simon? Or any other members of the public?
did you make copies?
I only brought board member copies.
Did you share that?
Yeah,
Do we
you
have
can
an
look
extra
at
one
mine.
that the
You can
board
borrow
can
mine.
spare?
If it's, we can save a little time, is it precisely the same as the?
It's very similar.
Well, wait. Maybe the expert can tell us.
My understanding is that there was a pre-construction meeting on site and one pole location needed to be moved.
Okay.
And I can't
One
remember.
pole, one pole location was moved, otherwise it's
Slightly.
the same?
Yeah,
Okay.
a few feet. So the plans were revised.
Mr. Simon, you
to
can, we can get you a copy if you want one, it's your call.
Mr. Simon,
It's very similar.
I think she's already got one,
let's say
Counselor.
Mr. LaJoy is going to give Mr. Simon a copy.
Hand delivered by a board member, it doesn't get any better. Okay.
That's service for you. All right, let's continue.
And board members can share. Okay.
You can't see it.
You can't see it.
I had to do it on my computer.
Please proceed.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so this grid goes out beyond the playing field, goes out to 0-foot candles. We're showing a tighter grid to show how the light dissipates as it, as you go from the playing field to outside of the playing field and towards the neighbors. The illumination summary shows that there's a maximum of 70-foot candles, and of course that's on the field, and the minimum of 0. The dark blue line is 0.0 foot candles.
Okay,
So
that's around the perimeter
That's
of
a
the
contour
field?
line, yes. So, and as you can see on the street there, it reaches 0.0 before it gets to the opposite side of the street.
And these numbers are measurements of foot candles?
Foot candles, yes. And then the same thing was done for the upper field.
It's the next page. This is page 2 of
I think it's page 3.
page 3.
Page 3 is the upper field?
Yes, there's a, am I correct in saying that? Page 2 just is the layout of the field without the numbers, but still showing the contour line, makes it easier to see where the contour line is. So page
Page 3
3,
is the upper field, correct?
upper field with the numbers, page 4 is the upper field without the numbers, but still the contour line.
And again, that contour line signifies 0-foot candles from there and beyond, correct?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And that would mean that there is no spillage beyond the contour line, correct?
Correct.
And just may I ask, does these zeros extend well into the conservation area, correct?
Correct.
Continue the testimony, though. We'll offer first the board professionals, then the board members, and then members of the interested, well, actually, first our objecting attorney, and then members of the interested public the opportunity to ask questions. So please continue, Ms. Colson.
Yes. Would you say that the proposed lights would meet dark sky certification?
Based on my experience, this design has a high probability of achieving dark sky certification. I can't say for fact because dark sky does the certification. We give them an electronic file and they deem it pass-fail. But based on our experience and my experience doing lighting designs, that this design has been done in a way that it would meet the dark sky outdoor sports lighting program certification.
Now I'm going to, I believe we're done with A3. I'm going to ask you going to go over some recommendations from Tom Behrens in a memorandum dated September 6, 2025, to see if.
That's our board planner, correct?
Yes, to see if the proposed lights would meet the planner's recommendations. I don't think we need to mark this as an exhibit.
No, it was submitted more than 10 days in advance of this evening, so, and it's our board planner's report.
And to clarify, the recommendations offered for the board's consideration, that they might
Right.
share those recommendations with the
Right.
council.
It's from your September 6th memo, correct?
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
So, on page 3 of Mr. Barron's memorandum, he has some recommendations regarding installation of new field lighting. One would be regulating the hours of field lighting to shut off at a time that is deemed appropriate to minimize impacts to surrounding properties.
This is page 3, correct?
Yes. Would these proposed lights be able to meet that recommendation?
The system comes with a lighting control system that includes the ability to schedule the lights more than 7 days in advance, use an app for control, computer, 24/7 call center to control the lights.
So, yes.
Yes.
So, and similar in number 2, could these light fixtures be dimmed to the minimum levels at certain times?
Yes, they can.
And is it a remote, the dimmer, like is it?
It can be done through the app, it can be done through the scheduling, and the dimming levels can be chosen by the owner. We usually set the standard at 75, 50, and 25, I believe, or something
When you,
like that.
when you say 75, 50?
75%, sorry. So we got
75%.
100% and 75% and, yeah, either a 50 or a 25%, just kind of depends. And then, again, the owner may choose to vary from that. We can adjust that remotely.
So for instance, when the football field is not being used and if the track was being used, it could be dimmed appropriately.
It could.
Number 3 of Mr. Barron's memorandum discusses appropriate shielding and positioning to focus lighting on the play areas for safety and to minimize off-site glare. Would these lights meet that recommendation?
Yes.
And that's, the 4th recommendation really discusses mitigating off-site glare, and I believe that you discussed that and showed the technology in the presentation.
Yes.
And I mean, the 5th, it talks about additional landscape buffering and or street trees, and that's something that also could be provided to minimize glare. It's not really
That's
your
out- yes,
saying.
that's
It's not
out of my
really
scope.
out of your, okay. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Marsh.
Okay. First, we're going to offer our board planner and board engineer the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions, anything you think would benefit the board and its function tonight. So, Tom, you wrote a memo. Do you want to take the first swing at it? And
Put
then
me in
we'll
the hot
agree?
seat here. Well, I'll offer that, the explanation is, from my perspective, fairly self-explanatory. We understood where the location of the lighting would be, the nature of the fixtures, the heights, and the measures to control the glare and potential impacts to surrounding neighborhood, which we understand is a concern. And I believe that Mr. Marsh has explained how Musco intends to minimize any of those impacts to the point that there may not even be any. We saw the various diagrams, for lack of a better term, which show that there'll be no light spillage onto those properties, surrounding residential properties, and that they're a modern lighting fixture that can be controlled in a number of ways, and really in an effort to direct the lighting directly onto the field and not impact anywhere beyond the field itself.
Okay. That's helpful context. Now, Marie, can we do any better?
I don't know that it's a contest, but could you talk about the temperature of the lighting? Is it warm? Is it cold? And who is that better for?
It is a 5,700 Kelvin light source, which again is allowed under the dark sky outdoor sports lighting program. So it's a cool white light. It's a very efficient, it's one of the more efficient diode combinations
So is that
to provide more lumens per watt,
okay.
in a sense of
I'm sorry, to
build it-
provide more.
more lumens per watt, and so that we can use fewer fixtures, use less kW for the end user.
And is there any reason, in your professional opinion, that it should be changed to a cooler light or a warmer light, depending on the location of it, the sports that are being played on it?
No, this application doesn't, I don't feel needs that. And part of the, the outdoor sports lighting program is that Dark Sky has identified that sports lighting, it's not a dusk to dawn type of sport. So not a dusk to dawn type of application, such that there's usually a curfew time, the lights go off, so we're not in a situation of parking lots, roadways, environmental impact zones where you would need a warmer light for the natural habitat, flora and fauna.
Okay, thank you. When you were showing me the lighting lines
Yes.
and where the 0-foot candles were, I felt that maybe it was the line was farther than you needed it. Because I'm looking at where you have the 0-foot candles, it looks like it's on the other side of the street, which is further away from the neighbors. Is that true? And how am I not reading that correctly?
Well, I guess we went to both extremes to show, here's the property line, it's 0. Now, where does it actually get to 0 before then? And it does, so that's even better.
Yes.
But
okay.
to show the property line as 0, to show that 0 actually happens before the property line we felt helpful as well.
I see. So what you're saying is that it is showing 0 before the property line.
Correct.
And you were just being more conservative to show, as
I
an
mean,
exhibit.
just showing both.
Okay. Is there any reason to show any compounding of the lights? There's tennis court lights that are already there on site, parking lot lights, and then the 2 field lights. Is there any reason to show any illumination levels that would exhibit the cumulative effect of all those lights on the property?
Well, with the light spillage at the property line, we're showing the cumulative effect of both fields.
Okay.
And that's at 0. And then the tennis court is even further removed from those, and it is, in a sense, fully shielded, so there's not going to be a contribution there. From a standpoint of the parking lot lights, you've also got the street lights. The street lights are going to put more light on the properties than the sports lighting will, and do already. We don't have we don't know what product that is. We don't know the manufacturer or the wattage.
You mean the one on the tennis courts?
We know the
Jane?
tennis courts, that's ours.
Oh, okay.
But I'm talking about the parking lot
I
lighting
see.
or even street lighting. So it would be a little hard for us to model that as a cumulative effect.
Okay. And I think that's all I had.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fay. Any questions from members of the board for this expert in lighting? Ms. Fallon?
On your very first PowerPoint on the second page, David. Not that second. Can you go back? Okay. Does the highlighting on the bottom, where you're highlighting the grass, is that
I'm sorry, just for the record, that's page 4, I think, correct? On the 4?
A1,
Yep.
I believe.
Of A1, thank you, Mr.
Does the
Chairman.
highlighting of the grass mean anything, or is that just artwork?
That is light on the grass, and it should be that the light from all, 7 poles, is the same quantity at the same distance away.
Okay.
It was designed such that there was a center focal point. Those poles are set up in a somewhat of an arc and all aimed to a common point, such that they would, if on individually, would have the same amount of light represented at that same point at the same distance from each
Okay,
pole.
so the ones in the middle have a teeny bit more spillage than the one.
Well,
to
I
the
think
right.
it's just more of the angle of the viewer that you can see. Well, they've got more contribution from the ones around them. So that's where
Oh, okay.
it's
okay.
all combined in front of the middle poles.
And then, David, I think it's the next page, it's the one that shows the fixture.
That one.
Is that the largest of the fixtures?
That is the largest.
Okay.
And that's page 6 of A1?
6.
Thank you.
And then I had a question about, I have one more question on here, but then. No? Okay. The next one is just sort of a general question, thinking about the neighbors.
Mhm.
As I remember that street, I actually spent a lot of time at John's house many years ago. And those are split levels and some 2 stories. So can you tell me if I'm in my kitchen on the first floor, or I'm watching TV in my living room, which presumably will be on my first floor, what am I going to see out the window that I don't see now? And the lights are on. You
And
know,
the
it's-
lights are on. You're going to be able, just like, if we go back, like, that page, no, that page is fine. Like,
Page, give us a number.
5, page
5.
5. The photo on the left, you're going to see that there is light on the field. You will be able to know that inherently, if it's dark out and the field is bright, that the field is lit, right? But in looking at those poles, you're not going to see any light. You're not going to see the light source pointed into your living room window.
So is it your contention, and I'm just trying to learn, is it your contention that if I have my TV in such a way, am I going to have to think about moving which wall my TV is on the basis of those lights being on? The
No.
glare coming to,
No.
okay. So if I'm lying down on my second floor, if I have a child who's lying down and in the front looking at the lights, this is just my own bugaboo and I live far away from the lights.
Yes.
If I'm lying in bed, am I going to be staring at that light bulb?
No, on the second floor, you're even going to be better off than the first because the geometry of the light is that it's directed down. So as you move up, you're getting above that angle of what you may or may not see.
Okay.
Your
And
worst
then-
case would be to be as close to the ground, trying to look up under the visor of the lights.
So if I were, say, in my basement, looking out my window or something like that?
Even then, I'm not sure that you could see it. You're probably going to have to cross the street or get up to the fence.
Right, I was just
or-
trying to imagine what
Yes,
this would be.
I mean, it's a geometry thing, just the angle of the closer you get, the better you are
Okay.
going to be able to see up under the visor and see the
And then I
light
have a
source.
general question for you. Just in your 28 years of knowledge on doing this, where would you say we're on the learning curve of this technology? Is there something right around the corner that might be
I'm
markedly
not
better?
aware of anything right around the corner. I think right now, as far as LED goes, the biggest challenge that we had in the beginning, going back to the 2013 when we first introduced LED, which is page 3. No, go back one more. Page 3 is that it was a lumens per watt thing. So being efficient with getting more light out of the fixture to be efficient with the number of fixtures being used on a pole, the amount of energy being used. And we've pretty much, I would say right now, we're kind of tapped out. You know, we're not making huge changes in the amount of lumens per watt that we're getting out of LEDs these days.
Okay. And then my last question, on a lot of these charts, so page 3 of the original PDF we have, you talk about the
Is that A1?
A1. You talk about the above field versus the size, which is 70 or 80.
Yes.
And the above field, which goes from 70 to 100. And I'm wondering, for the 100-foot pole, which I'm assuming is because of grade, you have to have a 100-foot pole, would that change my analysis if I'm on a second-floor bedroom, if I'm on a first-floor living room? Is that going to change what I'm going to see out my window?
Oh, okay.
And just to pause for a second, Mr. Marsh, this is A3, I believe? Just
No,
switching to
this was A2, page 8.
A2, page 8, thank you.
Okay, so the 100 is relative to, when this is put together, is assuming that 0 grade is the lower field, and that the upper field is approximately 20 feet above the lower field in grade elevation, thus making the mounting height of the poles on the upper field seem like they're 100-foot tall compared to the lower field. So if you're standing on the lower field, again, it's geometry and perspective. We're saying if you're right next to it, it's a 100-foot mounting height relative to the lower field. If you're standing there, you might not notice it because of the distance and perspective.
Okay.
Does that help answer that?
I'm just, it's not going to change my view from my first floor or my kitchen or my second floor?
No.
Okay.
It's still, I mean, it's still physically an 80-foot pole and two 80-foot poles and two 70-foot poles. It's a mounting height that is relative to the lower field. So you add in the 80-foot mounting height plus the 20-foot grade elevation relative to the lower field gets you the 100-foot.
Okay. That's all I had.
Great. Thank you, Susan. Mr. LaJoy?
No.
I just have one question relative to our engineer's comment.
Just speak into the microphone. Sorry, Mr. LaJoy.
I just have one question relevant to the engineer's comment that the existing lights on the upper field are going away. So there won't be, it was unclear to me whether you were suggesting that there was spillage from the old lights and the new lights. The old lights are gone.
Right, yes. No, I was asking about the tennis court. I think the tennis
Oh.
court has lights on it?
Yes.
Right, so I
That
was
is
asking
correct.
if you had the tennis court lights, is that taken into account with these ISO lines?
Great. Thank you for the clarification. So we're creeping up to you, Ms. Balsar. Do you have a question? Go
Yes,
ahead.
I
Yep,
do.
Go ahead.
So, learning a lot. Can you go to A1, page 2, I think it is?
That's 3. No, Pete.
A1.
Here,
It's the one where you have just the poles and you're getting a view from a
Okay.
distance.
yeah,
That?
there we go.
No,
Page-
not the comparative poles, but just the ones that you're proposing, that are just on the landscape. Isn't that A1? Yeah, this one.
Oh, page, no, back. It's the Musco
That
versus
one.
other. That one, or?
Well, that's good, that'll work.
Okay,
What page are we on, A1?
13.
13. Page 13? Of A1? Oh, okay.
That'll work. So just to, because, talking about the foot candles, that's been very helpful in explaining where the lack of spillage is. You're
Correct.
really lighting the field. So I think you've shown that very clearly. But from a distance, when you're looking from the community towards the field, and to my colleague's point in here, what is that going to look like? It does look like some light is visible, not just on the ground.
What you're seeing there is the reflected light off of the visors of the fixtures on the bottom crossarm. So you've got 2 rows of fixtures. You got fixtures on the top crossarm and fixtures on the bottom crossarm. And so you're getting some reflected light off of the top of the visor on the fixtures below.
Okay. Just to make it clear, so if you had tree height poles, not 70-foot poles or 80-foot poles, but you had 40-foot poles or something like that, or 35-foot poles, where, okay, they're kind of tree height, we're not going to see them from the distance from far away. What happens to your light angles, and what does that do to view sheds for the community?
Well, you've got competing things there. So you're either going to you're going to have like 40-foot poles, and you're going to aim them short, and the middle of the field's dark, the fields aren't playable, and then you're asking, why did we even put lights on there? Or you stretch them out, and you're going to have glare to the neighbors, and then now you've got light on the field. And it also does become a problem for the participants on the field, because now you've increased the amount of glare. The pole heights are down closer to their line of sight from a playability thing. By having the 70s and 80s, they're up and out of the way. You're looking at the field, the lights are off to the side and they're out of their line of sight for play. So when you lower the lights down and then you start stretching the fixtures out, it then becomes a hazard
of
for
light out.
players.
You're gonna have more spillage.
Yeah, you're going to have more spillage off-site, but you're also
And
going to
more
have glare on field, which could be a hazard to the participants.
Okay, so that's interesting to learn that the taller they are, the less effect, really. But you also mentioned that the bottom is where it's the brightest, obviously, because you are literally lighting the field. So the
Correct.
field is the brightest thing. So if you're walking along, they're playing, you're seeing a bright field.
Right.
So that might lead us to think that maybe, 12 evergreens might not be sufficient to, maybe mitigate some of that. That might be something that we might want to recommend, I don't know, but something to think about, for the community around the field.
Will Mr. Schrager provide testimony with regard to landscaping?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we can hold that thought for Mr.
Yep.
Schrager. Excellent.
I think that's all I have.
Mr. Stern?
Just one question. We talked a lot about the lights, obviously, but what's the noise level that's going to be from?
So the LED uses an electronic driver. It's the older technology, the metal halide, used a ballast and capacitor system. And a lot of people, what you're thinking from the noise is that the ballast would start to hum. And you would hear this hum, and you have a ballast mounted at 10 feet. It's close to the, it's only 10 feet up the pole, so it's either close to the bleachers or would be close to the neighbors. And that humming noise would be a ballast going bad or that has delaminated. So, because it's just a piece of iron core with the wires wrapped around it to, so.
And how's it powered?
Powered electricity, just
But there's no generator, there's no.
no generation, no, just your standard, your regular, and again, I don't presume to know where the power's coming from. You're gonna drop a transformer, put a distribution panel in, just, distribution panel like it's in your house, but for the correct voltage, whatever's available, and then wires run to the pole, and,
Mr. Warner, I think I had a clear.
No, I
clarifying
want
question.
him, well, I want him to finish, but thank you, Mr.
Yeah, please, no.
Were you finished?
Yeah.
Answering Mr. Stern's question? Okay, so just so I'm clear, what you're saying is that you are using the electric driver, you are not using the old ballast
Correct.
system, and therefore you are not going to have the
That noise.
hum, correct?
correct.
Okay. Got it.
Any other questions? You don't have to? Okay, wonderful. We can use then this opportunity to invite Mr. Simon if you have any questions for.
Questions, can we take this 5-minute break?
You would like a 5-minute break after the questions or before?
Definitely before.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. All right, thank you.
They're careful, man. You're gonna lose a knee.
Okay, everyone. Oh no, we have one missing board member. There's always one. Ms. Paulson Alvarez.
She's just getting water.
Not allowed. Sorry, could I ask the chair's permission? We're just waiting for one more board member, then we'll kick back in. Yeah, of course. Mr. Marsh, you're going to be back on. Mr. Simon may have a couple of clarifying questions. Okay, all right. I see a vice chair, which would constitute the board's membership for the evening, which is wonderful. Mr. Simon, if you have questions for our lighting expert, Mr. Marsh, we would welcome them.
You share the mic.
Yeah, does that mic work, David, do you know? Okay. Let's try that. You guys don't have to get too cozy there.
It's okay. It's all good. Okay, Mr. Morris, thank you for your testimony. So, have you been to Tatlock Field?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and how many times have you been to Tatlock?
I went there this afternoon.
Okay. Was this afternoon the first time you've been to the site?
Correct.
Okay. And this afternoon, when you went to the site, how long were you there for?
Oh, 20 to 30 minutes
Okay. And at what times were you there, sir?
this afternoon.
I know, do you recall what time specifically?
About 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon.
So were you there from 4 to 5?
In between 4 and
4 and
5
5,
for a half hour.
Okay, so it was during daylight hours that you were there?
That is
Okay,
correct.
so you've not been to the site during the evening, correct?
No.
And was, so school was not in session at the time when you were there?
I cannot
You don't
speak to
know.
whether school was in session. The football field was in use. They were practicing on the soccer field as well. The tennis courts were in use.
No, no lights were being used at the time at the tennis courts or otherwise, correct? And with regard to these exhibits, and I apologize in advance for jumping around.
That's
I'll
fine.
do my best, I promise.
That's fine.
So let's start with A1. So you did not prepare A1, correct?
Correct.
And it says on the first page, it's prepared by Bob Zoller.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when Mr. Zoller prepared this exhibit?
I believe it was submitted last year.
Okay. Do you know when Mr. Zoller prepared the exhibit?
No, I do not.
Did you work with him in preparing this exhibit?
No, I did not.
Did you take any of the photos that are on A1?
I don't believe I did, no.
And on A1, on the third page of A1, when you went over the evolution of glare control technology during your testimony, you referenced the different years, and then you mentioned Jefferson, Glenside Avenue, high school, Tatlock Tennis. Other than today, you've never been to the high school or seen the tennis courts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with regard to Jefferson School, have you ever been to Jefferson School?
No.
Okay. And Glenside Avenue, do you know what that's referring to?
No, I do not.
And let's just go page by page here. On page 4, when it says today Musco LED system, how do you know that this particular design is going to be what is installed at the fields?
So
If you do.
that was done for a demonstration purpose to show the evolution of Musco's light technology. And at the time, the reference of today Musco LED system, I'm not exactly sure what wattage of fixture was used there, but the visor control and the light control has been consistent as we have changed the design and upgraded our fixtures. So that
But you can't tell me that the visor control and the light control is going to be identical to what is shown in this today Musco LED system, correct?
I can't say 100%, no.
And on the 5th page, you don't know regarding, it says light control matters, what can be. You don't know where this photo was taken from, correct?
Sorry, Steve, can you repeat
He's
that?
saying this photo.
I'm not
we don't know what
following you.
sorry,
Can you just
that's
repeat
my
it a little
fault.
bit louder?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think I said on page,
Thank you.
that's my fault, on page 5, I believe, of
A1.
A1.
We're still on A1.
Yeah, we're still
No,
on
I,
A1.
I don't know that field.
What,
Yeah,
what,
well, sure.
Thank you.
A1. I'm going page by page on A1. And they're not, and I would normally absolutely mention the page number, but they're not numbered.
Trying to follow along.
So, doing my best. So, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, on page 5 of A1,
Correct.
okay, the left-hand photo. Do you know from how far away the photographer was to those light poles?
I do not.
And do you know when that photo was taken?
I do not.
And on page 6 of A1, when you are showing the visor, I guess, right, for the full cutoff fixture, okay, how do we know that this fixture is what is going to be installed, this type of fixture, visor?
Because that's what I said. It's that is the 1500 watt fixture. That is the 1500 watt fixture that is on the plans.
And on page, I guess, 7, I'm up to this. Okay? On page 7 of A1, there's S1 through S4, and those represent the 4 light pole locations for the upper field, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't create this
No.
design, right? And there's no scale associated with this design, so you don't know what kind of scale was used to create this design, correct?
No.
And with regard to the different colors, so there's certain markings in red, certain markings in green, certain markings in light green, certain markings in blue. Do you know what the different markings represent? Because there's no key to determine what they are.
Right. This would just be from an AutoCAD file that we were given by an engineer either, or by the city.
Okay, but you don't know, to answer my question, you don't know what these different colors represent, correct?
Well, the green is the greenery, the trees,
How do you know that?
because I've been to the site and that's
So you're.
where they are.
Okay, and you recall in the 1 hour you were there today that the tree canopies are accurately reflected on this design?
I don't know that they're accurately reflected, but there were trees in the areas where the green is indicated.
And do you know how close, let's say for S4 and S1, those pole locations, do you know how close those are to the tree canopies?
I do
And their
not.
associated root systems?
I do not.
Okay, and you're not aware of any evaluation in terms of tree impacts by these installations, correct?
No.
Okay, and you don't know what the red versus the blue represent, correct?
Well, the red is the parking lot lines.
Well, what are these yellow lines?
Yellow is also the parking lot lines.
Do you know why there's a distinction between the two?
I do not. That would, whoever created the AutoCAD file would have to speak to that.
And do you know what the blue represents?
Well, there's multiple blues. You've got a building and you've got a retaining wall,
So you think it's
fence.
is that based on your review
From
of the
being at the site,
the site
yes.
today?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't create this, correct?
No.
Similar to toward the back of A1, another colored diagram. You don't know what these colors, why there's a distinction between the different colors, correct?
No.
Is that 9 page, is that page?
Steve, I apologize, I just don't,
I know they're not numbered.
they're not numbered.
It's 2 after the one you just did. I think.
2 after the one I just did,
Okay,
that's
well,
fair.
I think it's 9. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure. And the following page, if that's page 10, so I'm referring to on A1, do you know what these different lines represent?
No, I do not.
And on page 11, that's showing Central Regional High School football, aerial view, it looks like, of a lit field. Do you know where this field's located?
Bayville, New Jersey?
Based on the
Yeah.
left box. Have you ever been to that field?
I have not.
And from this aerial, you can still see the light fixtures, correct?
Correct?
I'll ask it. Similarly, on the next to last page, I'm sorry, 3 away on A1,
12, I think.
for 3 from the end, you can see the light fixtures on each one of these light poles, correct?
Correct.
And 2 from the end and 1 from the end, you can see the light fixtures on each one of these poles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I apologize, I think a board member may have appropriately asked you this question. You don't know how far away these light poles are from where the photographer was standing, correct?
That is correct.
So, let me tell you 2 and 3. When you talk about the dimmer, right?
Yes.
Is there different, and I apologize for my ignorance, is there different settings for the dimmer? Like, or is it going from dark to really bright, like a light switch?
So it's an electronic driver. We can set it to whatever percent you want. We could set it for 52%, We could set it for 33%. We could set it for 77%. It's a percentage.
Right. And how,
About-
and how is it determined that one would advise, let's say, the city of Summit in terms of the appropriate setting, depending on sport, age of the children, practice first game, time of night?
I think that would be a combination of the end user and going out there trial and, feel like what do they feel is also appropriate from a look standpoint, where I've seen, knowing that 100% is 50-foot candles and you want something less, 50% is going to be approximately 25-foot candles.
Is there,
So-
in your experience, is there a particular lighting setting standard depending on practices versus games, age of the children, type of sport, time of day?
It's all user dependent, because a lot of times you can have a practice mode and, coach will want to say, well, I want to practice at game speed, game conditions, so you want the 50-foot candles. So they're going to go to 50, and that's what they're going to practice under.
Well, when you say game conditions, are there different game conditions? If
The standards, so the standards by IES are based on class of play, and we've determined that the football field class of play, 50-foot candles is appropriate based on,
for high school.
for high school, correct.
And what about middle school field hockey? I'm just using as an example. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just
Sure.
trying to be getting an answer.
We've done both. We've done 30-foot candles and 50-foot candles for middle school field hockey. We've also done 100-foot candles, 150-foot candles for high school football. When we're doing football, high school football in Texas, they like bright lights. Yes, they bigger stadiums, and they're going to go for higher light levels. So to say high school and put high school in the United States under one blanket statement, it doesn't necessarily work.
What about Summit High School in Union County?
I don't believe there are standards in Union County. Union County doesn't have lighting standards for,
I'm not suggesting that Union County has standards. I'm asking you what your recommendation is, if you have one.
I wouldn't have a recommendation per se, other than to say what my experience is with the high school fields that have been lit in New Jersey. Most of them, I believe, are at 50-foot candles.
And what high schools are you familiar with in New Jersey that had been lit? Fields of them.
I don't have names off the top of my head.
Any in Union County?
I don't have names off the top of my head.
Do you have any recollection, forget about names, about the?
Mr. Simon, can you
Yeah,
speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry. Yes, sure, of course.
Thanks.
Eat the mic. Do you know the capacity, the seating capacity of any of those stadiums that you're referring to?
I do not.
Do you know the type of sports that are offered by those communities where those kids are playing?
I do not know the breadth of all the varieties of sports that are offered.
Okay. Let me ask you another question about the lights per se. That, have you had experience where, depending on, for example, practices, let's say it's practice and not games, or it's youth flag football or something like that, where you would keep some of the light poles on and some of the light poles off?
No. That would not be a recommendation that we would have, because of the modeling of the sport, the modeling of the ball. The more light sources you have, the better it is for playability, the safer it is for playability to have more directional light coming from different angles so that you can model and see what you're participating in, see an object coming at you from different angles.
And is there a recommendation when no one is scheduled to be using a particular field, but you had mentioned during your direct testimony about folks using the track, right? Is there a certain lighting recommendation in terms of light levels for, let's say, walking or running on the track?
We don't have necessarily a recommendation. What we did is used our lowest wattage fixture and provided 2 fixtures per pole for coverage so that you could have full coverage around the track so that it's lit.
Mr. Simon, it may be helpful to allow ultimately Mr. Ozorowski to speak to the use cases that the municipality anticipates for this lighting. I understand you're dissecting to a substantial degree all the different scenarios that could be contemplated, but just offer a suggestion for you that you may benefit from hearing Mr. Ozorowski.
Yeah, no, I understand. I figured since the
No,
witness
appreciate your thoroughness. Absolutely.
gave testimony, I wanted to,
Please, yes,
you know,
thank you.
get his opinion. So, referring to A2, this stated, engineered design by D. Abbott. You didn't prepare A2, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't participate in the preparation of A2, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the foot candle measurements that are set forth on A2, you did not measure those, correct? You didn't come up with these numbers, right?
Correct. I already stated I did not design it.
Okay. And by the way, have you reviewed the City of Summit's ordinance or master plan?
No, I have not.
And are you familiar with any light standards or references to lighting in any of the City of Summit's planning documents?
I'm not familiar with any of that, no.
And with regard to these measurements, actually, I'm just curious, this is on, got to count. We'll start on page 5. I'm just looking at the bleachers. There's one number in red. Why is and one number in green? What do those numbers represent?
Max and min?
Okay, max is green.
Yes.
And with regard to page, I think it was page 8 of
Correct.
A2.
Correct.
Right? When you talked about the combined levels,
Yes.
how do you know that that represents the combined levels?
In the illumination summary, it says the applied circuits A, B, C, D, number of fixtures 68, which is the total number of fixtures on this project.
Okay. That doesn't include the tennis courts, correct?
That is correct.
Doesn't include parking lot lighting, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't include any path lighting that
Correct.
may be installed, right? It doesn't include any street lighting, correct?
Correct.
And these foot candle measurements that you're showing on page 8 of A2, they're not taken at the Tatlock Field property line, correct?
They're taken at the far side of the street, so the,
It's across the street, not at the property.
correct.
And do you know the difference in topography between the upper field, the lower field, and the residential properties in the surrounding area? For example, across from Butler.
I know there is a topography change, and we did take that into account when I answered the previous question about the difference in elevation from field to field. Thus, I can't say how the property line spill was drawn.
And do you know what the topography is between, let's say, the upper field and any of the residential properties across Butler? Did you do that evaluation? You didn't do the, I'll ask it this way.
Yeah.
You didn't do any evaluation or study of the elevations of the residential homes across Butler, correct?
I can't say for sure what the engineer who prepared this, how,
No, I don't want to know about him or her. I want to know, you're not, I just want to answer it directly, we can move on. You're not aware of any topography or elevation of any of the residential homes across Butler Parkway, correct?
I know there is an elevation difference.
And do you know what the elevation difference is?
I do not.
That's just
And again, on A3, dated September 15th, 2025, you did not prepare Exhibit A3, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you did not participate in the creation of A3, correct?
Correct.
You talked about, oh, by the way, you have not provided to this board in connection with this capital review application any renderings of what these lights will look like, at 70 feet and/or at 80 feet, individual fields or combined fields from the residential neighbors across the way.
To my knowledge, I have not.
Do you know if anyone at Musco was asked to create or has created any such renderings?
I do not know if anybody was asked to create them, and I do not know if anybody has created them.
When you talk about foot candles, and to your knowledge, all of these measurements are on A1, A2, and A3 are in foot candle measurements,
Correct.
right? That, a foot candle measurement of 0.0 does not mean that there is,
Is there a question? Sorry, Mr. Simon. Are you offering testimony with regard to the definition of candle?
no,
Okay.
I'm laying a foundation.
All right, thank you.
Maybe inartfully, apparently. In terms of foot candle measurements, that doesn't mean that it's pitch black in the areas where it's 0.0, correct?
I don't know your definition of pitch black.
You said, as a definition of foot candle,
Yes.
that it's a candle, 1 foot square,
Yep.
right?
The amount of light.
How many feet off the ground?
These measurements are done at 3 feet off the ground.
3 foot off the ground, right?
Yes.
So it could be that a foot candle measurement would be different, higher than 3 feet off the ground, correct? Could be.
Could be.
Right? And the foot candle measurement doesn't tell me how much light I'm going to see at the 2 fields if they're lit at the same time.
No, it
correct?
does not.
And you said that there is a high probability that.
I should correct my statement
Yeah,
there.
please, go ahead.
The horizontal foot candle measurement does not tell you how much you're going to see. All these designs have been done using the measurement of horizontal foot candles.
Thank you for the clarification. You stated that there's a high probability that the design's going to meet dark sky, outdoor sparse lighting program certification. Are you aware whether anyone has sought that certification for this particular design?
No, we have not been asked to do that, and typically that falls on the applicant. Musco does not typically submit for certification on behalf of the applicant.
You mentioned in your testimony about dimming through an app. I think you said, and I apologize, I got it wrong. Dimming through an app or scheduling. Describe first the difference between the two, if there is any.
Well, the app allows you to schedule. So you can get onto the app and you could set a schedule for tomorrow night. If the tennis courts have that control link, and I would ask, I don't know if the tennis courts have that, but that could be something that could be done.
And who typically controls that? Excuse me, when I say controls it, meaning, can set it, can turn it off, et cetera.
That it's totally up to the end user. There's typically a master scheduler, and then they can set permissions for anybody else. So they could give permission to you to even just view the schedule. So you could get the app, then you could go into the Tatlock Tennis, and all you would be able to do is look and see when it's scheduled to be on, when it's scheduled to be off. Somebody else could only have the ability, the owner could set it so that, the chairman would have the ability to do early off. If there was a schedule set until 10 p.m. and a thunderstorm comes through at 9, he could be driving by and go, shoot, let's make sure that the lights aren't running while there's a thunderstorm going on. So you could do an early off. Others could then have the ability to set schedules when an on and off is. So there's multiple people that could have access to the app, but their permissions can be controlled by the master scheduler.
So, to your point,
Speaking of the microphone, Mr. Simon, thank you.
to your point, if you have inclement weather
Correct.
and you have a washout and you have the lighting scheduled to be on until 9 o'clock at night
Yes.
and there's no game
Yes.
or no practice, is it one person that can turn off those lights? I mean, how you don't know.
It's totally the end user,
Okay.
and it could be somebody, even a concerned community member could say, hey, it's raining, the lights are on, and the park director could be in Florida, gets a phone call, he could call into ControlLink, or he could use his app and turn them off from Florida. He does not have to be there. He or she.
You stated earlier that this is, and I'm sorry if I got it wrong, this is not a dusk to dawn type of application. What do you mean by that?
Parking lots, roadways would be typically a dusk to dawn application in some cases. Parking lots for a big box store, a Walmart, a grocery store, potentially, a service station, gas station.
Okay, that's what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay. You also mentioned that there's a potential, sometimes there's a need for warmer light for natural habitat, flora and fauna. What do you mean by that?
If there's an environmentally sensitive area, turtles are a big one that come to mind. Have issues with, we do a lot of port lighting. I believe we've got a couple of ports here in New Jersey, providing lighting for the ports where the shipping containers are and making sure that the light is controlled such it's not into the water and affecting turtles. So color temperature is kind of a thing for that as well.
You have no information as to whether there's any environmentally sensitive areas near these fields, correct?
That is correct. I read the environmental study, and there was no mention that there was anything, there was mention of bats, but not that the color temperature of the lights was a concern for the bats.
Wait, so are you referring to the Eco Sciences report?
Yes,
Okay, and you reviewed that report?
I briefly read it, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that report talking about the color or temperature of lighting as impacting a determination for installation purposes with bats in the area?
No,
So there was no reference to that, correct?
I don't recall any reference to it.
And you're not aware of any light readings performed in the field for existing conditions at night?
No.
And there's no generators going to be proposed if
That question was posed by a member of the board, and just for the sake of time here, Mr. Simon, if we could avoid duplicative questions, that'd be
Well-
helpful. Thank you.
I don't,
You may have a clarification that you want to pursue, and please do but just if we
I-
can avoid
I am-
duplicative questions. that'd be-
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the board attorney. It seems that this line of questioning is wandering far away from this witness's expertise and what
It
he's
was
been-
based, he actually already testified with respect to the generator.
No,
Frankly,
but beyond that, we're talking about environmental, and that's well
well,
beyond.
frankly, the witness mentioned the Eco Science report. That's what I heard.
No, he was asked.
Yeah.
The attorney just asked that question, and he answered it. So
I don't-
what I'm saying is,
Right.
what I believe is that we are wandering way beyond what this witness was asked to testify on through Mr. Simon's line of questioning.
Mr. LaJoy, the city's council did not even object to the
I
line of questioning. I
understand.
understand you may think it, frankly, I'll defer to the chair, but I don't think he's too far afield, and I suspect Mr. Simon's about done questioning.
I'm going to object to
So,
that line of questioning
Well-
because I did not ask him about the eco-science environmental report. And that was first brought up by Mr. Simon, for the record.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simon.
Do you have any further questions, Mr.
Just-
Simon?
just so we're clear.
You were on the generator.
Right.
And you have no independent knowledge as to any programming that is current or proposed for these fields, correct?
No.
Just give me a second, please. And you're not aware of any other plans to put additional lighting at Tatlock Field for parking or pedestrian activity, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. We will offer the public the opportunity to ask any questions if they'd like, anything not covered by the board's professionals, the board itself, Mr. Simon's extensive dissection of the witness's testimony. Just questions we're taking, not testimony.
Based on his testimony, just
Just
give us your
questions.
name and address, and then please ask your question.
PJ Englert, 16 High Street.
I'm sorry, one more time?
PJ Englert, 16 High Street.
Okay. And your
Mr.
questions?
Mr. Morris, how long have you worked at Musco again? Sorry, it was 28 years?
27 plus.
27 years. Is it common that you work with teams of people that work on these reports, develop them?
Yes. I created a number of these reports myself individually for many years, and then was a manager of an engineering department and oversaw 5 to 6 engineers at a time that would create these.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the 0.0 line and how that's actually calculated? I mean, I saw it on the schedule there, but can you just explain to me how you determine that line?
Well, the contour line, the computer determines where the 0, 0 is, so that's why we put the what we call a blanket grid over the site so that it can calculate all the way out to 0, 0. And it's just taking into all the angles of the luminaires as they're aimed and the contribution at each of those measurement points. And it provides a total, and as it gets to the 0, 0 and we ask for a contour, we have the ability to add other contours, like we could have done 1 foot where it hits 1 foot candle, where it hits a half a foot candle, and then where we get to 0.0.
But the computer is designed, once you put in the parameters of the
Yes.
area, it's designed to calculate
Yep.
all that. Are those calculations done with the lights at 100%?
They are.
Okay, thank you. Are you currently being investigated by any municipality, county, state, for any testimony you've given in front of them?
I am not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Appreciate it. Just questions again. Thank you.
Hi, Dory Gagnon, 27 Bedford Road. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all being here so late tonight. I have a question for you. So, did you also do the lighting for the Tatlock upper field and the Tatlock tennis courts when Summit prepared those lights years ago?
I did not prepare the designs, no.
Okay. And that circle of the lights that shows where the lighting is going to be casted down, did you have where the cast is currently on the upper field? Did you talk about where the lights are currently casted down on the upper field at all? Where the lighting is
The
currently?
existent lighting?
Yeah, the existing lighting.
No, we don't have, I don't have information for that to do a design for that. We don't know the fixture manufacturer, the wattage of the fixture, and aiming angles, so.
But Moscow was the original.
No, not,
Oh.
the upper field is not Musco lighting.
Okay, sorry, I said the name wrong. I apologize
okay.
for that. Okay, but the current lighting is going to be a lot lower, correct? Is that what you were testifying before? The wattage? is
Less, it's going to
less?
be less spillage.
Okay,
Inherently, based on the way those fixtures are aimed, looking at them when I walk the site, it's straight out. There's, and they probably are low wattage, but the glare that they're producing, I can only imagine is very high.
and do you know what the height of those lights are currently now?
I do not, but I would guess it's somewhere 30, 40 feet, but
And the current ones are going to be, what was the height of the
the
current
new
ones?
ones
newest
would be 70 feet above the field.
Okay, so
There's some 80-foot poles, but that.
on the upper field, we're talking about the upper
Yes,
field?
the upper field, but there's two 80-foot poles because of the -7 elevation on the parking lot side. So we've got to account for that. And so we put in 80-foot poles, gives us a 73-foot mounting height.
Okay, and they are going to be
above
on
the
the
field.
same timer as the lower field, or there's going to
They
be on
can be
different
separate.
timers?
They
And
can
they're gonna
both be separate.
Okay, and has that been discussed as to what time that's going to be?
That's out of
You don't
my,
know yet?
yeah.
Okay. And then I have another question, and just so it's clarified as to what you, because they were trying to disqualify what your credentials were, I just want to make sure that you are not an expert on any ecosystem or wildlife, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gagnon. Any other questions from the public for this witness? Oh, sorry, we got one more taker, Mr. Simon. No, please, yep, we'll take you.
Hi, everyone.
Just your name and address for the
Carlos
record.
Hernandez, 85 Butler Parkway. Good night. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Great. On the, I think it's the updated summary study that has all the
A2.
the light candles. A2, thank you. I
Yeah.
can't keep up with this stuff. Each of the slide pages has a statement of guarantee performance, and it reads, the illumination described above is guaranteed per Moscow warranty documents.
Correct.
Does that stand to the zeros?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so anywhere that is a zero, if it is no zero, you're going to fix that.
That is correct.
Okay, great. And then if I go to A1, I think, the document that was A1, where it has all the pictures.
Page.
Yeah,
73,
let me
try
figure out, yeah, I wanted to.
3 or 4.
Hold on here. Yeah, I gotta find it here, because I don't know. Yeah, I'll tell you which one is it. So that would be 12 of 14?
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
One-
the
next
other
one,
one, the other
next
one. Well, it could have been any one, but that
Yeah,
one there,
sure.
you see the bleachers in blue.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
like, thank you. So
What
right,
page is this,
right
David? Sorry.
behind those bleachers, it's like pitch black according to that
Yes.
picture. Is that the way it's in reality?
Yes, it should be, yeah.
Okay.
I believe those bleachers may be a little bigger than what's at Tatlock, but again,
I like the bleachers like that.
and those poles are in front of the bleachers?
And the bleachers too, right?
So it's not the overexposure of the lights that creates the darkness behind? You're saying it would actually be that way?
It's hard to say what lights might be on the backside of the bleachers or coming from the parking lot at Tatlock or anything like that. I can't say for a fact that behind the bleachers at Tatlock would be pitch black. Again, the relative definition of pitch black,
I'm
but
just saying,
yeah,
it's gonna
right.
look like that.
very similar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Can I just follow up with that for a second?
Yes.
What you're proposing, or what our city's proposing, you're not lighting the bleachers or the track as much as this particular example.
That is correct. Yes, this has much more light on the track than, this photo has much more light on the track and the bleachers than proposed for Tatlock.
You got a clarifying question, Mr. Simon? Yes.
We were asked a couple questions about the existing lights at the upper field.
Correct.
You haven't seen any of those illuminated, correct?
Not at night, no.
Objection, we already discussed this. This was brought up before, that he testified when he was at the field.
I'd like to rephrase,
Ju-
please, go ahead.
How many light poles are currently at the upper field?
3, I believe, is what I saw.
Okay. And where are they located in relation to where the new light poles are proposed to be installed,
There
if you
is-
recall?
There is one that will be replaced by, if we have the
You can pick
S3,
whatever-
S3. It's the lower right pole as seen on the, yes, S3. That is an existing light pole there, and it will be replaced. The other 2 are towards the right end of the soccer field, like behind the netting or fencing along that walkway, as you see running on the right end of the soccer field.
So
And those are going away, and the 3 new poles in new locations.
So the ones behind the
Yes.
soccer goals, those are currently furthest from the neighbors, and those are the ones that are going away, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Oh, and one more question, I'm sorry. None of these foot candle or other measurements that are on A1 through A3, none of them measure the light that's reflected off the field itself, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
No, I don't believe. They don't measure the light that's reflected off a surface, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Marsh, with respect to A1, the presentation, A2, the illumination plan, and A3, the contour map, based upon your 28 years of experience at Musco, you are familiar with reviewing and analyzing the information on those types of maps, correct?
Yes, I've prepared my fair share.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marsh.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair share is a bit of a touchy word. Anyhow, we're happy to have you. All right. I believe we can move to the applicant's second witness. Mr. Schrader, I'm not sure who you're calling first.
Yes.
Mr. Ozarowski?
Let me just, yes.
Okay.
Wait a second, sorry.
You start with name and business address.
Mark Ozorowski, Director of Community Programs, 100 Morris Avenue, Summit, New Jersey.
Yes, Mr. Ozorowski, can you go through how long you've been working at Summit and what your positions have been?
I've been working for the City of Summit since 1999. I was the Assistant Director up until 2019, and I became the Director in the spring of 2019, up until now.
Thank you. Can you just describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor degree from Rutgers University in Health and Sports Studies.
Thank you. What sports are played at the two fields?
We have every sport is played on both of those fields. We have tackle football, flag football, recreational soccer, travel soccer, field hockey. We've got track. I think I covered them all. And that's youth and lacrosse. How could I forget lacrosse? And that's for youth as well as the high school sports.
Would you say, since you've been working at some in this capacity for so long, that there's been an increase in participation in youth sports over the years?
Yes. Just the participation numbers in all the sports have gone up. Female sports participation rates have increased. You'll see it now with all the sports seasons are overlapping. Travel soccer plays year-round. Travel baseball plays year-round. The lacrosse program is starting to do that. Football is looking to do that as well. So there's a huge increase.
And the Tatlock Site Development Plan, this has been going on for a while. That's dated back to 2014, correct?
Correct. That was done by Tom Miller and an engineering firm. He did a redevelopment plan for Tatlock. It had 14 different items in there. Lights were 2 of them, one on Upper Tatlock, one on Investors. The tennis courts were involved, the field house, the basketball court. Again, there's a number, the track, which we redid. We've already redone a lot of these items already. The bleachers were part of that, the new press box. So half of those items have already been taken care of.
And this remained in the 2018 revisions of the Tatlock Development Plan, correct?
Correct.
And was there a presentation around on October 2nd, 2018, about the Tatlock proposed lighting plan?
So in 2017, the DCP Advisory Board met with all the sport presidents, the Summit High School athletic director, and we discussed fields, how we could do better, how we could get more participation, how we could get more use out of our fields. And we had a number of different items that we discussed, but the number one item that everybody agreed upon was lighting Upper Tatlock and lighting Investors Field. After that, Elaine Anderson, who was the president of our board, came to a council meeting and made a presentation about what I just spoke about.
And were other fields looked at when, to see if there was a solution to the field shortage?
Yes.
And was there approximately like 27 different viable, different options that were looked at?
Yeah, so we really looked outside the box to try to figure out solutions to our field crisis. And yes, there were 27 different options that we looked at. You know, just a few, a sports complex at the Red Cross site, that can't happen. Create fields on the Celgene property, that couldn't happen. We were looking to use some of the private schools in town. While we can use them, it's not ideal. We can't get a lot of time on them. It's sporadic, and we need consistency. And then a number of things we did do. We added a field in between the tennis courts and the field house at Tatlock. Just looking here.
And the list is, it's been online, correct? At
Correct. Everyone can see that. Yep.
communityprograms.com?
Yes.
In fact, a lot of this information has been online to make sure that the public is advised and they can have some input if they want, correct?
Correct.
And around in February 2024, there was the first small group Tatlock community meeting, correct?
Yes.
And did you receive input from the public at that meeting?
Yes, we did.
And again, that's available online as well as all the public comments?
Yes.
And the DCP continued to have group meetings in 2024?
Yes, we had 3 other meetings with the neighbors. We had an open house where people could come in and talk to us. We did a presentation at a council meeting, and then we had a presentation in December for the entire community.
That was December 2024?
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking the witness.
Yes. December 2024, yes, sorry. I thought you meant December 24th.
And
No.
based upon your work and your over 20 years of experience, would you say that there's a public need for increased fields?
100%. So I've been the field scheduler basically since I started here. So I know the demands, I know what we have, and we're not even close to having sufficient fields for all the activities and participants that we have.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions at this time.
Thanks.
I'm not sure, Marie, if you'll have any questions
No, I don't have any
for this
questions.
particular witness. Tom, again, relative to what the board is seeking to consider here, is there any clarification or questions you might have? for
Right, as far as utilization, potential impact, so, thank you for the overview. Do you have a sense of the number of participants?
I do.
And Tom, if you can please speak
Yeah,
into the
sorry.
microphone.
And that's pertaining to all the various programs that would be served by those fields.
The Summit Lacrosse Club has 700 plus. Summit Softball Baseball League have 800 plus. Rec Soccer and the Summit Soccer Club has over 1,000. Football, tackle, flag for boys and girls, we have 500 plus. Field hockey, we're just under 200. That's just youth programs. High school, we've got boys soccer at 67. Cross country at 99, football at 98, field hockey at 52, girls soccer at 64, cheerleading, which uses the field, 23, middle school field hockey, 35, middle school cross country, 102, unified soccer, 57, girls lacrosse, 56, boys lacrosse, 55, baseball, 41, softball, 25, track and field, 141, and flag football for girls, 35.
So a few thousand kids, I didn't do the math, but that would utilize the facility presumably.
Correct.
Do you have a sense of the schedule, the lighting schedule, say 7 days a week?
We are still in the process of wiring that out.
Okay. Would you suspect that it would revolve around the seasonality of sports? For instance, having been a football player, you generally practice Monday through Thursday, get off the field around 7 p.m. There's probably 10 games in a season, half of them would be home games, for instance. Do you have a sense of when, the Friday night light games might start and end, generally?
No, I don't have that.
Okay. Would you say they'd end, well, if you don't know, I'll stop.
Yeah,
I'll stop.
yeah.
Fair enough. Going back to the seasonality question, would you expect that there would be certain parts of the year that would utilize the field more than other? For instance, during the winter, you don't have too many active sports that play outside. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. And in the summer months, it tends to be light out until about 9 p.m. Is that also accurate?
Correct.
So really, your lighting needs are mostly focused around the spring and fall months?
Yes.
presumably?
Yep.
I think that's all I have for now, as far as program.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Ozorowski. Peter?
Mr. Ostrowski, do you know which of our, Mr. Ostrowski, do you know which of our neighboring communities currently have lighted fields? I know New Providence, I believe Chatham, but do you know?
New Providence, Milburn, Scotch Plains, Westfield, just to name a few. Chatham, yeah, I don't think it's at Cougar Field, though.
Any other questions from, yep. go ahead.
Mark, can you
Councilwoman.
confirm whether or not there are bleachers on both fields?
There are large bleachers down at Investors. There's small bleachers up on Investors, or up on Upper Tatlock.
Right, so just for the public, there's not massive bleachers on the one set of fields?
And the majority, and actually, those bleachers are on the home side, so the kids are on that side. Most of the fans sit on the wall, the retaining wall.
Please.
You may not be able to answer this. I'm sorry if I'm stumping you, but do you remember kind of at what point the tipping point happened when field space became like impossible or really difficult to manage? Was it before you even got here, or was it?
So honestly, the field crisis started when we initially put the turf fields in. So that was 2005, 6, 7, around that.
One more question. You spoke a little bit to the increase in kids, participants, but did you speak at all, and if you did, I apologize, I missed it, about increasing programming over the last 2.5 decades that you've been here?
Yeah, so I didn't speak about that, but just in particular, we've got two sports that are, girls flag football just started up. The numbers were fantastic last year. They continue to increase. David, one of my assistant directors, started our travel field hockey program a couple years ago. And like I said, we're up to close to 200 people. So
we keep adding programming.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Questions on this side? Go ahead, Peter.
Mark, what would you say the safety of the kids is currently with the current light situation?
I think it is not that safe. And for any of you that know, we've got the 3 light poles on Upper Tatlock that light up about a third of the field. The only sport that can be played up there is football because it's so dim. And we've got 3 or 4 teams practicing up there in the evening. It's not right.
And then I don't know if this is a question for you, Mark, or perhaps for Aaron, but with respect to traffic, right? Sorry to open that can of worms here. Maybe the question you can answer is, given that you're the master scheduler, do you coordinate with city police so they're aware of the utilization of the field so they can anticipate any additional kind of traffic controls to ensure safe ingress and egress?
So any big events that our department holds, yes.
Okay,
The high school deals with the police officers on their own.
sure. Okay, and then there'll be more, I'm sure Aaron or others can look to address.
I just have one other quick question, and I don't know if this is for you or Aaron, but are you in fact planning to install some sort of less than some impervious type of surface so the school buses can park off of Butler Parkway in the near future?
That's an Aaron question.
Okay.
Go ahead, Deanna, yeah.
Mark, I would assume that if the lights go through, it wouldn't be your intent to fill them from 4 or 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. I'd imagine you're going to spread it. The programs will be able to spread out so that, I know when I go to flag football on a Saturday, you can't get a parking lot, you can't get a parking spot. The streets are jammed. I would imagine with lights, it would give proper spacing. I don't want to speak on behalf of you, but I would imagine you could probably space it so that it wouldn't be bumper-to-bumper traffic.
Absolutely. So, you brought up a good point. Our flag football program, we've got 8 games going on, starting at 11 o'clock. Each team has 10 kids. So you're looking at just 160 kids for that hour with their parents. The goal would be obviously to space those out and have some games during the week.
I assume that's 11 a.m.?
11 a.m., yep. And then we followed up at 12 with another 160 kids there.
I mean, we're rocking and rolling at like 8 a.m. down at Tatlock, right?
Yeah.
Even earlier.
Okay. We could exhaust board member questions. Steve, yeah. Oh,
Not on this one? Okay.
No?
And I apologize, because perhaps this, well, I don't know who this would have been, so I'll throw it out now. There were a couple of reports. One was from the construction code official. All plans must comply with current codes, and all light poles and footings must be designed to withstand wind loads. That might have been belated, but I take it that there's a witness that can confirm that from the city's perspective, maybe our Musco lighting witness, without reopening his testimony any further than just asking him that one question. Can you confirm that the city?
We'll provide a stamped foundation designed by a licensed structural engineer that certifies the poles will withstand the wind loading.
That's part of the package?
That's part of
Okay. And nothing further?
Okay. We'll open questioning to Mr. Simon if anything piqued your interest.
Thank you for your testimony. Have you determined, based on the time of the year and the sports, how many additional hours per week, month, or year that you're going to have activities under the lights?
No.
When is that going to be determined, sir?
Definitely before we turn the lights on.
And is that going to be part of any type of public process?
Yes, it'll be brought up at a council meeting, and it'll become an ordinance in town.
And is that going to be part of a public hearing, or you don't know?
No.
No, meaning I don't know, or
I'm
no?
going to object because he's asking for a legal determination as to
I'm not.
whether it would be a public hearing or not.
I'm not asking if it's, I'm asking for a legal opinion. I'm asking just what are their plans?
Well, it would have to go through proper legal formalities, and this witness is not an expert in that.
That
I didn't
address
suggest
your
he
question,
was an
Mr. Simon,
expert.
though, that
Well,
this is-
he's not an expert in the proper legal form.
Have you done any studies to date to substantiate the amount of additional hours that you're going to gain from having lights at these two fields?
Yes and no.
I'll take the yes before I take the no.
We're going to gain hours, but I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay. Do you have an estimate as to how many hours you're going to gain?
I would say 15 to 20 a week.
And is that based on 7 days a week?
Yes.
And has there been thought of what sports, what activities are going to be under the lights per se at what times?
It'll be all sports.
Will it be all age groups?
Could be, but typically we try to get the younger kids out there earlier with all of our sports, and then the older kids come on the second shift.
When you say second shift, you mean?
7 to 8:30, 8 to 9:30.
So how late will the lights be on until?
We don't know that yet.
Okay. Has there been any?
There's been talk, but we haven't solidified any times yet.
Okay. Well, do you have an idea right now as to when the lights are going to go out?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that time?
Asked and answered, sorry.
Thank you.
I asked and answered.
Yes,
I asked him a question.
you've asked this question multiple
He
times.
said yes.
I'm not going to give you a time.
You're not going to give me time?
No.
Okay. Are you going to give me the sports are going to be played under the lights?
I think I already said that.
You didn't tell me which lights, which teams, which sports.
I did say that in my presentation, but it'll be football, it'll be field hockey, it'll be flag football, it'll be rec soccer, it'll be travel soccer, it'll be field hockey, every sport that we offer.
And every sport that you offer will
It'll-
be under the lights, potentially.
At some point, yes.
And your testimony about increase in participation in sports and sports overlapping year-round, et cetera, is there any data that you're relying on to substantiate that?
There's data from the sport presidents that I deal with, yes.
Okay, is that data available to the public to review?
No.
Is there any intention to make that data available to the public to review?
We could, sure.
Objection.
What's the basis for your objection?
Well, I mean, it could be Oprah. I mean, there is a way to get the information.
Okay.
Historic usage is available, and it's on the website.
When you say historic use, what do you mean? What's available on the website?
What's available is what we have currently.
No, council, excuse me. Council just made a proffer on behalf of her client that information's available on the website. I just want to know what she's referring to.
The field use study that was presented before council in December of 2024, it's on the communityprograms.com website.
And that's what you're referring to, counsel? Answering that question?
And answering what question? I'm not a witness here, so.
You chimed in and you made a
Okay.
statement. When you said, sir, that you looked at other options, 27 options, okay, where is that investigation documented?
That's all on our website as well.
That's on communityprograms.com?
Yes.
Okay, and each one of those options is identified and explained as to why those options wouldn't work?
Yep.
And you talked about you had meetings with the public. What did the neighbors express concerns about regarding the lights, if any?
The increased usage, traffic,
Increased
Noise?
usage meaning what?
just there's going to be more play down there than what they were used to.
Traffic, you said? Noise? Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
And are you doing anything to address those concerns with increased usage, traffic, and noise?
Yes, the council's already done a number of things to alleviate some of the traffic concerns.
Okay, well, let's start with increased usage. Are you doing anything to mitigate or limit the increased usage? Propose increased usage from utilizing the lights?
Say that again?
Are you doing anything to mitigate the
No,
anticipated increased usage? And you anticipate using the two lit fields at the same time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you done any type of parking analysis as to how many parking spaces are currently on site?
no.
Do you know what you talked about the bleachers, there was a question asked before. What's the seating capacity of Investors Field?
I want to say about 1,800.
1,800. And what's the seating capacity for the upper field?
Zero. There's
There's
no.
no bleachers.
I'm sorry.
There's no bleachers.
Mr. Simon asked the witness a question. I
There-
think we're all waiting for the witness to answer the
There are
question.
no bleachers for spectators on Upper Tatlock.
Thank you.
And you've certainly, in your role, have been present for games and practices at Upper Tatlock, correct?
Correct.
Sure. And you've been there where there's been parents and spectators at the field, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to estimate, just for the upper field, how many parents, spectators, children are at the field that are not directly participating in the activity?
No,
Okay. Can you guesstimate for me?
no.
And you're not aware of any type of parking study that has ever been done for Tatlock Field, correct?
No,
No, correct?
correct.
Thank you. Okay, you talked about, so we talked about increased usage. The neighbors, you said expressed concern about traffic. How is that being addressed, if at all?
I already spoke to you about that.
What are
The
the,
council's already taken steps to alleviate the traffic concerns right now.
Planning board
Well-
membership did ask a question regarding traffic control, and I believe council had suggested that the city engineers, Mr. Aaron Traeger, would be a better witness. So to the extent that you believe Mr. Ozorowski can answer those questions,
I'm saying
we would welcome them.
he,
I understand he may have raised the prospect of traffic, but for the,
if you know, do you know what the
No.
council's doing? No. And in terms of noise, do you know how that's being addressed, if at all?
It's not right now.
And there was a field study observations document that was included with the application materials. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Are you the author of that?
No, my assistant is.
Okay. Did you participate, to what extent did you, if at all, did you participate in creating this field study observations document?
It was based on field schedules that I have done for the last 23, 4 years.
Okay. And are those field schedules that you've done for the last 23, 24 years all available at communityprograms.com?
No.
Okay. Are any of them, those field schedules, are any of them publicly available?
Yes.
Okay. And how would I be able to review those?
You could Oprah them.
The numbers that you were stating in terms of the participants for each individual sport, where are you getting those numbers from?
From our data, from the Summit High School athletic director, and from the sport presidents.
And in terms of the use of the existing, we'll call them, the existing fields that are not at Tatlock, is there schedules that are publicly available as to the use of those fields?
Yes.
Throughout the year? Are there any fields, sports fields, that are being underused in the city of Summit?
No.
Are there any fields that require additional maintenance so that they may be used more frequently?
No.
And when you allocate fields to different sports organizations, is it based on blocks of time? Like, you guys get every Tuesday from 4 to 6, just as an example, or is it just based on individual scheduling of games and practices?
Combination of the two.
And that information is all publicly available as to how those different fields are scheduled?
How it's determined?
Well, have you done any studies as to how often the fields are actually being used versus how often they're being booked?
No.
When do you anticipate using the lights?
Objection. Objection, this was already asked and answered.
I didn't ask it.
you
Not
asked,
yet.
you asked
Yes,
about
you
the
did.
You asked about the
scheduling.
time.
No, when do you anticipate using the lights?
Me personally, hopefully as soon as possible.
And other than excuse me, the field study observations that were submitted with this application, you're not aware of any other scheduling or usage information existing or proposed that was submitted to this board as part of this application, correct?
Correct.
Just give me a minute, please. You talked about, and I apologize if this was asked, because it may have been asked by someone, but I want to just clarify. So when you allow, let's say, the high school to use Investors Field for a lacrosse game, right? On a Saturday, big game. I think there was a question asked about, like, maybe Mr. LaJoya asked about like buses or something like that, and I think your response was that that's up to the high school, right?
Correct.
Okay. So what do you mean by that? In other words, I'm going to ask the question a little bit more eloquently because that was not good. If they have a sporting event, say big, medium, or small, and it's their sporting event, what are they controlling? Are they controlling traffic? Are they controlling parking?
They're controlling their event.
Their entire event?
Yes.
Okay. And what about for at night? So there was...
We don't have anything for night.
No, I'm saying, what is anticipated? Are they going to control that night
would
activity
be-
in terms of turning on the lights, turning off the lights?
Well, we would be turning on and off the lights because it's our property.
So if they schedule a lacrosse game on a Saturday night,
We would set the lights.
and if the game ends early, are the lights anticipated to stay on until the scheduled time? Or is there an opportunity to turn the lights off earlier?
There's an opportunity to turn them off earlier.
Okay, and has that been discussed as how that's going to be
No.
facilitated?
Nope.
And you, in the field study observation, it's mentioned that other private clubs, private schools utilize Tatlock Field, correct?
Nonprofit summit clubs use the field, and the 2 private schools use the field, and they pay us for that.
Summit YMCA uses the field?
No.
And do you have a breakdown in terms of currently how often the Board of Ed uses the fields versus private clubs using the fields?
It's all in the master field schedule.
So it's broken down? Okay, and that's publicly available?
It's all in the master field schedule.
And the master field schedule is publicly available, you're telling me, correct?
If you open it, you can get it.
Just give me one more second. Oh, band. Will the band be using the field at night under lights?
No, the band uses the lower high school field.
And will there be any track activities at night?
No, the track will be lit for residents only, but not enough for a track event.
And when the track is lit for residents only, have you determined what time that light is going to be turned off?
No.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. I'll just offer opportunity for members of the interest of the public ask questions to close this witness's testimony. Did you want
Yes,
to
I have a
clarify
couple-
or
I have a couple of
redirect?
questions, yes.
Well,
Yeah.
do you wanted you redirect right after the cross and reserve your right to
Oh,
do
I'm
more?
sorry.
if you?
Yes.
Your call.
Do you want to wait?
Go ahead.
All right,
I'll
let's
go
take-
after.
let's take public.
I'll go after.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, Dory Gagnon. Mark, thanks so much. That was great. For the interested public
I'm sorry,
watching.
You just have to give your address again.
Oh, sorry, in case you forgot, 27 Bedford Road.
Dan, just it's one of the rules. Thanks.
Okay, I'm a rule follower. So for people watching, I think it's really important to understand field usage, and I worked with the lacrosse team for a long time, and under.
So you're asking him a question.
I am,
That's what
so I'm
this-
getting there. So the question is, who has priority over the fields at Tatlock? Which club? Is it lacrosse or soccer, high school, middle school? Who has the first priority over the usage of those fields?
First priority is the high school athletics.
Okay, so can you explain to the public how that works?
So basically, if you're not familiar, the city owns probably 80% of the high school's fields. And they get basically priority Monday through Saturday Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6 o'clock every day. And on Saturdays, basically 8 o'clock until 12, normal practice time, unless they have games later in the day. Then
That's
they
12
have,
noon, correct?
yes. But if it's a football game, then they have it from 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock on.
Okay, can you also explain what happens when nobody's using those fields and it looks empty and a lacrosse team or somebody wants to practice during those times? And we say, hey, can we go on those fields? And we want to call you and we say, can we go on those fields? And you say, what do you say?
I say no. You can't go on them.
Okay, so they're blocked out regardless, correct?
And there are times on a Friday night, the Summit High School football team has Investors Field. Sometimes they're not out there. Sometimes they go through a walkthrough. Sometimes they're watching film and they go out for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But I'm not going to book that field with another program and potentially have to, football not be able to use it.
And is this the same for lacrosse teams, girls and boys?
Yes,
And the JV lacrosse team, where do they practice?
Upper Tatlock.
And that's for girls and boys, or
That's just for boys.
the boys? And the girls practice?
Girls are at Lower High School.
Lower high school. And then can you explain to me what happens on rain days with the high school teams and how that operates with shifting around programs and what that kind of looks like?
So rainy days, typically myself and the athletic director speak to decide whether fields are playable. And then typically what happens is we cancel and then they have to reschedule their games and it bumps out a lot of the youth programs.
And then how many grass fields are left in this town?
Memorial, Wilson, Longfield, Lincoln, Jefferson, and Franklin.
So on those rainy days, what happens to those fields usually?
We close them for the day and practices or games are canceled.
And how often are they usually closed thereafter?
Sometimes a couple days, depending upon how much rain we get.
Okay, and those are usually the youth sports, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so putting lights on Tatlock would give you the opportunity to put more youth sports or makeup rainy days, is that correct?
100% correct.
Okay. And I have a question regarding, you opened up the questioning of parking, correct? When we had all those community meetings. I know a lot of people felt that there was a parking issue on Butler. Have you addressed their parking concerns on Butler or alleviated any of those concerns?
I know the council has taken steps to alleviate a lot of the traffic on
And
Butler.
do you know, have you given any suggestions such as no parking across the neighborhood, across from their houses or anything like that to help alleviate it? And have they taken you up on any of those suggestions?
I have not.
You have not. Has Mr. Schrager maybe? I can ask him that question.
You can ask him that question.
Okay. And then lastly, is there parking up on the Washington School? Is that another parking lot that's utilized?
Yes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the interested public for this witness? Just make sure everybody else gets to play. All right, you get a second bite of the apple there, Mr. Simon.
Wait, I'm sorry, I wanted
Oh,
to
did
just
you,
redirect.
would you like to redirect?
Yes.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Simon,
Thank
for your
you.
patience.
Are the grass fields at Memorial, and I think you said Wilson,
Wilson.
would you consider that they are overused?
Yes.
And is there a danger to that?
Yeah, the safety of the kids. If the grass is worn down and there's holes and puddles accumulate.
When you mentioned the private schools, do they just use the track, or also the field?
They use the track,
Only the track?
correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Simon?
Have you considered lighting any fields other than the Tatlock fields?
No,
Why not?
because we would not light any of our grass fields.
Why
That would
not?
just, because it would be a waste of money. Because they
Why?
would get beat up. It's not smart to light grass fields if you can't rest them for a season. We don't have that luxury.
Are you aware of grass fields in the state that are lit?
Where?
I'm asking you, are you aware of grass fields that are lit?
Yes.
Okay. And
And I know in those towns that they can rest the fields for a season.
what towns are you referring to, sir?
I can tell you West Windsor because I live down there.
I'm sorry Mr. Chairman, we have a board member that's stepped away for a moment.
Sorry.
So, that's not true. But,
She's going to clear her throat and then hopefully come back in for us, so. And then I'll offer you a 5-minute recess at the close of
Maybe
this
one.
line of questioning. So, Mr. Simon, that's up to you when we get to take a break. No, just kidding. We'll welcome Vice Chair back in just a moment.
Coughing and she needed to get water.
You want to take 5 minutes?
All right, let's take 5. It's going to be 5, strict 5, though.
more from me.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, good. Mr. Chairman, quick roll call maybe, just for the record?
Sure, that'd be wonderful.
Chairman Spur,
Here.
Vice Chair Bolson Alvarez,
Here.
Mayor Fagan,
Here.
Councilmember Hamlet,
Here.
Ms. Bowen,
Yep.
Mr. Dalmasso,
Here.
Mr. Fellman is excused, Mr. LaJoy,
Here.
Mr. Sala is excused, Mr. Stern,
Here.
and Mr. Staunton.
Great. Everybody's back, Mr. Chairman.
Everyone's back. I believe Mr. Simon's going to have a few more questions for Mr. Ozorowski. We're about to hit the 11 o'clock hour, which means I will ask for a motion, a second, and a voice vote from the board membership to extend this evening's meeting. We're going to extend in 30-minute increments until the first person hits the floor, but ideally we're going to keep going to hear this full capital project review this evening. So, do we have a motion to extend for likely the first 30-minute increment?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, excellent. Mr. Simon, begin again.
I asked you about whether you consider lighting any other fields, and you said no.
Correct. Correct.
Is there a particular, and then we start
Grass.
talking about grass.
Correct.
And I had asked you about grass of other fields, and you mentioned West Windsor.
Correct.
And you're saying West Windsor High School?
Actually, their youth program.
Okay, so, and what field is grass with lights for their youth program?
Duck Pond Park. You familiar?
I am. And do you know when Duck Pond Park was lit?
No. Lit for, at, when? It
Yes,
No.
when they put lights on.
No, I don't know.
Any other fields that you're aware of that are lit with grass?
Asked and answered, objection.
Other than Duck Pond Park and West Windsor, are you aware of any other fields in the state of New Jersey that have stadium lighting on them that have grass?
No.
You know. And have you considered turfing fields other than the fields at Tatlock?
No.
Why not?
Because it would be too costly.
And what is the cost of turfing a field versus installing stadium lights at a field?
Turfing a field's about $1 million.
Okay, and how
I'm
much?
sorry, 9 what?
Turfing a field's about $1 million.
Okay.
And when you say $1 million, how do you know how that's broken down?
No. No.
Do you know when the upper field was turfed?
It was returfed in 2017.
Okay, and do you know what the cost was of that returfing?
I don't remember.
And Investors Field, do you recall when that was turfed?
The year prior, 2016-ish.
And do you know what the cost was for that turfing?
No, both of them were probably about $500,000 to $600,000. And remember, a returf is different than the initial turf because it already has the drainage.
And do you know what the cost is to install the lights
On one field,
on one field?
$600,000.
So is that times 2 or 1.2 million for 2 fields?
Approximate, yes.
And do you have instances where teams would rather play on artificial turf than natural grass?
The majority of teams want to play on synthetic turf
Okay. And why do the majority of teams want to play on synthetic turf
Because
instead
it's-
of natural grass?
because it's a truer bounce.
The synthetic turf has a truer
Yes.
bounce than
Yep.
the
And,
grass?
and unless you had the Yankee Stadium grounds crew to maintain a city-owned field, you'll never get that. You'll never get the same result as a synthetic field.
So because of teams rather playing on synthetic turf than natural grass, does that result in some of the grass fields in town tending to be underused?
No, they're still used, they're just beat up.
So they're still used on a full-time basis?
Correct.
You talked about the turf and the replacement of the turf. When is the turf on the upper field scheduled to be replaced?
Typically, you get, the warranty's 8 to 12 years. I think the initial we had, and I think we had closer to 12 to 13 on both of those fields.
So you decided to returf them after 12 or 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. And that wasn't somebody recommending that you can go beyond the warranty period?
So twice a year, we have a company that comes out that grooms our fields, and they test the sponginess, the hardness, and the softness. And there's a value where your fields are still safe. So we go by that.
So have you taken into consideration the fact that with your increased use of not one but two turf fields, as you testified to earlier, that the turfs are the synthetic turf fields are going to need to be replaced sooner than every 12 to 13 years?
No.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ozorowski. I believe there's a third witness
Yes.
from the city.
Name and business
Yes,
address
Mr.
for the record, please.
Aaron Schrager, 512 Springfield Avenue, Summit, New Jersey, 07901.
Mr. Schrager, can you please state your position at the City of Summit?
Currently Director of Engineering and Public Works within the Department of Community Services.
Can you give us your educational background?
Certainly, Bachelor's of Science in Civil Engineering from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, Worcester, Massachusetts. Licensed engineer in the state of New Jersey.
Have you ever testified before any boards in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, I have.
Are you also a professional planner?
I do have a professional planner's license, yes.
At this time, I would like to request that the board accept Mr. Schrager as an expert in the field of engineering.
Civil engineer?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and only civil engineer? Because she asked him another question about being a planner. Only civil engineer?
Yes.
Okay. And your license remains in good standing in the state of New Jersey as a civil engineer, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Simon?
No objection.
No objection by Mr. Simon, so.
We'll accept you as an expert in engineering. Thank you, Mr. Schrager.
Thank you.
With respect to the proposed lighting, can you go over what the landscaping would be, or if there would be any changes?
So in regards to the actual project, there would be no change to landscaping. Independently and separately, the Department of Community Services is working to plant, at present time, 12 evergreen trees as soon as this fall, as part of our fall planting program, which was recommended by the city forester and was included in our bids we just received, I believe, a week ago. So that would be planted, and whether this project takes place or not would still be part of the plan, if so desired by the neighborhood.
And the 12 evergreen trees, like where would they be located?
There's an area as you look, I'll say west from Butler Parkway, that there's kind of a break in the natural landscaping that does provide a view to residents there. It's in or near like number 61, if I recall. So we would fill it in there behind the fence.
In connection with the circulation for pedestrian and personal vehicles, would there be any change with respect to the proposed lighting?
No, there were not.
Would there be any drainage impacts with respect to the proposed lighting?
No, there were not.
Any change in impervious coverage?
There's a de minimis. The light poles do have a concrete base ×8, so there would be a small increase in impervious surface just by the nature of those. but there's not major site disruption, nor will it impact the overall flow of drainage, so I would label it as de minimis.
And with the 8 poles, would it be like approximately like 50 square feet or so, or?
The 3, 9, 10, probably close to 100. Yeah.
Based on your experience as an engineer, would you expect that there'd be any change in like the noise level?
Noise only relative to possibly the frequency when Department of Community Programs selects the programming for the field. But events that would take place there wouldn't be any louder than they previously are.
Would it be possible that it's actually less, it would be less noisy because of, you don't need any sort of generator or anything for the lights?
Or in regards to if it's, as opposed to a temporary lighting situation or something with generators, yes, in that regard. And the Musco expert did testify that this lighting system would generate less noise than the old hum of yesteryear.
As far as garbage and recycling, would you expect that there'd be any change with respect to the proposed lights?
Potentially based on programming. I mean, we currently collect it in conjunction with the Board of Ed. If there's more frequency needed, we can handle it and accommodate it. It wouldn't be an issue.
And would there be any sort of electrical upgrades with respect to the poles and the proposed lights?
At the main service, there would be electrical upgrade as needed for the system.
At this point, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Mr. Schrager, maybe Marie, I'll let you take the first crack at him.
Well, council
Just pull the
certainly
mic close.
covered a lot.
Pull the mic.
Council covered a lot of the questions that I had, but as far as the electrical upgrades, do you see any transformer pads or any additional impervious surface because of that?
Not that I'm aware of. Anything would be at the general area where electricity is now.
Okay, okay. You don't have to upgrade any of your panels or anything like that because of this additional?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be something better for the ultimate electric designer, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. No, that's really all I had.
Okay. Tom, anything you want to comment on or ask questions?
Maybe just, so the landscaping is the extent of the proposed improvements by the city other than the lighting at this juncture?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. In addition to the 12 evergreen plantings, if a need arose in the future to install additional supplemental planting, is that something the city would consider?
Oh, absolutely. We've already discussed doing a mix of deciduous and evergreen. These would be evergreen. It's also when we tie into the season, so if it is happening this season, meaning this season is fall season, the evergreens we could do, deciduous we could come back and look at. We also want to make sure we're mindful of the construction. If the project proceeds, we're not aware if the contractor might have to come from Butler Parkway and remove some fencing to access for those lights. So we don't want to put a dense plan or put anything that we have to remove as a result of construction. So, so until we have if there's a contractor, if the project proceeds and is selected, we would work with them. And then once completed, yes, we're absolutely open and would like to put a lot more up.
And finally, that would be in consultation with the city forester?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Questions from the board for Mr. Schrager?
I have the question which was referred to you because I know there's been some talk about putting some type of non-semi-impervious matting down for the buses to park off of Butler. Is that going to happen, or what is the plan for that?
Yes, so currently what's being proposed out of the safety committee is to revise some striping on Butler Parkway, but to just stripe an area for where the buses do pick up and drop off close to the access gate along Butler. So that's what's being pitched currently. Conceptually, there has been some discussion about building a bump out to try to provide more off the road parking area in the same vicinity. But then the desire was, if that proceeded, to use a grass paver or something to not impact impervious surface. So that is something that conceptually has been discussed both with safety and with the CPPS committee.
So that's not necessarily off the table.
Not off the table, just conceptually an idea. Right now, it hasn't been drafted.
And the only other thing is, I noticed we've lost because of storms and just age and whatever. You mentioned deciduous trees. Is there a plan to replace the ones we lose on the property?
Oh,
On any sort of regular basis?
Yes, I mean, continuously, we always look to, we are a tree city, we do have a city forester, so yes, we are always looking to replant both at the Martins Brook area or on our facilities that we have. We do like to do it at neighborhoods as well. We do get some pushback at times, so it's easier to work within our park. So yes, and we don't foresee any tree loss as a result of this project, but if there was for some unforeseen reason, we would replace it with at least one in kind, for sure.
Other board questions for Mr. Schrager?
Director Schrager, have we looked at any other areas for trees, or is that just the main area along Butler?
Relative to, for just this project or like
Yeah.
citywide? Or?
Just around this project.
There was also some proposals and considerations for additional trees up by the press box area there, so on the access road, both on the east and west side. Not proceeding at this time, but we did have quotes and ideas for that.
Okay.
So.
I would just mention, I was on, I think it was Greenfield the other day, and at the top of that cul-de-sac, it might be a good opportunity to, we have temporary parking signs all along that street, so I think the residents are happy, at least on that street, but it might be pushing traffic to other parts, I don't know, but it might be kind of nice to maybe put it on our radar screen.
Yeah, we're absolutely open to planting more trees. And when we get some green money from Union County, we have some saved up, and we do an annual program, so yes.
Questions for Director Schrager? Yep, go Paul.
Director Shager, is any plans just, look, given if these lights are on late at night, kids could be waiting around at the end of practice, waiting for their parents. Is there any plans for the city to, introduce new or elevated safety measures to just protect a little bit more?
I mean, it would be more of a question for police and possibly DCP in terms of, I mean, from a infrastructure point of view, separately, the parking lot has been surveyed for potential conceptual ideas to upgrade the parking lot, and I think that might, should or may include elements of lighting just for the parking lot. But any sort of, enforcement or patrol would come from police, so. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Simon, your time to shine.
We're never shining, that's for sure. Okay.
How many foot candles?
Right?
Mr. Schrager, thank you for your testimony. You have not prepared any type of site plan for this application, correct?
Correct, I did not.
And have you prepared any type of report that you submitted in connection with this application?
No, I have not.
And with regard to, you were present when I cross-examined the Musco representative, correct?
Correct, yes.
And if you recall, just to kind of move things around forward, I asked him some questions about some particular light poles that were going to be installed adjacent to tree canopies. Do you recall me asking him that question?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to assess whether there's going to be root damage or impacts from those particular installations of the tree canopies in that particular area?
I have not, no.
Do you know if anyone has made that analysis?
No, it's something we can gladly send the forester to do. And I think it's just the one light in particular that should be looked at.
Yeah, I think there's two. There's one. Both of them are right next to the canopies. It's hard to tell because there's no scale.
Right.
Okay. And with regard to the 12 evergreen trees that you're intending to plant, what's the height of those trees intended to be at the time of planting?
They would be, I don't want to say full size, but it's not the $5.99 version from Home Depot. It would be 8 to 10 feet, bald and burlap, so we would look to get substantial trees, but yes.
Okay. And is there an opportunity to do double rows as opposed to single rows? Have you taken a look at the area within which there's an opportunity to fill in some gaps?
Just at, like, in the area of the 12, or just sporadically? I mean, we're
Bo-
open.
Both, thank you for
Right.
saying, both in the area of the 12,
Yeah.
but also to other areas potentially that are impacting, residential areas, including along Butler.
Yes, absolutely, we're open to it. I think the 12 is just a start for the immediate, evergreen, and get it a growing season sooner than later. More, absolutely, we've looked at and would like to do.
And with regard to lighting, other than the proposed Musco lighting, is there an intention to replace or install additional lighting in the parking lot area or in the pedestrian areas in and surrounding Tatlock Field?
Not at this time.
Okay. Have you done an evaluation, has your office done an evaluation as to the need for that additional or even different illumination given advances in technology, dark spots, dark areas, especially given the intended lighting of not one but two fields?
We have not, no.
Do you know if there's any plans for that?
No, just if the parking lot is to be redone, which is, conceptually we'll be looking at through the next 6 months or so, lighting is something that would be looked at as part of
And
that.
when you say the parking lot to be redone, what do you mean by that?
Oh, well, the pavement, the main Butler parking lot, or the Tatlock parking lot, the pavement is past its useful life. We're patching it the best we can, we're sealing it the best we can, but we knew with both pending projects at the Anderson Fieldhouse and potentially this, we would wait until the conclusion of that to budget for and then redo the parking lot. And at that time, we would make sure we have ADA compliance, increase spaces if we can, tweak circulation if it makes sense, and then lighting if it makes sense as well, so.
Okay. And you're familiar certainly with the city's ordinances and master plan, correct?
Yes.
What is the current parking capacity at Tatlock?
I'm not aware of that right now. Yeah.
Okay, can you estimate for me or no?
85
Don't
or
ask,
something,
I'm
yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
I should have objected
Yeah.
sooner, but,
Well, if he
Yeah.
can estimate, I'm not trying to trick
well,
him.
he already said he's not aware of the answer, so now you're
Well-
asking him to estimate.
You can move to your next question, Mr. Simon.
Well, he estimated 85, which is good. So, based on your experience with the ordinances in Summit, do you know what the parking requirement is for the proposed use with lighting on the two fields?
I do not, no.
Have you looked into that at all, or no?
No, I have not.
And you were asked a question about circulation. You didn't participate in any way, shape, or form in any traffic study that was performed for this project, correct?
Correct, I did not.
And are you aware of any parking study or evaluation that has been conducted in connection with this proposal to light these two fields?
Yes, there was a study done by Shropshire Associates
There was,
last year.
there was a parking study done?
Oh, no, it was a traffic study, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, yes.
okay.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
first of all, you're not aware of any
Right.
parking study,
No,
correct?
correct.
And Shropshire Associates, Andy Ferranda, he didn't do any parking study, correct?
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
And with regard to a traffic study, did you review that?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I'm going to object because Mr. Schrade, he did not discuss the traffic study on direct.
Well, you asked him, because I wrote it down, I'm surprised you asked him, actually, about circulation for vehicles. And he answered the question. You opened the door, so I'm asking him the question. So with regard to circulation of vehicles, you reviewed the Shropshire Associates report, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you recall that there was level of service E and F at both Butler Parkway and the River Road intersection, as well as Butler Parkway and the Morris Avenue intersection?
I don't recall specifically the grades for all the intersections in the report, but if that's what the report says, then yes.
Okay. And do you know what it means to have a level of service of F?
Yes.
Okay, what does it mean?
That is the lowest efficiency grade for that intersection.
Right. And do you know what the associated delay is for a level of F service?
No, I forgot off the top of my head. There's a chart that sometimes I know, but not at 11 o'clock. But yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let alone 11:25. With regard to, but you don't seem to recall as we stand here tonight, 11:25, how much beyond a level of service F those intersections actually are, correct?
No,
at
I do
certain
not.
times?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to circulation for pedestrians, which you also were asked, are you aware of any study conducted with regarding pedestrian circulations during game events?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, the Shropshire did make some recommendations in there in the report, but yes.
Right. Do you recall, because I didn't see it, did you see any actual data as to any of those pedestrian observations?
I don't recall. There was a lot of pages in the appendix, but yeah.
And are you aware of existing concerns by the neighbors with public events occurring at Tatlock, including streets becoming inaccessible to emergency vehicles, cars parked illegally and infringing on driveways, buses being parked in unsafe locations, and jaywalking? Are you aware of that?
Yes, but not through residents, through the safety committee.
Okay.
So, yes.
And are there efforts being made, to your knowledge, of course, to address those concerns?
Yes, so currently there's a proposal out there to redo some of the shoulder striping to delineate the driveway specifically, to try to prevent cars that are parking within the driveway and blocking Butler residents in their own homes or from getting back into their homes. So that has been circulated to the neighborhood last week, just seeking feedback. That's something that's being proposed out of safety.
Okay, anything else at this point?
Just the aforementioned bus drop-off zone, which would just be a striped area on the opposite side of the street to prevent people from parking there, so buses can do their pickup and drop-off without stopping traffic on Butler. So.
And are you aware of locations of off-site parking during events where both fields are intended to be used simultaneously?
In terms of, am I aware that it exists or that there's an intent to use it?
Well,
or-
and like where, are you aware
Right.
where off-site parking is taking place in the areas surrounding Tatlock Field?
Not through witnessing, but I'm told on the Butler and adjacent streets or a neighborhood that becomes overflow for the Tatlock parking lot, so yes. Yeah.
Right, and is there anything that you're aware of that's addressing that, whether it's increased number of parking spaces on site or otherwise?
No, nothing physically being done. I just know through meetings at the safety committee, police are doing added patrol and signage on event days. Right.
And you were asked about noise. You didn't conduct any noise study associated with any increased use or increased sounds resulting from permanent lights, correct?
No, I did not.
And you haven't done any noise measurements of the field at any time, correct?
No, I have not.
And you talked about drop-off and pickup. Is that being done on Tatlock Field site, or is that off-site? I couldn't tell what you're referring to.
Yeah, the proposed striped area to allow bus pickup and drop-off would be on Butler Parkway, across from the area of 57, 55, 61, maybe. I might be a little off with the number. I think it might be in the lower numbers. But where there's currently a pedestrian access gate on Butler Parkway.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Simon? Any members of the interested public have questions for Mr. Schrager? name and address again.
I know
just
it's
for the
late, I'm
record.
sorry. Dory Gagnon, 27 Bedford Road. Thank you, Mr. Traeger, for your testimony. Just to clarify, are you a traffic expert?
No, I am not.
So you testified tonight on traffic, but you are not an expert on traffic, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just to clarify that. Can you also explain to me, or I guess explain a little bit, if there has ever been any noise complaints prior to the lights coming up for conversation here at council before, at City Hall, or to the mayor, maybe to you? Anybody ever complain of noise down at Tatlock or Upper Tatlock or those areas down those fields?
Not that I'm aware of, but if our department gets any complaints, we do defer them to police, so I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And have any of those neighbors on Butler, have you suggested putting up no parking signs across the street from them, their homes?
No,
That wasn't a conversation to put up no parking on one side of the street?
not through my department. It's I mean, police, it might have been discussed, it's safety, but we probably discussed it when we did the Butler Parkway project 5 years ago, but I don't recall the outcome of that. That's when we did the major road project, so,
But not now with the parking issue that's there?
no.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gagnon. Any other questions from the public for Mr. Schrager? And I'll just pose a question to the board. May I have a motion and a second to extend this evening's meeting by another 30 minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Schrager. Ms. Goldstein, any further witnesses for you to offer? No. Okay, excellent. Then I believe we're going to proceed. Mr. Simon, if you have any witnesses you would like to offer?
Yes, so, I mean, I have a bunch of comments that I'll make at the end
Okay.
regarding this process. But in terms of expert witness, I have one, a professional planning witness.
Okay.
So, unless there's any
Welcome
other
to come forward,
questions.
and we can qualify him, and you can
Okay.
begin your questioning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your name and address, business address is fine for the record.
Peter Steck, S-T-E-C-K, 80 Maplewood Avenue, Maplewood, New Jersey.
Mr. Steck, if you would, please provide the board with your areas of expertise, experience, and licensure in the field of professional.
Yes, by way of education, I have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master's in city and regional planning. I was licensed in 1976, and that license is still in effect. And I've testified before a couple hundred municipalities in New Jersey, as well as in Superior Court and Tax Court, and I've appeared in Summit on several past occasions and been accepted as an expert witness in those instances.
License remains in good standing?
As of this evening, yes.
Okay. Any further voir dire or questions from you, Mr. Simon?
No.
Any objection to the board accepting Mr. Steck as an expert in the field of professional planning?
We have no
No.
objection?
No objection.
No
Thank you.
objection from council?
Thank you. And yes, we'll accept you as an expert in planning, Mr. Steck.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Steck, the hour is late, it's after 11:30, so I'm going to ask you just to briefly, or maybe not so briefly, kind of go over, on behalf of our client, Tatlock Community Preservation Association, your observations and opinions with regard to this procedure, namely a capital review that the board is conducting this evening.
The Municipal Land Use Law, Section 31, was referenced as the basis for this hearing. As a fine point to it is that that section is triggered when you've been assigned to have a capital improvement program and that's in your master plan. While there is a budget line for this lighting and other improvements, there is no capital improvement section of your master plan. And consequently, this doesn't fit into the Section 31 provision of the municipal land use law, simply because the governing body, simply because your master plan does not have, was not directed to have, and does not have a capital improvement section on it. So the question is what should be the nature of this presentation? And what I would suggest, although the memo, the planning memo says that this project is exempt from site plan review, as I read your ordinance, it's not. Your ordinance says that 1- and 2-family homes are exempt from site plan review, but it doesn't eliminate a project like this. So number one, I do think this needs site plan approval. And I think that there may be some variances that would be associated with it. This is in an R10 zone. And as you know, the principal permitted uses are single-family detached and public parks. Your ordinance clearly makes a distinction between public and private recreation. In fact, as a conditional use in the R10 zone, it lists private recreation is only permitted in your lower density R, I think, 43, your like 1 acre residential zone. Because there are non-public entities that are using this facility, in my opinion, there's a question of whether this fits fully in the public recreation classification. Of also interest, in addition to potentially use issues, is the issue of the height of the fixtures that are being proposed, 70 and 80 feet. Your ordinance, as you know, allows only a maximum height of 15 feet for accessory structures. And let's go to a different level. Let's assume that that these are principal structures, which they're not. But let's look at the standards in Summit. And in this zone, the tallest building you can have is 35 feet. You can go up to 38 to match an existing roof line. But there is no zone, in any zone in Summit, that allows anything taller than 48 feet. So this is a significant increase in height over what is allowed in any zone in Summit. Of significance is, again, I mentioned it, this is not an exempt project from site plan review. Your ordinance has a provision describing what's exempt. This is not one of the items that's exempt. Your ordinance also has a definition of change of use. And among the features that trigger a change of use are a change in lighting intensity and also in terms of extending hours of operation by like 4 hours. Your ordinance says that that's considered a change of use. Clearly, your master plan wanted to protect residential areas. Your description of the R10 zone in your ordinance talks about the purpose, and it's to protect residential areas, knowing that sometimes there can be disturbance from non-residential uses. This is a non-residential use. If you look at your ordinance in terms of lighting, it clearly says that there can be nuisance issues because of that. As a footnote to the exhibits that were being presented, you see these diagrams that show how the light is cast on the horizontal surface, and you see a 0.0. And that's not like if you step beyond that line, all of a sudden you don't see any light. That's simply the light from the fixture that hits the ground. That's the measurement, and I presume it's accurate from a scientific point of view. But it doesn't measure the reflection from the items that you're lighting, such as the bleachers, such as the field itself. It reminds me of a case where an auto dealer was using the same metrics and saying, look, on the ground, my light's going to be only 12 foot candles. And the answer is these lights bounce off all the cars in the car windshields. So what I'm suggesting to you is not to misread that diagram that shows a 0 foot candle 3 feet above the ground. You will see something, the lights will be well lit, and in fact, the witness indicated that it only measures in one dimension. It doesn't measure the light that comes off of the other objects. So, while on the surface your job is to look at as announced at the start of this hearing, to look at the character, location, and extent of this. Those terms encompass noise, light, parking, traffic. All of those things are eligible features if this was just a capital improvement review. But in my opinion, this is more than that. This requires site plan review because it's not exempted. It will certainly trigger some kind of variance relief in terms of the height of these fixtures. We don't know how those fixtures are going to look like from the houses across the street. The applicant admitted that they have produced no renderings. They've done no renderings of what it's going to look like. And in fact, the witness from the lighting company had, as you know, hasn't prepared any of those plans, so we can't verify how accurate they are. You haven't seen the person that prepared those plans. So I would say that, number one, because there's no capital improvement portion of your master plan, the very foundation of why you're here is not present. Number two, if you look at your master plan, aside from that point, clearly there is an interest in protecting residential areas, single-family areas, and this will have an effect. According to your ordinance, this is a change in use. It's not just because your ordinance defines it that way. You extend the hours of operation by 4 hours, you change the lighting intensity. Your ordinance says that's a change of use. That deserves a review under your ordinance. And I would suggest to you, at a minimum, there are bulk variances that are triggered, and there may be a use variance that might be related to the non-public use of these facilities.
And so, Mr. Steck, with regard to the master plan and recommendations in conjunction with the master plan.
Would you just mind coming up to the microphone, just so we capture your comments, Mr. Simon? Thank you.
So, at the beginning of the hearing, Mr. Warner talked about the board's role in a capital project review as to performing a review and recommendation in conjunction with the master plan. Assuming for the moment
that the board concludes that they in fact have jurisdiction to engage and have engaged in this hearing this evening as a capital review project. In terms of reviews and recommendations, do you have any suggestions for this board if they are to proceed as a capital review in terms of particular recommendations based on their review?
The master plan does not recommend the lighting of fields in general or the lighting of this field. And in fact, there is language clearly on protecting residential areas. You have a zone in the center of town, it's a public zone. Clearly you can kind of do anything you want there because it is a public zone. So the governing body knew what that was. This is an R10 residential use where the prime use happens to be single-family homes. That's part and parcel of the design of the zone, and that tells me that facilities that, such as public parks, are permitted, but I would think in most people's minds that when someone says, I'm going to have a public park, they don't automatically think of lighting in the evening. And the impact is relevant in determining whether that is a permissible use. I guess the Tanis case that suggests that.
Does it have an impact, and back up, as a follow-up to your statement, the fact that this public park is intending to light not one, but two turf fields, and fields in fairly close proximity, the plans will speak for themselves, to each other, does that impact your statement?
Well, clearly two is more than one, both arithmetically and in terms of land use impacts.
If this board hypothetically determines that, A, this is properly reviewed as a capital review project, and B, determines in terms of their recommendation that lighting as proposed is okay or permitted or whatever the term the board uses, do you have any, if that's the case, arguendo, of course, do you have any suggestions as a professional planner in terms of recommendations, whether it has to do with activity levels, times, traffic circulation, parking, and the like?
Well, as the board knows already, there's a parking problem. This has a substandard amount of parking right now, some 85 spaces. With both fields being used, the figure was mentioned that the bleachers had 1,800 seats in them. At one, as 3 persons per parking spot, that's a lot of parking that your ordinance says that you need.
600 plus.
Yes. So that's a significant feature that is your municipal standard. And clearly, not only is that standard not met today, but it becomes more, I think, onerous in terms of the neighborhood when that's transferred into the evening and when both fields are used at the same time.
And when neighbors are home in the evening.
Yes, that's usually, residential neighborhoods are quieter in the evening. That's going to be not the case.
And you haven't heard this evening, particularly from the witnesses, any commitment in terms of days, hours, weeks, months, in terms of scheduling or programming for any of these fields, or whether it's going to be practices or games or particular light levels, whether it's 100%, 50%, 75%?
What I've heard is that it has not been determined yet. And I think that's directly related to the impacts on the neighborhood.
So is it your conclusion that the board is left without even in certain cases, sufficient information for it to make an informed determination of providing any recommendations that they even got that
Right.
far in conjunction with the master plan.
Yeah, again, the initial language is character, location, and extent. You know the location, but the character and extent of these uses depend upon the scheduling. And we don't know what that is. So one response is simply, we don't have enough information to recommend it to endorse this capital improvement.
And further, you understand that there's been some investigations regarding bat and bird population in the vicinity of this site, correct?
Yes.
Right. And is that, those types of concerns addressed or referenced in the master plan, particularly with regard to Martinsbrook Park?
Yes, it's referenced with respect to the park, and lighting is referenced as lighting of the fields, or more active use of the fields is referenced in the plan as both producing traffic and lighting and lighting effects. Oh, excuse me, environmental effects.
Okay. And the applicant in this case has not produced a traffic expert, a parking expert, a noise expert, an environmental expert to this board for purposes of questioning and cross-examination in connection with this project.
That's correct. There is a traffic study. It hasn't been presented, and it didn't handle parking. It just handled traffic.
And no parking study was done, correct? Okay. So, anything else you want to say, Mr. Steck?
I think not.
Okay. Nothing further for this witness at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steck. One second here. You want to start, or do you want to do after that? All right. Mr. Warner's getting a little fidgety here, so he has some questions for you first.
Just curious if I may,
You can start
Mr.
us off.
Chairman, and obviously the other board professionals, board members, applicants, council will ask questions, members of the public will ask questions, but there were some jurisdictional related questions that piqued my interest, so I thought I would, with the chair's permission, address those by way of asking you questions, Mr. Steck, okay?
It's okay with me.
I appreciate it.
I don't think I can say no.
Well, I wouldn't offer you the opportunity to say no. I offered you the opportunity to say okay. The Section 31A, first of all, this planning board was provided a referral from the city for a Section 31A capital project review, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your position that this board has the authority to reject that referral or to try to transfer that referral into a land development application that was not brought by the city before it? In other words, we're a planning board. We receive the application or the review that's provided to us, and we act accordingly. Isn't that correct?
Objection. Sorry, I don't understand.
Sure, sure. You made a comment that you thought this should be, you testified that you thought, in your planning opinion, Mr. Steck, that you thought that this board should be doing something other than or more than, or different than a capital project review. What do you base your authority that this board has, or what do you base your planning opinion that this board has that authority to do that?
From a planning perspective.
From a
Well, I
planning
assume he
perspective,
testified from a planning perspective.
reading Section 31, it says that the referral of a capital project from the governing body is to be done when you have a capital improvement program within your master plan.
Where does it say that in Section 31A?
Wait, okay.
He just testified to
Yeah,
that.
that's fair.
From his, that's his planning
I'll have to
opinion.
pull up this, let me see if I have the section handy.
You made reference to it, you said it, so,
Okay,
where in
someone
31A?
graciously provided Section 31. It starts out, and this is A,
Mhm.
whenever the planning board shall have adopted any portion of the master plan. the
Let's
gov-
stop there. Any portion of the master plan, correct?
May I read?
Let him
So,
finish.
so,
May I
so,
read it?
Let him finish, please.
Mr.
I-
Simon?
Let him finish, he was
yeah.
making a statement.
Yeah, no, I understand. We're gonna break down 31A.
May I read it to myself first, so I can accurately respond in pieces?
Well, Simon, I'll make that determination. Actually, the board
Yeah,
will.
you can,
They-
you're welcome to read the section, but
if
if
you
you
wanna-
ask
yeah,
for the benefit of the board, that you
Yeah, if
respond
you want
to the
Mr.
questions
Yeah.
presented.
Mr. Steck, if you want to read that section, you've already testified that you had an opinion about what this board can and can't do or should or shouldn't do based on section 31. But
Yes.
if you feel the need to read it again to yourself, read it,
I do.
please.
Thank you.
I jumped up to section 30 that precedes that. And it says, whenever the planning board has prepared a capital improvement program pursuant to section 20 of this act, it shall recommend such program to the governing body, which may adopt such program with any modifications approved by the affirmative vote of the majority of the full authorized membership of the governing body, and with the reasons for said modification recorded in the minutes. Section A.
Wait, I'm sorry, you just read section 30,
30,
correct?
yeah, that authorizes the, that's the capital improvement program that the governing body may adopt.
Right.
The next section refers to something about the character and location of extent of such project, and that's the capital improvement project. And as I understand the law, and it may be case law, but when there is no capital improvement recommendation in the master plan, there is no basis to review a capital improvement project.
You're not a lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you don't have, as you stand here today, you don't have a case that you can cite, and in fact, you said you think it's case law. Do you know it's case law?
I would rely on Mr. Simon.
Okay, so you're going to rely on Mr. Simon, but from the planning
Yes.
perspective, for the law, but from the planning perspective, section 31A, whenever the planning board shall have adopted any portion of the master plan, that's any portion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The governing body or other public agency having jurisdiction over the subject matter before taking action necessitating the expenditure of any public funds incidental to location, character, or extent of such project, capital review project, capital improvement project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Shall means must, no choice, correct?
Yeah, if you had a capital improvement section in your master plan, the governing body must refer that capital improvement expenditure to the planning board.
It doesn't say that in 31A, it says whenever the planning board shall have adopted any portion of the master plan, correct?
But it says necessitating the let's see. It says before taking action necessitating the expenditure of public funds incidental to the location, character, and extent of such project shall refer the action involving such specific project to the planning board. The way I think the intent of that is, because this is different from site plan review, as we all know, I think we know, this means on what basis does the governing body review it? And it seems to me that where you have a capital improvement section, that's the jurisdiction that the planning board has in reviewing the project.
Okay, so that's your planning board opinion based on what you've provided thus far?
That's my planning person opinion.
Okay. I'm sorry, your planning, your professional planning opinion.
Mr. Warner,
Okay.
you can.
Shall, I'm not done, Mr. Simon. Shall refer the action involving such specific project to the planning board for review and recommendation. You agree that that's review and recommendation, not an approval authority under section 31A, correct?
I agree.
Okay, and the board does not have the authority under 31A to impose conditions, correct?
Correct.
Only make recommendations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. in conjunction with the master plan, and then it goes on from there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you testified with respect to permitted uses in the R10 zone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm sorry. Sure. I'll make it real loud, I promise. If this mic stays up here. You testified to permitted uses in the R10 zone, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if indeed the city is exempt from zoning, as it contends that it is for purposes of a capital project review, the uses are not relevant to whether or not the board can exercise a capital project review under Section 31A, correct?
It's,
In other words, let me rephrase it. The board can't makes no determination as to whether or not it's a permitted use or a non-permitted use in the context of a capital project review, correct?
well, that's not the central task, but in my opinion, it is included reasonably in the phrase character, location, and extent. If it's a use that's not permitted in a certain zone or a certain area, that has to do with the location of the capital improvement. So the answer is, while it's not a zoning review, the treatment in the zoning ordinance and the master plan are relevant considerations.
Are public parks and playgrounds permitted principal uses in the R10 zone?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your contention that this is not a public park and playground?
No. My contention is that the lighting, because it is not usually associated with not automatically associated with a public park lighting in the evening. My experience is that lighting stanchions, I guess, kind of draw fire, no pun intended, but there are lightning rods for impacts on the community. And because of that, and because of the scale of these lighting fixtures, they don't necessarily are permitted by right as an accessory use. So it's not the principal use that is arisen here, except for the issue of use by, let's say, non-citizens or private clubs. At a certain point, one could say that's not included in the public park or playground. My real focus is on the nature of lighting as an automatically permitted accessory use in the R10 zone.
So your contention is that lighting is not incidental and subordinate to the permitted principal use of public parks and playgrounds?
My contention is that the lighting that is being contemplated, because it has such an potentially such an adverse impact, is not automatically should be considered, in fact, it should not be considered a permitted accessory use. And that's why I referenced the Tanis case, which said that in order to arrive at a conclusion that something is a permissible accessory use, a relevant consideration is the impact on the surrounding area.
Is it your contention that that the principal use is anything other than a public park and playground?
The principal use is primarily a public park and playground, but I don't think there's fixed data about how many private clubs may be using this as opposed to public, high school students, public entities. I understand that this is being partly funded by private organizations, and what's not clear is the share that they are taking in the lighted evening hours of these two fields.
Are you familiar with the Hills of Troy versus Parsippany case?
I have not, I'll say no. I don't recall having read it.
So then you can't testify with respect to it in any way, shape, or form as a professional planner, correct?
Not this,
Mr. Warner, this is not a Hills of Troy hearing, and I object to any reference to it. It wasn't in any type of notice, it wasn't any type of agenda. It is, the public would never know what Hills of Troy hearing is, and certainly it's a legal question and not appropriate if this board in fact is continuing with its intended capital review determination. I also would say that I will address, certainly in my closing, legal issues relating to capital review and the like. And Mr. Steck certainly, though, will answer any questions from a planning perspective based on his testimony.
I'm just asking questions based upon the testimony he provided.
He didn't talk about this.
I know I can. He testified that it was something more different. I think we have to make a motion.
Yeah, I would like to, if you would mind to give me 30 seconds here. Just ask for a motion and a second from the board to extend the meeting a further 30 minutes. Motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Fagan. A second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hanging in there. Love it. You may continue, Mr. Warner.
I'm going to reserve my right to ask some further questions after other members, as well as the board professionals, ask questions, including our planner.
Okay. All right, Tom, maybe we'll pitch it over to you. I don't think, Marie, you'll have too much to add to this, but go ahead, Tom.
To begin. So I think we're in agreement here that the applicant is the city of Summit, right? That's been stated pretty clearly. Are we in agreement? The applicant
Yes.
is the city of Summit? Okay. And we're in agreement that the property in question is publicly owned by the city of Summit?
Part of it is publicly owned by the city of Summit, part of it is owned by the Board of Education, which is a different entity.
But a public entity nonetheless?
It is a public entity.
Okay, fair enough. With respect to the capital improvement section of the municipal land use law, are capital improvement programs a required component of the municipal land use law?
No,
So towns can spend money on capital improvements without having adopted a capital improvement plan
yes,
prepared by the planning board?
yes.
Okay. With respect to the ordinance, you mentioned a definition which is exempt site plan. You referenced that pertains specifically to single-family and two-family homes.
Yes,
Did you happen to review section 35-1.4B, which states, "Matters not regulated herein shall be governed by applicable provisions of the MLUL. In the event of any conflict between the provisions of this chapter and the MLUL shall control"?
I recall that. Haven't read that recently, but I recall that language.
Okay, so could that be construed to mean that in this case, the MLUL has jurisdiction over the matter, which would require such capital review to be referred to the planning board as it has been?
All that we're discussing this evening is under the MLUL. That requires site plan approval. That,
Based on what? Why does it require site plan approval?
I just said, because this is not exempt from your ordinance for site plan approval, and there may be variances triggered because of the scale of the lighting, that it is not eligible to be considered a permitted accessory use.
But you agree that the existing Tatlock facility constitutes a public park?
Yes,
Okay, and it's your opinion that lighting would not be considered an ancillary accessory use to a public park, which is a permitted use in the zone?
it's my opinion that the lighting that is before the board this evening, because of its scale, is not automatically eligible to be considered as a permitted accessory use. In fact, my opinion is that it is not an accessory permitted use by right.
Are you aware of the number of high school football fields in New Jersey that have lighting?
No.
Okay, if you were listening to the prior deliberations, I think a board member had mentioned there are at least 5 municipalities adjacent to Summit that have lighting around their high school football fields.
But the issue is, what does their ordinance say? Their ordinance isn't necessarily the same as the Summit ordinance, so.
Right, but if you take the position that public fields and Board of Ed fields are exempt from the ordinance, you wouldn't regulate that, because you would know that those types of things would be exempt, and therefore you wouldn't have to.
I think you
address
have
them
to
in
read the ordinance of each municipality, because some municipalities outright say that, like, you know, projects of the governing body are not subject to the zoning ordinance. This municipality does not say that in its ordinance.
Does it specifically require the municipality to submit site plan applications for capital improvement projects?
Not if the municipality, and not if the planning board has no section in its master plan that is a capital improvement section.
And though we already covered it, just to be clear again, section 31A refers to any portion of the master plan.
That's correct, it says that.
But you're interpreting any portion to mean, specifically mean a capital improvement program as part of the master.
Logic tells me that if someone's submitting a capital improvement project to the planning board, its job in evaluating the character, location, and extent is to, first of all, compare it to its capital improvement program in the master plan. And I add that zoning and master plan considerations are also involved under those terms, character, location, and extent.
Right, but there could be other relevant portions of the master plan, such as the land use plan element, the parks and recreations plan element, that would relate specifically to this application, other than the capital improvement program.
Well, there's nothing in the master plan that talks about recommending the lighting of fields.
Are you familiar with the city's adopted 2006 recreation master plan?
I did review it.
Okay, in which it references Tatlock?
It does reference
As an
Tatlock.
existing facility, and in which a community survey was conducted to assess whether or not the community was interested in installing lighting?
A community survey does not necessarily mean it's a master plan goals. It's a reporting of what the sentiment of the community is.
Right, and if the sentiment of the community was that it was in favor of installing lighting in Tatlock, do you think that would be significant?
That's information that the planning board can use to recommend lighting, but I don't recall that there was a recommendation to light.
Okay, and in your review of the master plan, did it talk about not wanting to have lighting? I mean, it was, frankly, it was silent on the issue, right? So whether it promotes it or not is irrelevant.
What I can say is that there is no master plan provision that recommends lighting of either of these two fields.
Okay, and so in order for any municipality to do anything, is it your opinion that it automatically has to be recommended in the master plan, that a municipality can't expend funds if it's not specifically recommended in the master plan?
Objection in terms of them asking questions about they want to do anything. I don't know what that means.
Any sort of capital improvement, or I think I phrased it, any expenditure of public funds for ancillary improvements to existing public facilities. Do those specifically have, if a city wants to buy new bleachers, does it have to be in the master plan that they want to buy new bleachers or new trash cans or new
No.
anything for its public parks?
No,
A new dugout?
no.
Okay. You referenced the city's definition of change of use, and I don't think we got the full color of what that actually says. So just to be clear, the city's definition of change of use in Chapter 35 first states, any permitted use that substantially differs from the previous use of a building or land involving any of the following, and then it lists things like lighting. But just to be clear, the property in question is a park and will remain a park.
I think I already answered that.
Right, but not in the context of the change of use definition where you cherry-picked and only said that.
Well, I'll read the whole
Change of
thing.
lighting constitutes a change of
Excuse me.
use.
Object to the reference that he was cherry picking.
I'll
That's
read.
what happened.
And let him,
I'll read the definition.
Perhaps you'd like to clarify.
Please read the definition.
Thank you.
Change of use. A, any permitted use that substantially differs from the previous use of a building or land involving any of the following. So any of the following would be considered a change of use. 1, the addition of parking spaces based upon the parking requirements of this chapter. 2, a significant increase 10 or more during a weekly period in the amount of truck deliveries to the property. 3, a significant change in the hours of operation from the previous use, parentheses, a deviation of 4 or more hours in the morning and/or evening, close parentheses. 4, the storage or handling of chemicals or hazardous substances. 5, proposed changes in intensity of exterior lighting. Or 6, additions to buildings in the central business district, which is not the case here. B, a permitted use that does not meet the foregoing criteria can be considered a change of occupancy that does not require site plan approval. So at least 2 of those items, the duration and the intensity of the lighting in your definition says that this is a change of use.
Yeah, but that's, what has to happen first is that any. No, you're sitting back there. Stop cutting me off, please. Okay, thank you. What the definition says, and we've deviated from, is that what has to happen first as a pretext is that any permitted use has to differ from the previous use. That hasn't occurred. And at that point, once the use differs from the previous use, then you look at the following, involving lighting, et cetera. We have a park that's going to remain a park. The use is not changing, therefore the issue of the lighting is irrelevant as it relates to the definition of change of use.
I would say that that makes no sense because.
So your suggestion is that a change in lighting is a change of use?
To your question?
Mr. Warner, is he gonna keep chirping from the back here? Are we allowed?
All right, guys.
This is ridiculous.
All right.
This is a clown show.
Thank you for your patience. All involved at a late hour. I appreciate that. Is Mr. Barron's question clear so you can address that and we can move on to another?
In my opinion, that makes no sense. Mr. Behrens has suggested that if it stays in the same category of use, we don't care if the hours of operations change, or we don't care if the lighting intensity changes. That makes no sense to me.
Okay. And what I'm hearing a little bit here, just to interject for a moment, is fodder for recommendations for the board. I'm hearing a little bit of that. So I appreciate, Mr. Simon, the extent that you can guide your witness and offer your own perspective as well. The board seems to be on a trajectory of considering this a capital project review. We appreciate the legalese that's being debated here, but if we do ultimately take it to that extent, we will need to consider recommendations to offer to the governing body. So if you can balance your testimony with respect for your objection perhaps to the foundation, the legal foundation with which you're here, though stated very clearly from our board attorney what we believe is appropriate, balance that with recommendations to the board, it would be greatly appreciated.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would just like to ask the board attorney to just repeat the portion of the law which you've been talking about. To me, it seems to refer to capital projects, not a plan. It refers to specifically projects, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong?
With the chair's permission, no, you're not wrong. The 31A provides that whenever the planning board shall have adopted any portion of the master plan, the governing body or other public agency, this is the governing body, having jurisdiction over the subject matter before taking action necessitating expenditure of public funds incidental to location, character, extent of a project. It's all about a capital project, not a capital improvement plan, not a capital improvement program. It does not cross-reference Section 30. It's Section 31A standing alone. And it says what I just said, after which it says shall, so the city has no choice, refer the action involving such specific project, to your point, to us. It doesn't say us, it says the planning board for review and recommendation. So that is the operative language in Section 31A.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay, Mr. Behrens, anything else you'd like to clean up, or there's
not
a bit
to-
of circular argument going on here?
Well, right, so we
Respect
can
that.
move it, we disagree. I referenced the
Thank you.
literal interpretation of what it says.
Thank
Mr. Steck, you mentioned there was a parking requirement that you referred to in the city code.
Yeah, I believe it's
which one
one space for every 3 stadium, for example, stadium seats.
Which ordinance is that?
It's in your zoning ordinance.
Which section of the ordinance? I ask because I'm looking at the chart of the parking requirements, and I don't see anything about stadiums or parks, public parks.
I can look it up later. I don't have it handy in front of me, but there is a table that lists different uses, and one of the uses is stadiums, and it says one space for every 3 seats.
Okay, I don't see that in the city's chart of the parking schedule. But would you agree that we're not adding any field space or any new facilities, that we're talking about is adding lighting in this?
The proposal before the board is to add lighting, not to increase the parking.
Correct, so it's your opinion that adding lighting requires additional parking?
No, my opinion is that this is a substandard facility, and that putting lights on and extending the use of both fields into the evening will clearly generate a greater parking need, which is not satisfied today and will be made worse by those improvements.
So even though the capacity of the fields won't increase, just because the hours will be prolonged, that requires additional parking?
In my opinion, logic says, yes, you're going to use it more intensively and for a greater number of hours and into the evening. And in my opinion, that because it's already substandard in parking, it'll make it worse in terms of the impact on the area.
Okay, and then finally, without prolonging this any further, in terms of your review of the city's master plan documents, would you agree that when a board conducts a master plan consistency review, or at least considers the master plan, that it has to do so on balance?
Well, this is not a consistency review. I think it was already announced at the beginning of this hearing.
Well, it's not, but the board has to consider the master plan. So when it considers the master plan, its consideration should be on balance, meaning that there might be some aspects of the master plan, which you mentioned, which might support one conclusion. There might be other parts of the master plan which might be contrary to that. Is that accurate?
Because it's such a general document, I have found instances where there is no clear resolution of the different policies in the master plan.
Okay, but again, the master plan doesn't say the city should prohibit lighting at Tatlock Field. Is that accurate?
It does not say that you should prohibit lighting.
Okay. And did you happen to reference the various master plan provisions, specific master plan provisions in our memo dated September 6, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any that you disagree with?
As
being relevant to this application?
You referenced some general goals,
Okay.
but in my opinion, that's not a complete view of what the board should be reviewing.
Okay. And what should they be reviewing? What are the specific
Again,
master plan goals
I
that we
think
should be
this
reviewing?
requires site plan review,
Okay.
and I think the tall lights, because of their impacts, are in fact not automatically allowed as a permitted accessory use.
Okay, so you didn't identify any master plan provisions that would take your position as far as lighting shouldn't be installed?
There's nothing in the plan that says don't light Tatlock Field.
Leave it at that, Mr. Chair.
Leave it at that, Mr. Burns. Ms. Raffay, anything you'd like to? No? Okay. That table is well represented.
Gets that.
Okay, questions from the board then? For Mr. Steck?
For this witness.
For this particular witness here. I had one question, and perhaps I wasn't hearing it entirely correctly. There was reference to your research or review of the master plan documents, where maybe Tatlock lighting wasn't explicitly discouraged. But did I hear correctly, you made some reference, though, that field lights generally were discouraged or under some circumstances?
No, what I said was that when field lights are a special consideration.
Okay.
And when a master plan, it's very typical that master plans talk about, conservation of open space and parks. They do not, in many cases, they do not address the issue of lighting, although it is a very important issue because it obviously is a land use impact that can be significant.
Okay, and I guess I was just asking the question with reference to Summit's master plan, and I did a quick search of the 2016 reexamination, the 2000 master plan document, and I didn't find any reference to field lighting or lighting of parks and recreation facilities
That's correct.
being discouraged.
The focus is on the master plan, by the way, and not on the reexamination report, which is a little bit of a different, not a little bit, it's a different document.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I'll leave that. Any questions, other questions
I
from the
have
board?
actually,
Go ahead, Mr. Litchfield.
I do. Mr. Steck, you use the word private quite actively. And isn't it common in New Jersey that nonprofit groups get together to provide basically public sports services and programs? And that's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about a private club or a private organization that limits its membership. We're talking about nonprofits that work in conjunction with the city to provide public services. Isn't that correct?
There is a component here with private clubs using this, although it is not.
No, you're misusing the term. They're not private clubs. They're nonprofit entities that are open to the public. And anyone, any parent can bring their child to join and participate in the sport. This is not a private club in the common sense of the
What I meant,
word.
it's different than a municipally sponsored or Board of Education sponsored sport.
Actually, I disagree because
Well, we're gonna have deliberations at the conclusion, but it's a interesting contrast that you have struck
Yeah.
here, and material to the board's decision.
yeah,
It's-
I just wanted to clarify that the Board of Rec,
Thank you.
Board of Rec does work with these clubs to coordinate and schedule and provide these programs.
Sure, and perhaps council will be interested to address some questions about the witness's understanding of participation at the fields, beyond what Mr. Ozorowski and others have provided testimony for.
Thank you,
Counsel.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Steck, thank you. Have you been to Tatlock Field?
Yes,
When was the last time you were there?
just before the last hearing.
So how many times in total have you been to Tatlock Field?
I've intentionally went on there for about an hour just before the last meeting during the daytime and took pictures, et cetera.
So about 2 times.
Yeah.
So equivalent to our lighting person who was here 1 time, because he just flew in, I believe.
The city's lighting person.
City's lighting person,
You're
yes.
operating as a member of the plan.
Right, yes.
Yes,
The cities.
I
I'm on the
equivalent to
planning
him, although
so when-
I happen to live outside of Iowa.
That's okay.
I-
So I guess my question, when you went to Tatlock, where did you find the players' families parking?
I went there when there were only a handful of people there. There wasn't an activity going on at the time.
So you never witnessed it during game time, during high time?
No.
So where would you, if it were you and you were going tomorrow and you knew you were going to your grandson's game, where would you park?
That's not part of my testimony. My testimony is
But
where
you
the
talk about
board's-
increased parking standards, and I just
Your
want, as a
ordinance,
planner.
your ordinance has a standard. I didn't.
No, I understand. I'm just asking, if you were to go tomorrow with your grandson and the lot was full, where would be the next place that you would park?
He didn't provide direct testimony on that.
But we're asking about parking requirements, so I'm just simply asking. I'm just simply asking. He's
quoting
questioning
what-
our ordinance. I'm just simply asking, if he was to go there tomorrow with his grandson, where would he park if the parking lot was full?
Well, I don't have a grandson.
or
But
if you just
aside from that, I am aware that people park on the surrounding streets and occasionally block driveways, et cetera.
Would there be another parking lot that would be close?
That was not part of my examination,
He's not a traffic
I understand.
engineer, or he's not
That's
providing
okay.
that kind of testimony, but,
and I'm not a grandfather either,
He's not a
so,
grandfather.
unfortunately.
okay, thank you, Mr. Steck. Any other questions from members of the board? Yeah, we're gonna go over here next. Okay, hearing other questions from the board, Ms. Goldstein, do you have any
Yes,
questions
I
for the witness?
have a couple questions.
Maybe before you start, may I take a motion and a second from the board to extend until 1 a.m. in the morning?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Abstain.
opposed?
Since my wife is watching at home, I'm going to
All right,
abstain.
let's proceed, Ms. Goldstein.
Yes, Mr. Steck, are you aware of the case Thornton v. Village of Ridgewood? No? Okay.
I don't, I'm aware of cases in the village of Ridgewood, but I don't know, your question is kind of imprecise.
Okay, are you aware of a Supreme Court case from 1955 that said that, there has to be a specific limitation upon municipal use of land in the zoning ordinance for it to be not excluded?
No, I'm not aware of that case.
Have you reviewed the?
I'm sorry, what did you mean by not excluded?
Not that, let me just ask it a different way. Is there a specific limitation upon the municipal use of land in the zoning ordinance?
In Summit's zoning
Yes.
ordinance? Is there a specific limitation? Can you give me an example of what you're looking?
Does it say that the municipal properties are either exempt or not exempt from the zoning
It does not
ordinance?
say, but it does not exempt an application. It does not exempt the municipality on a project like this from site plan approval.
But it doesn't say either way, correct?
It says it's exempt.
It says,
It says anything except for 1 and 2 family homes, which is a municipal land use law requirement, would be exempt from site plan approval.
okay,
And
but
it doesn't qualify that to say whether it's public or private. It just says anything other than a single family or 2-family home requires site plan approval.
are you aware, have you reviewed the 2006 Recreation Master Plan?
I did look at it at one time, yes.
Are you aware that it discusses the need for lights?
There's a reference to lights, but there's not a recommendation. There's a recommendation to look at it, but there was never a resolution or never a recommendation to light these facilities.
But it does discuss the need for lights even back in 2006.
But it says that there ought to be consideration,
And that there's a need for more fields back in
but that's
2006.
different than lighting. It says it says the fields are heavily used, but it doesn't resolve the fact that lighting should be considered. I'm not aware of any other master plan study since that time that studied the need for lighting.
Are you aware of NJSA 40:61-1A that provides that a governing body of municipality may improve parks, playgrounds for public resort and recreation?
I'm not familiar with that at the moment.
And that it gives broad powers to the municipality to do so?
Well, I'm not familiar with it, so I can't answer that question.
I don't have any other questions right now.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. I will offer members of the interested public the opportunity to ask questions of this witness.
Name and address, please.
Kevin Fagan, 27 Hawthorne Place. Mr. Steck, you referenced in regards to R10 zoning, non-public uses. Could you tell me what you think non-public uses on these fields would be?
I would say a private organization that is not sponsored by the municipality or the Board of Ed.
Could you tell me, have you ever coached or run a youth sports organization?
No.
Do you have any experience with youth sports organizations whatsoever?
I had daughters that were good athletes.
You had children that played. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fagan. Okay, any other questions for the members of the interested public? Ms. Gagnon? Sorry, your name and address again for the record.
Dory Gagnon, 27 Bedford Road. You used the word fire when you mentioned lights.
In the sense that it draws, it's a controversial thing that draws
You
fire.
still mentioned fire.
Yes.
I apologize, but can you re-ask the question that you
Yes, I
asked
was
again?
trying to. So you mentioned the word fire when you were describing the lights on Tatlock Field as they were lightning rods and could potentially cause fire, which is a little alarming considering they're already lights.
Is it a question for clarification or just?
Yes,
That's not, I mentioned fire in the sense that it's an issue that draws public interest, not that it necessarily bursts into flame.
That's how I
Well, that's a little alarming for me. So can you describe exactly what your expertise is again for me? There's a lot being thrown at me. So what are you an expert
Ms.
in?
Gagnon, we just want to watch kind of the creep of testimony.
It may
opinion
be,
into the question.
were you speaking figuratively and not
Yes.
literally?
Yes, that's
Okay.
well described.
Okay. As this is a Board of Ed and city-owned property, the Board of Education often builds properties and things on their properties without having to go through all of these steps.
Sorry, Ms.
Correct.
Gagnon, just a question, that's not fact
Okay,
in the
sorry,
record here,
I'm
so.
trying to get a question,
Yep,
it's
thank
late.
you.
I think my brain's not processing like it usually does, maybe.
A Board of Ed is exempt from site plan approval, but not exempt from uses.
Site plan, okay, and this is what we were doing as a site plan, is that correct? Is there?
No.
No, okay, so I'm just trying to understand, all right, hold on a second there, I'm again trying to process, it's like almost 1 o'clock. So from now, so this is a joint effort between Board of Ed and city?
No, this is an application of just the city.
Okay, but it's a Board of Ed and city-owned property.
Yes.
So, the Board of Ed recently put a turf field on close to this property, and they have lights on maybe within a mile, as well as on upper turf. So there's lights on a turf and upper turf field. So, would they have had to do the same application?
In my opinion, I'm not familiar with that property, but that things don't change the way I read the ordinance, that if, is that field lighted? I don't know anything about the scale of the lights,
They're
but.
pretty tall.
But, well, I don't know what pretty tall
If we
is.
can limit the question and testimony to the project. that's before us.
I just examined this matter this evening. I did not look at other facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Steck.
Okay, and do you live around here?
I just live in Maplewood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Gagnon.
And Mr. Chairman, I apologize, because I've been operating under the assumption, maybe Mr. Simon can confirm this, because he has an entity client, I believe. I'm assuming, because I know Mr. Simon knows the rules of land use proceedings, including capital project reviews, none of the members of your client entity have been asking questions. Those questions have only been asked through you, correct, Mr. Simon?
It's 1,000%.
Well, I'll take 100, but 1,000 is even better, thank you.
You can use 1,000.
Thank you, I'll keep the surplus, thank you. Okay.
Okay. I think, Mr. Steck, your time has elapsed. If you'd like to, sure, if you'd like to
You redirect.
redirect, you may redirect.
And counsel for the city can reserve her right to recross should she deem it necessary.
Yeah, 12:35 a.m. Mr. Steck, there are a couple questions asked of you regarding the 2006, I guess, recreation plan. In 2016, there was a reexamination report that was issued by the planning board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did that 2016 master plan reexamination report make any mention of lighting of Tatlock Field?
It did not.
And there's nothing in the ordinance of the city of Summit that exempts the city from its own zoning, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and just to clarify this, it's your opinion that the lighting of two turf fields is not customarily associated with a public park in a residential neighborhood?
I would say it is not customary, it would not automatically be a thought of a citizen reviewing that they would be lighting, because it's such a significant difference in character. If someone was filing an application and didn't mention that kind of lighting, in my opinion, that notice would be incorrect, because it's such a fundamental part of the use.
Right, and you mentioned a couple times the Tanis case, and doesn't the Tanis case talk about when assessing a accessory use, commonality and impact?
Yes.
Those are the two factors?
Yes.
Right? And in your professional planning opinion, is it common to have 2 lit turf fields at a public park?
Well, it's not common, but frankly, the real,
Well, I'm going to get to you about
okay,
impact.
yeah,
and-
it's not common to have 2 fields together. I can't think of another instance where there are 2 lighted fields that are turf fields.
Do you recall any two lighted fields that are turf fields adjacent to a residential neighborhood in a residential zone, sir?
I don't recall any.
Okay. And with regard to, there were some questions asked of you regarding the Board of Education. So under the ordinance, in the R10 zone, public schools in conditional use, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and under the municipal land use law, we're referring to that, any development on a public school in the R10 zone would require conditional use approval under Section 67 municipal land use law, correct?
That's correct.
And that Section 67 municipal land use law review includes site plan review, correct?
It does, except that I believe the state has jurisdiction over Board of Ed site plans.
That's, all right. That's different. The
Details.
I got nothing further for Mr. Steck.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Anything
Yes.
to follow up on?
Mr. Steck, did you ever go to Tatlock Park at night?
No.
No. And just to review, you said you've been to the park how many times?
For the purposes of this application, once.
Once? And you just testified that you live in Maplewood, New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
As compared to Mr. Marsh, who flew in from Iowa, that went to the park also one time, correct?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein. I believe you have no further witnesses, Mr. Simon, just to give you a...
Well, I just want to make sure that I may have a representative from the organization that may want to testify,
Okay.
which I would disclose, of course, which I am doing.
All right. If you're ready to do it, we're ready for
I
it.
just want to say, do you want to testify? Do you want to say something? Excuse me just one second.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
No? Okay. Fair enough.
No further witnesses.
No further witnesses. All right, so we'll move the next 3 steps here. We're going to invite Mr. Simon as the representing the objecting party to present any summation, closing remarks.
I'd like to do that at the end, after everyone.
Of members of the public?
I
You wanna wait for
respectfully
members of
ask
the
at the
public?
very end,
You'd like to
before
after the
you
members of the public?
deliberate and whatever you do with these, so.
You can have members of the public comment, then he can give a summation, which you can mention.
Okay, all right. So out of respect for Mr. Simon, thank you for being generous and patient this evening. We will offer members of the interested public the opportunity to comment. Mr. Simon will then offer his closing his summation, and then Ms. Goldstein will
Yes.
wrap us up here. Absolutely. So members of the interested public, you will come forward. You will be sworn in. You'll provide your name, your address, and then we'll just kindly ask you to limit your testimony to 3 minutes if you can.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please give us your name and address for the record, and then proceed with your comment.
PJ Englert, 16 High Street. So I've had the opportunity to speak in front of Common Council multiple times on this. Haven't had the opportunity or the pleasure of speaking in front of this board, but I appreciate all of you taking the time tonight. I know it's very late. Going back several months, a handful of residents, including myself,
started a petition to urge Common Council to install lights at Tatlock Field. The petition was designed to cover both fields. That was our intent, that was our plan. In 2 weeks' time, we received over 2,000 signatures, 2,072. I just checked, just to double check, while I was sitting here. That does include residents that live in the affected Tatlock area, residents on Butler Parkway. I couldn't do a count of that on my phone. It was too difficult. I tried, but I can assure you we have signatures from people that live on Butler Parkway and other surrounding streets near Tatlock Fields. Fast forward to May, when the budget was approved, $650,000 was approved, so we felt we were partially successful there. Upper Tatlock was going to get lit. That same group of residents took it upon ourselves to start a fundraising initiative to see if we could raise the funds to cover lower Tatlock Field. Our thought process being that if we're having a company like Musco come at once, it'd be much cheaper for town and the residents to do both simultaneously. The reality is we do need these fields. There is a genuine need for more field space. The lights at these two fields doesn't solve that problem. It just alleviates it a bit. I urge you to move forward with this project, and I appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Very much. Any other members of the interested public care to offer comments? I'm going to swear you in, Ms. Gagnon, this time.
Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Take my hat off. Jeez. Yes, I do. Dory
Thank you.
Gagnon, 27 Bedford Road.
Please proceed.
Well, I've been wanting to say this for the whole time. As a resident for Summit, Mr. Simon was our attorney, and probably about 75% of you signed our petition and actually hired Mr. Simon to fight Broad Street West.
Oh.
And sitting here tonight, pushing forward that one consistency review for Broad Street West to get finalized, I feel like there's a major conflict of interest having him now advocate for the Tatlock neighborhood and suing the city, which is Mayor Fagan, Ms. Hamlet, Mr. Lejoy, some of the biggest advocates for residents for Summit. I have to say that, and I'm going to say it again. I feel like there's a conflict of interest. With that being said, I did not want the lights. I don't think our kids need to play sports 24/7. But what I do think is that the way the neighbors have gone about this is all wrong. Because I've never met council people take more time out of their life to meet with neighbors and work with them to resolve a solution, a problem, figure it out, than Mr. Smallwood, Ms. Hamlet, Mayor Fagan, than these guys. And they're still angry. So now, do I want the lights? Yeah, I want the lights, because this is just ridiculous. So I'm coming here at 1 o'clock, and I'm listening, and I'm advocating for them, because the way that this has all transpired in the last 2 years is just not okay with me. Put up no parking. I've lived here my whole life. There's been parking up and down on that street. I was an athletic trainer. I worked with the football team. I was in the marching band. I did everything. I've been out Tatlock my whole entire life with that stinky bathroom. It's still not fixed. So I say, pass the lights, let the kids play, put in time constraints, put up more trees, put up no parking. But if you guys keep arguing and fighting with this city, nobody's going to like you. Thank you.
Swear you in, sir.
Do you swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Kevin
Thank you.
Fagan, 27 Hawthorne Place. I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers here tonight, city staff. I was there in the meeting in 2018 with Mark and David, and this has been a long time coming. This isn't new. It's no surprise. It hasn't been hidden. It's something that's been needed forever.
And I want to, and it's time that we trust our experts. Our city staff that have been advocating for this for years, and finally we have a council that's willing to stand up for it. And I thank you all for your time. We're here at 1 a.m. Thank you.
Any other members of the interested public? This is for the purpose of this meeting, your last opportunity to comment. Again, this goes back to the governing body, and you can see some of our planning board members there at a later date. But, all right, not seeing any other interest in public comments. Again, we'll offer Mr. Simon the opportunity to offer a close, and then Ms. Goldstein will be the last to present before the board enters into deliberation.
So it's 10 minutes to 1 a.m. Despite the late hour and that I have a hearing in about 7 hours from now, I still don't believe that I'm going to give short shrift to my comments. First of all, I want to thank everybody for staying and listening to our presentation and to hear all the witnesses, certainly. So, a couple things to note. Certainly, you heard from Mr. Steck, and I don't have to belabor the point about the fact that whether or not you believe that capital review is an appropriate mechanism for review, we believe that it is not necessarily appropriate. It's certainly not the exclusive MLUL review for this project, nor does this review exempt the project from municipal land use law or development regulations ordinance requirements. The ordinance does not exempt the city from compliance with the ordinance. Section 31 does not exempt the city from compliance with other sections of the municipal land use law. Certainly we know that this project is funded, as we heard in part, by private funds, and that the project is not intended for use solely by the city's public recreation groups and the Board of Education. Not to mention that the Board of Ed is not, as was admitted, not part of this application process. So what are we talking about? We're talking about 8 70 to 80-foot lights not permitted in the R10 zone, heights not permitted, an accessory use or a principal use in the R10 zone. We all know that there's going to be an obvious significant increase in nighttime activities due to these lights not on one, but on 2 fields, creating a new active evening sports complex with additional nighttime vehicular traffic, on-street parking, pedestrian activity, loitering, noise, sound amplification, which we haven't even talked about tonight, from a PA system into the night, whistles, horns, human noise, not contemplated anywhere in your master plan documents, not contemplated in the re-exam, and not permitted in the R10 residential zoning district. So we believe that certainly, whether it's the planning board or board of adjustment, in conjunction with site plan responsibilities, that there is a more formal review that should take place with regard to this proposed project. I will just briefly, there's some colloquy back and forth between Mr. Warner and Mr. Steck, and maybe some others. I will tell you that if you read comprehensively Section 29, Section 30, Section 31 together, which is what's intended, it's under the heading Capital Review Requirements. If you read those sections of the municipal land use law together,
what they will tell you is that for a planning board to review a project under Section 31, there needs to be a capital improvement project program in your master plan. There is none, let alone one for this project. And Mr. Warner asked Mr. Steck, are you aware of a case? I'll tell you what the case is. You can read it. Board of Education of City of Clifton versus Board of Adjustment of Clifton, 409 New Jersey Super 389. It's appellate division decision from 2009. That case, appellate division states, the requirement of a planning board referral under Section 31 only applies if the governing body has authorized the planning board to prepare a program of municipal capital improvement projects in accordance with what? With Section 29. Where there is no such delegation, referral to the planning board is improper. And that is why specifically Section 31 states in part, and we keep talking about location, character, and extent. There's more words that follow. It says, before taking action, this is Section 31, necessitating the expenditure of any public funds incidental to the location, character, or extent of such project. That's the first time the word such is mentioned in Section 31. The reason for that is that you have to look at Section 30 and Section 29 that talks about the projects that they're referring to when they say such. Not to mention the fact, even if you don't believe me and you have a difference of opinion, what is this board supposed to be doing as part of a capital project? It's supposed to be getting information so it can make an informed determination as to recommendations in conjunction with the master plan concerning the location, character, or extent of the project. Are you aware of the location of the project? Of course you are. That would be silly to state otherwise. Are you aware of the character or extent of the project? You're absolutely not. You were not provided with information that is typically provided, in my humble opinion, in connection with any review responsibilities under 31, assuming those responsibilities are appropriately referred to or referred by the governing body. You don't know the extent of the project. If this was an application for site plan approval, of course you would require the applicant to provide information regarding the operation. Who's using it? When are they using it? For how long are they going to use it? What are the lighting levels at various times for practices, for games? How does that impact the residential neighborhood of which it's a part? It's not in there. You haven't been provided that information. The response is, we're not sure yet. Go look it up on the website. So the information for you to make a decision, should you decide to make the decision, is arguably lacking. There is no information regarding the extent and the identification of the various users, the capacity for the use, associated lighting in terms of light levels at various times, additional lighting that's going to be required for parking, pedestrian activity, and the like. There was no traffic testimony. There was no environmental testimony. There was no parking testimony. There was a reference that, where does it say in the ordinance about the parking requirement? It's section 35-14.1 P6. And it says, for stadiums, 1 space for every 3 seats. So again, if just on the Investors Field property or stadium, if it's 1,800 seats, divided by 3, 600 parking spaces. And the testimony was that the belief was that there are approximately 85 parking spaces. And yet,
There's no parking counts, there's no parking evaluation, there's no parking recommendations in connection with the presentation here. And we haven't even gotten into, because there was no information provided as to what happens when both fields are used simultaneously, let alone both fields with other activities occurring at Tatlock Field. What happens when kids are waiting and their parents are waiting to go on a field while there's another activity taking place? Lacrosse, soccer, field hockey, et cetera, right? And you have two sets of parents. I will tell you parenthetically, unlike Mr. Steck, I have coached for many, many years, many sports, many different levels, including here in Summit. And I will tell you that parking for us parents, for the kids, for the grandparents, et cetera, drop-off, pickup, it's a serious issue, and it hasn't been looked at, and it's going to be adversely impacting this residential neighborhood. There was no reference, despite comments in the environmental. There was an environmental letter that came out from the Environmental Commission regarding concerns relating to this project pertaining to Martins Brook Park, bats, birds. No reference whatsoever in terms of that type of information and responses to it. So where we are, we're at a place where your review and recommendation in conjunction with the master plan, we respectfully contend, leads you to determination that it is not supported certainly by the master plan. There's no reference, especially in the re-exam report. If the 2006 had a survey and then nothing was done about it in terms of lighting, it's not supported by the master plan to put not just one, but two sets of stadium lighting up at Tatlock Field. That just because there's comments that there should be upgrades and improvements to the existing fields, the fact that there's no mention of lighting to do that versus maintenance and other improvements that happen to natural grass fields, let alone turf fields, leads one to a conclusion that this project can't arguably be supported or deemed to be supported by the master plan. In terms of recommendations, certainly you heard a whole bunch of them, whether it's from Mr. Behrens, whether it's from traffic impacts, lighting impacts, noise impacts, parking impacts, environmental impacts, and use information that you don't know about. That certainly if this board chooses to go in that direction, that we respectfully contend that there's many recommendations that you all, smart people, can make to the governing body in your role as planning board members to make the project better, however you deem it to be, to make it better for not just the kids, not just the lax players, football players, but also for the residents, right? And, you know, we are always, I am, just looking for essentially intelligent development in the end of the day. Not necessarily no development, but just having a thoughtful balance so that everybody can live and move on with regard to their respective concerns in a way that is appropriate, in a way that's fair, in a way that's reasonable, and in a way that makes things better for not just this neighborhood, of course, but for the community. So, and especially when you're dealing with a residential zone. And the master plan, I have to tell you, is replete with comments about protecting residential neighborhoods over and over again. So it's super late.
That's interesting.
I'm done. I thank you for your attention and appreciate that.
Right. That's interesting.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Simon. We're going to ask for first a motion to extend a further 30 minutes.
Ah.
Do we have a motion?
We've been here all night.
So
moved.
But we're ending.
So sorry, we had a motion from the mayor, second from Councilwoman Hamlet. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Not hearing any opposed. We're actually going to take a quick 5-minute recess if you don't mind.
Sure.
And then we'll return for summation.
Crazy. Yeah.
Well, you only signed on for
okay.
20 years. It's
Steve
not
just said, the
anything.
reason I said all that, Steve just said, welcome back. Yeah.
You guys see Peter out the door, or you see him out there anyway? Yeah, if you can, try to shake him out.
Well,
Within reason, there's one
Maybe the
location.
gavel will get his
It's all right, we'll send Dory. Dory will storm in there. Back at it. Jessica, would you just humor us with a quick roll call?
Chairman Spur,
Here.
Vice Chair Balsan Alvarez,
Here.
Mayor Fagan,
Here.
Councilmember Hamlet,
Here.
Ms. Bowen, Mr. Dalmasso,
Here.
Mr. Feldman is excused, Mr. LaJoy, Mr. Sala is excused, Mr. Stern,
Here.
and Mr. Staunton.
Here. Okay. Ms. Goldstein?
Thank you, board members. Good evening, or should I say good morning. With respect to the City of Summit's proposal for lighting, we contend that it is a completely reasonable project. This evening, you've heard from lighting expert Ryan Marsh, who testified as to the impact or the minimal impact on the surrounding properties. You heard about the LED lights, the downward illumination, the reduced glare, and the lack of spillage to the neighboring properties. You also heard from Mr. Ozarovsky, who testified as to the overwhelming public need for the field space, which would be from the longer duration because of the lights. You've heard that there was a lot of public input throughout the years, and that this project is not like a quick project, that this has been going on at least since 2016, maybe even since 2014, if I recall. You've also heard from Mr. Schrager, who testified as to the engineering aspects of the plan. And with respect to Mr. Simon's contention about the lack of studies and all that, all these items can be addressed down the road, and the timing of the different programs and the usage of the fields, that's all up, obviously it's going to be worked on. And as Mr. Ozarovsky noted, there clearly is a public need for the lighting and the use and the increased usage of the fields. And you also heard about how there is a lack of alternatives. And all this information has been on the community programming, Summit Community Programs website for years. So everything's been open to the public. I also just want to point out that the city has broad authority to improve municipal public parks and playgrounds under NJSA 40:61-1A. And I just wanted to emphasize in closing the public need for the lights, the increased field space, and that this is all going to be on public property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Okay, we move now to the deliberation portion of capital project review. Before, though, we enter into it, as our board attorney, Mr. Warner, if you'd like to clarify any legal elements that may cause some confusion for the board, And I would just ask, as you conclude your remarks, that you reiterate the questions we are meant to answer, what in effect we are voting upon. So we're clear in our deliberations and in ultimately the vote that we cast, that the public understands what action we've taken this evening.
Certainly. It'll be a little repetitive of some things that were said earlier at the beginning, and perhaps, but the charge under Section 31A is that whenever the planning board shall have adopted any portion of the master plan, that is that is the language of the provision, the governing body for taking action necessitating expenditure of public funds incidental to location, so focus on location, character, or extent, extent of such project shall refer the action involving such specific project to the planning board for review and recommendation. Again, you don't have the authority to approve or deny. You have don't have the authority under Section 31A capital review to impose conditions, but you have the authority to review it and to make recommendations. And those recommendations are in conjunction with the master plan, generally perceived the extent to which the character, location, or extent of the project can, if at all possible, become more consistent with the master plan goals and objectives. And you have those set forth by Mr. Barron in his memo, as well as you've heard others from others, including Mr. Steck, testified as a planner for the objector group. The city had the obligation and did refer that to us for that review and recommendation as a planning board. There was reference to tying Section 29, 30, and 31 together, and the Murnick, bear with me, excuse me, the Board of Education of City of Clifton, the Zoning Board of Adjustment of City of Clifton case, the appellate division case that was referenced by Mr. Simon. He reads that to limit the explicit language in 31A. I disagree with that legal opinion. The Clifton case dealt with the education law statute and a referral for a Board of Education project, not a municipal project. And in that case, in the relevant portions of that case, the court did reference 29, 30, and 31 and said that it led to the conclusion that, and bear with me, where there was no evidence in that particular case that the Clifton governing body delegated its authority to the planning board to prepare a program of municipal capital improvement projects under Section 29, that led to the conclusion that the Board of Education was not required to present the project to the planning board for its review and recommendation under 31. That did not relate to the municipality. It related solely to the Board of Education. And in that particular case, that interpretation of those three statutes together led to the conclusion that a capital project review was not required by the Board of Education, and that the Board of Education was subject to the jurisdiction of the Department of Education of the state. It did not, in my legal opinion, result in the conclusion that a municipality would not have an obligation to refer a capital project to the planning board, let alone would it lead to the conclusion that if a municipality such as the City of Summit referred a Section 31A capital project review to the planning board had the authority and in fact the obligation to say, no, we got to do something different, and you either have to send it to the zoning board because it requires site plan and D-variance relief, or you have to have an application of development for development to us, the planning board, because it requires site plan and bulk variance relief, or no bulk variance relief, but just a site plan. I do not read the Clifton case to say that. It's my opinion that it does not say that, and that this board not only is required on the referral from the city to do the capital project review under 31A, but it was appropriate of the city to make that referral, and only that referral. Municipalities are generally exempt from zoning. The Thornton v. Village, bear with me. Thornton v. Village of Ridgewood, 179 NJ 499, a 1955 Supreme Court case that I think was referenced by the city's council. The municipal land use law does not restrain the power of a municipality to determine where to locate municipal facilities within its borders. And indeed, it's generally been found that, generally municipalities are exempt from zoning. Also, while there was some protestation to my reference to the Hills of Troy v. Parsippany case, I don't know, frankly, that it would even be ultimately deemed applicable, because I believe the municipality's exemption from zoning is clear. There is no exception in the DRO or no provision limiting or restricting the ability of the municipality to have an exemption from zoning. The silence speaks to the fact that the general rule is not restrained, imposed, or restricted. The city has an exemption from zoning. And indeed, I think Mr. Behrens referenced a provision that states essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, the municipal law governs. The municipal land use law governs. And the municipal land use law recognizes the exemption of municipalities from zoning generally, and certainly the city has such an exemption in this case. However, to the extent Mr. Simon, on behalf of his client, argued, and Mr. Steck argued or testified, or both, that there was some private involvement, be it private funding or otherwise, there is a case, Hills of Troy v. Parsippany, 392 NJ Super 593, Law Division 2005, which stood essentially for the proposition that not only is a municipality exempt from zoning, but even if there is a private involvement, the exemption is subject to a reasonableness test, a determination by this board that even if there is some private component to the project, in addition to the primary municipality ownership and involvement with the project, which is exempt from zoning, the board can find that it's reasonable to have the municipality continue to be exempt from zoning, notwithstanding some private involvement. In particular, in that particular case, the court went so far as to hold that private companies, cell tower companies that were involved in the installation of a cell tower that was going to derive profit for those private entities, also had a municipal component to it on municipal property, serve the police, etc. And the court went so far as to hold that the private companies in that matter shared the township's exemption from zoning approvals, notwithstanding that each would receive financial or other private benefits inasmuch as the private enterprise was providing the municipality enhanced police, fire, and other emergency communication facilities along a busy state highway. So I would submit to the board that A, the city is exempt, B, it would not be inappropriate for you to also find that if you find there is some private involvement, you may find that the city is reasonable, that it's reasonable for the city to maintain its exemption, notwithstanding any arguable private involvement. Again, Section 31A capital project reviews are recommendatory. As previously stated, board has jurisdiction, notice, properly noticed open public meeting, and ultimately the only authority you have with respect to those recommendations, as previously mentioned, was to make recommendations that you believe would, in conjunction with the master plan, make the project, to the extent possible, more consistent with the master plan's goals and objectives. I'll leave to the planners what those items are, as you've heard them, and you certainly can make those recommendations. I think Mr. Simon correctly, in my opinion, said you are a very intelligent board, and you could make those recommendations. I concur with Mr. Simon on that, and that's at least one area of agreement. And again, as I stated before, the fact that there is a pending lawsuit involving the city, the zoning board, and this planning board does not absolve us, in my legal opinion, of our statutory authority to do what we did tonight, which was have a full public hearing on this capital project review that lasted in excess of 4 hours. My math is getting a little, about 4.5 hours. It's closer to 6, there you go. That's right, we started 7, I'm sorry. 6 hours, thank you.
7:30 to 1:30.
Thank you, that's why I went to law school and wasn't a
We
mathematician.
won't ask you to do math.
So you provided that public hearing in accordance with your obligation, notwithstanding the lawsuit pending, as you should, in my opinion. So at this point, as always, I've said more than I should, but what I will say is I'll turn it over to the board for deliberations and to make your recommendations. And ultimately, I will memorialize the board's determinations and recommendations in a resolution of approval, in a resolution with respect to the capital project review, memorializing that at the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would like to begin the deliberations? Oh, we have a vice chair. Go for it.
Okay.
Jump in.
I have some recommendations.
Would you like to opine, though, first on kind of overall master plan consistency or the appropriateness of the...
Going straight to recommendations?
Go for
It
it.
is 1:25.
Okay, go.
Speaking of which, do we,
Sorry?
are we gonna get this done in 5 minutes? I'm just pointing out that there's a time limit. Now that we've done
I
this.
can take a motion in a second to extend 15 minutes. How about that for motivation? All right. Let's leave a little extra hanging. Do we have a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? All right, hit it, Jennifer.
Okay, so for discussion, proposed potential recommendations, limit to 9 PM. Everyone's talking about summer, light ends around 9 PM. Maybe do the same for these lights. Limit the number of nighttime games, because that's the only thing that may be changing. Improve the landscaping per our engineer who's planning on doing it anyway, but do it with this in mind. And then, we do this all the time in our project reviews, our application reviews, Marie. When do you recommend having a review and adjustments of the lighting done? In 2 months, in 3 months, in 6 months?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
What do we typically do?
We haven't done one in a while.
I remember doing them on other projects, and
Yep.
it was a longer period of time, but when it's, fall, I mean, it'd be,
Yeah, I mean,
you could figure it out pretty quickly, I think.
Right, right, but if it was summertime, you might not be able to
Right.
figure out quickly.
So I don't know when this is
you
gonna be proposed to be done.
Could be within a year then, and it depends on when the lights go up, it could take some time.
Okay, okay,
Does that sound reasonable?
yeah. Because we don't know when the project will be completed, so.
Well, and if you say within a year,
It could be
you
in
could
a
do it
month.
sooner than a year,
You could-
but,
yeah.
right, so,
Like if it's October, you could just do it.
right.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else?
That's it? 6 hours, that's all you got? No,
Yeah.
Just kidding. Please, Paul, go ahead.
Is there any way, look, I know we're doing this for the city of Summit, but, is there a way to limit the use of the fields, them renting it out, to only Summit sponsored, or, not having, Milburn, we may have an opening on the field, they can use the lights and have another town come in, and then further use the lights even more? Like, just allow it for the use of Summit sports, clubs that are in town, but not allow outside towns to come in and rent the field.
That sounds reasonable.
That's sort of the way things have operated, I think, anyway, and I think that was sort of the intention, so.
I
We
would just
certainly-
hate for
we
someone to
certainly
offer
can
money
fill-
and then that override what should be best for the city.
Any
I
recommendation?
think that's a great idea. I think it could also be best. if
Use your
it's
microphone.
more direct. I'm thinking if, I don't know, I don't know when Milburn flooded, if the football field flooded, but let's say it did. It could be that the Milburn Board of Rec would call them up and say, look, we can't have a football season. I don't want that, I don't
Yeah,
want us to
I-
be precluded
Right.
from doing something like that. So I would say their
Absent an
consent will,
emergency.
yeah, something, or, yeah.
Okay, other recommendations? Councilwoman Hamlin?
I would just say, I mean, I would still advocate, and I've spoken with Director about this field lighting usage policy, and I think we can probably work on that either as a board or in committee, but all of these field lightage usage policies have all of the specs that Musco will be putting in. I think we should put in that usage policy time parameters as well as going for the dark sky compliance. It sounds like that's an additional requirement, but I think it's important. It's important for the community, so I think we should get the community members involved in the policy as well, obviously after the lawsuit. But we want to hear feedback and get, you know, the community members involved and making it right for the neighborhood, so we're committed to that.
Okay. Other ideas? Okay, yeah.
I have a thought about, there was a comment about the PA system, and I think that maybe a recommendation could be, you know, we don't use the PA system for things other than games, or, you know, and in conjunction with limiting the number of night games, I think that would be an easy thing to accomplish and probably would be helpful to neighbors.
Should we quantify that somehow, with limiting the number of night games? I think
In the
it
usage
should
I
policy.
just
be,
don't, I don't
because
think
limiting
I don't
is
think
so
we're
vague.
educated enough to know. I think that
Right.
probably
I agree.
our DCP folks could weigh in on that, and that can be a conversation based on what sort of exists and what their kind of, you know, ideals are. I think that that's a bigger conversation than probably here, would be my thought.
I would, on the lighting, just in terms of practicality and dealing with DCP and DCS and safety, I would recommend that the lighting be, let's say, shut off to when, let's say, 15 minutes after the conclusion of games, narrow time frames after the conclusion of events, perhaps not limiting, you know, not allowing events for extend to too far in the first place, because I'm sure Mark would have spoken to this, but the quantity and number of games that he's described and the number of participants seems significant. So I think that setting a hard and fast time frame might not be effective for the real use of it. Limiting the use during the night is important, but perhaps that constraint that was talked about, 15 minutes after a game, the lights are shut off. Let's say in the case of a rainstorm or shut down, there should be recommendation to say DCP should collaborate with both Public Works and Safety to make sure that, you know, any systems as necessary may be shut off accordingly. But just in terms of practicality, that seems a little easier from my perspective than setting a specific time frame as things tend to change.
Okay. Peter, you got something?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think that in terms of shutting the lights down and overall safety, I think it needs to be looked at in terms of maybe turning them down until, I don't know how long it takes people to get off the site and safely to their cars, but maybe 15 minutes is too short. I think somebody needs to look at that and tell us, the police department probably. And I do think we need to look at off-site safety, people walking back to their cars and stuff, because overflow parking is always going to be on the street. It's a reality. It has been that way for Saturday games, and not really a problem, but I'm concerned about the safety. And then the other thing is, I think the overall landscape plan of that site needs to be looked at. I think that there are areas where contractors have come in and done work, have not been required to clean up and restore properly. And I think that we need to have a heavier hand on that. And I definitely believe we need to put in more trees. I've just seen that site lose trees for a lot of reasons, age, storms. We cut them down. They go down pretty easily, but it seems they don't grow that fast. So I think the areas around the field that are green need to be protected. Cars shouldn't be parking on the grass. We need to look for ways to mitigate that. and just generally beef up the tree plan.
Maybe that's too much, but, okay.
I'll make a quick comment. I used to live in that neighborhood. My first house I bought in Summit was on Sheridan Road, and my backyard and the deck, I could see Tatlock Field. One of the other members asked me earlier if I still lived there, would I oppose this? And my answer would be, based on some of the restrictions I've heard tonight, probably not. You know, if practice is over by 9, lights are off by 9:15, 9:30, it would not bother me if I still lived in that house. We had a similar issue when I did live there with a football coach who used to have practice starting at 7:30 a.m. and he used a bullhorn. And he sounded a bit like a drill sergeant. And I was elected to approach and ask him to not do that. And the compromise was, instead of lose the bullhorn, could you not use the bullhorn until at least 9 a.m.? And that was the compromise, and it worked. So I wanted to share that with you.
John?
Just one of
Yeah,
them.
please.
Just want to, I know this will happen, and this isn't really necessarily a governing body decision per se, but to recommend to continue to have conversations with the neighbors around parking and what kind of safety measures happen, especially around big events. I think we've made some strides, but we're going to continue to work on that. So
I mean, maybe there's a way to create some sort of, committee
there's already one.
to have it continue
Yeah.
where the public, and have members of the public and the residents down there.
Mhm.
I live down there.
Yeah.
And, be able to voice concerns if there's issues that aren't thought of, or, sometimes things change. To
Definitely.
just help, ease their concern and know that the city is aware of it.
Particularly for the lighting review, because you need the feedback to know what we're reviewing for.
I'll just make another comment.
Yep.
It's imperative to continue to keep the Board of Ed engaged in this process. As I was sitting here tonight, I got an email that there was a bus on a certain street, and you know what? I said, tell the superintendent, these are his teams, and he can tell the chief of police. We're common council and planning board members, but there is a chain of command for these things, and the superintendent runs the sports programs there with the athletic director. So we have to continue to work and have conversations with them and work together.
I was capturing a bit of a summary here. I know Steve's been taking copious notes as well. Some of the things that stood out to me is maybe a reaffirmation that the city, when it ultimately contracts for the equipment, uses the latest available technology. I think Susan made that note, and perhaps puts in place a plan for continued investment. The fact that that upper Tatlock field is partially lighted with aged equipment seems wild to me. And my kids are still young, so I haven't quite experienced that yet, but it seems off-putting for sure. So I'd like to see the city show some sensitivity there to a long-term capital improvement. The notion of a field use policy, I've got to imagine that a good template exists somewhere, and you guys probably already have it sitting on your desk to be inclusive of all the things that we just talked about. Scheduling for dates and hours, how to liaise with other stakeholder groups in the community, addressing sound, et cetera. Scrutinizing users is probably baked within that as well. I don't know if that just is a DCP policy document or something that gets codified as an ordinance, but we'll leave that to you, Heather, the solicitor, and the Common Council to address that. We talked about installing additional landscaping, or maybe Peter's here suggesting ensuring for such a substantial public recreation facility to make sure that that's part of a regular and formal review, especially in the context of its evolution, which in this case may include more substantial lighting. I'd ask for some continued monitoring of environmental impact. Nothing from what I heard in testimony this evening should stop this project necessarily from proceeding with respect to environmental impact, but we have passionate members of the Environmental Commission, Commission. This might be something that our liaison, Ryan Felmick, can make sure gets communicated to them. We talked about public safety, and I like the idea of within a year, maybe of installation, conducting the post-installation review with community engagement, BOE engagement, and sensitivity to other projects of capital improvement that may be occurring. The parking lot lighting was something I had never really frankly thought about, but I'm sure something with the amazing technology Musco presented to us this evening could be a real significant improvement moving forward. Outside of the recommendations, I just do want to codify as part of the deliberations that based upon the testimony that's been received, advice of council, it's appropriate for the planning board to have considered this capital project review. It's actually appropriate for the governing body to have transmitted to us, the planning board to have accepted it, and that for us to have conducted a very thorough public hearing with the opportunity for an objecting council, objecting party to come forward. I know from my many years in land use here in Summit, first in the zoning board, now here on planning, input from the public is absolutely vital, and this is a lengthy but thorough and I hope net positive outcome for this process overall. And to our vice chair's comment at the very beginning, please governing body take these recommendations seriously, otherwise I stayed up way past my bedtime for nothing. And then I would just want to comment with regard to consistency with the master plan or not inconsistency. A number of the goals that stood out to me around maintaining the character of Summit, I think there can be a healthy tension there, but I believe that continued improvement, thoughtful improvement to our public recreation facilities reflects the best of Summit's character. We want healthy and active youth. We want a connected community, and this project helps to satisfy that. Maintaining a dynamic and vibrant city, Mr. Simon commented upon. He's in favor of intelligent development, which is a kind of a new spin on smart development, I think. But I'm with him in the sense that we should celebrate continued investment in the community, and that's how we achieve the dynamism and vibrancy that is called for in the master plan. And then finally, the other fourth goal that really attracted me was Summit being a welcoming community to a diversity of different people of shapes and sizes and all the other different characteristics that we can consider ourselves to be different. But Talhock is a place that, parking aside, is where near everyone in the community comes together on the weekends, in the evenings, during the day. And it's a great kind of opportunity to see Summit alive and together. So there's any number of more reasons that Tom has laid out that I believe this project is not at all inconsistent with the master plan. And accordingly, I would ask for a motion and a second, we'll have a vote, to transmit to the governing body that we believe this was properly sent, reviewed. We believe that the project as proposed is not inconsistent with the master plan and can be made even more consistent with the recommendations that Steve has been scribbling furiously on his yellow pad.
And would that also include that to the extent applicable, the board finds that the city's exemption from zoning is maintained with respect to this project in its entirety, a la, if not to some degree at least, the Troy,
Yeah, I think.
Hills of Troy v. Parsippany.
To build on that
case.
question, yeah, there is a private component to the use of this public recreation space. Private in the sense that youth football and lacrosse and any number of other technically private entities bring together residents of the city of Summit to utilize to a greater extent this public recreation facility. And accordingly, the city should maintain its exemption from zoning, even with that intermingling to a minor degree of private parties within this public recreation space.
Just for the record, youth football is a DCP program.
Oh, is it?
Just, so, yeah,
Excuse me.
sorry.
Excuse me.
I just
Sorry,
wanted
I just
to-
have a cheerleader in my family, so I don't know.
Which is
And
also
again, just for
DCP.
clear, as I understood the motion, it's to the extent applicable if, or necessary, if at all,
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want.
based frankly on the arguments made by the objector group.
That's correct. So with that, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And we'll ask for a roll call vote. Jessica?
Vice Chair Balsan Alvarez,
Yes.
Mayor Fagan,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamlet,
Yes.
Ms. Bowen,
Yes.
Mr. Dalmasso,
Yes.
Mr. Stern,
Yes.
Mr. Staunton,
Yes.
Mr. LaJoy,
Yes.
Chairman Spur.
Yes. We're going to forego our 2 closed sessions. Sorry, everyone. And I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Have a
Thank
good-
you to all our
Thank you,
professionals.
everyone.
Thank you.
Professionals.